Alessia D'Angelo was a victim of child abuse. How deep it went, I could only guess. Her need for a cardigan made perfect sense. Unconsciously, rage built inside me at the thought of what her tiny body had endured. Having been raised with two sisters, my father had never lifted a hand to his daughters, and the knowledge sickened me that there was no one to protect this girl. Listen to me very carefully, Alessia. She lifted her head, her large eyes scanning my face with interest. I will marry you. I will take you to New York, where you will live a happy life. No one will hurt you there, and you can become whatever you want to be. Her smile widened. I accepted my next words would probably hurt her, but I had to lay down the rules and nip any expectation in the bud. You have to understand this, though, I continued, noting her frown. Slipping my hands into my pants pockets, I took a step back. My heart belongs to another. It always has and always will. I will never love you, and I will never give you my heart. Slowly, her expression clouded. So if you have any aspirations toward a love marriage, forget them. This is a marriage of convenience. In 2 years, when you're 18, we will give your father an heir. You will, however, continue to live in New York and raise our child there. Do you understand what I just said?
You're giving me freedom with restrictions.
She blinked to clear her tear-glazed eyes, her intelligent answer surprising for her age. A lot can happen in 2 years, Alessia. The question you must ask yourself now is where you'd rather be. Under my protection, in your own bedroom and living the life you want, or here in Italy, waiting until you're of marriageable age just to get away from your family while one of your sisters takes your place by my side. I lifted a brow.
I will marry you,
she said without hesitation. Good. I turned to walk away. She stopped me.
Lorenzo.
I looked at her.
If your heart belongs to someone else, why are you marrying me? Why haven't you married her?
The heart doesn't always get what it wants, Alessia. You'll find that out as you grow.
I just did,
she whispered. Sighing, I walked out of the room. I'd just broken her young heart before she could even fall in love.
Chapter 30. Present day. Raiden, 27. Climbing out of my Porsche, I stared at the building in front of me, then glanced away as my cousin, Trent, approached me after locking his car. Until a week ago, I hadn't seen him in 3 months, and we came together in a quick embrace. He'd asked me to meet him, to offer me help. "What the fuck is incognito?" I asked. Grinning, he gestured for me to follow him. Inside, I took in the classy decor, deciding we stood in a club of sorts. When we stepped out of the elevator and into an office, a potent smell of leather, lavender, and something sweet hit my nostrils, reminding me of the expensive cigars an uncle smoked. I glanced around the open-plan space. A floor-to-ceiling window overlooked the club below. Dark sofas beneath impressive paintings arced around a large table in the center of the room, with a stylish bar at its rear. I looked at my cousin, then noticed another man in the room. Dressed in all black, and by the cut of his suit, he had lavish tastes. With one hand in his pants pocket, the other elbow resting on the counter, and a glass in his hand, he looked like a man who could creep up on you unannounced. It was his eyes, however, that would have a person second-guessing their intention to question his appearance. Light brown, sharp, intense, and almost foreboding. He made no move to acknowledge my presence and continued to sip his drink. Frowning, I took a step toward Trent. "What are we doing here?" Trent gave me one of his smug smiles, but didn't introduce his friend. "How did that message pan out?" Shaking my head, I dropped into one of the couches and raked a hand through my hair. A week and a half ago, my cousin called me with what he called a cryptic message from Xena. Coming to terms with finding out my dead girlfriend was alive had taken its toll on me. I'd spent the last 4 months trying everything I could to trace a call I'd received from her, then the message from Trent. I got there, but she was being driven away, and by the time I caught up with her, she was being airlifted in a chopper. "Where exactly is there?" he asked. Confused, I looked at him, then remembered I hadn't explained Zena's message. "Where the mountain meets the seas and trees bloom orange against the night, he might find me there. Once." As soon as he related, I'd raced out of the restaurant without telling him the significance behind it. Cupping my nape, I rolled my neck to ease the tension that had knotted since that first phone call telling me she was alive. The first time Zena and I had sex was on her birthday. I'd taken her to Sunset Point. It's a mountain plateau that overlooks the sea and an hour's drive from home. The sunset view is so strong, the shadows cast over the trees give them an orange glow. Since then, we'd gone there every year on her birthday. That afternoon she left the message. I had to hurry because her birthday was the next day, and I was afraid I'd miss her if I delayed. My shoulders sagged with having missed her because of an accident 30 minutes out. I'd expected her to wait a little longer after sunset. Then I figured she probably couldn't, judging by the black-suited men that escorted her to the chopper. "Did you get a good look, though? Was it her?" Immediately my hackles rose. "Yes," I snapped. I might have only caught a glimpse of her rear from my viewpoint, but every gut instinct I possessed told me it was her. "Hey, I'm just trying to help, remember?" He lowered his tall frame to the seat next to me. He was right. "Sorry," I mumbled, annoyed that I was growing impatient with each day. So far, I've done well at holding off on checking myself into a mental institution for sleep depravity born out of frustration. I'm going insane, Trent. My cousin and I were close. We shared practically everything, and he never hesitated to call me out on my actions. I was considered brash at times, and he always knew how to get me to calm the fuck down and listen. What if I said he could help? I looked up to see his friend approach, and I frowned. How? Trent's gaze shifted between the two of us, and my curiosity grew. He knows where Zena is. At this, I sat up straight and looked at the other man who still made no move to acknowledge me. I've had several friends from the FBI try to find her. How could this man, I pointed to him, know where she is? Because he doesn't operate on their wavelengths. Let's just say his connections aren't exactly above board, and going by the type of people you'll have to deal with to get Zena back, his contacts are what you need right now. Who are you? I asked, my tone blunt. He merely arched a brow. If he was expecting respect, I was done with that shit. I glanced at Trent, noting his wide smile. Ray? This is Zane Marone. My jaw dropped. Jesus fuck. What is it with everyone coming back from the fucking dead? What next? The fucking zombie apocalypse? I looked at my cousin. You said he was dead. Trent had recently landed in a dilemma with him dating Zane's wife. How they'd worked it out between them was nothing short of a miracle, and I was glad he'd ended up with the woman he loved. He never gave me the basics on Zane's death, though, and now I understood why. My cousin chuckled. He is to everyone else. I don't understand. Not important. Zane's deep voice dismissed my question. I flicked my gaze back to him. His face devoid of expression, he stared at me, those eyes daring me to challenge him. Jesus, the man was a serious fucker. Fine, I muttered. How can you help? I've made a few calls. Zena is being kept on a private island. You want in? I can get you there. He offered nothing else. I stared at him dumbfounded. I've been going crazy trying to find someone to help me, and you just made a few phone calls? That's it? Irritation fanned the flames of my disbelief. Why the fuck should I trust you? Because I do, Trent responded, then he sighed. I understand your reluctance to trust anyone, given what you've been through. Not just with this whole shit, Ray." His voice softened on the last sentence. I knew he referred to the drama with my recent ex-girlfriend, who was now my father's wife. Talk about shit going south in my life. "But you know I wouldn't do anything to hurt you, right?" my cousin consoled. At my nod, he rose and crossed the room to the bar. Closing my eyes, I leaned my head against the backrest, then shoved both my hands through my hair and looked at Zane. "Are they dangerous people? Would they hurt Zena if I got close?" "All depends," he said, and at my questioning look added, "If you do exactly as I tell you, don't mention any of this to anyone, and no fuck-ups." I saw red. "What the fuck does that mean?" I growled. "Ray." Trent shoved a glass in my hand. "Drink," he ordered when I scowled. "He's not your enemy. The real enemy is out there. We're trying to help, but if you insist on being a prick, then I'll ask Zane to walk away." When I took a sip of the drink, he crouched in front of me. "You're burnt out, man. I can see it on your face. You look like your entire happiness has been drained from your life, and I don't blame you. You've had a shitty few months. So, decide now if you want his help, and all this running around can be over within a few days." Staring at my cousin, I exhaled on a long breath. "Fuck, Trent. I'm sorry." I rubbed my brow and looked up at Zane. "I'm sorry. And yes, I'd like your help. Please." Even I could hear the desperation in my tone. Zane nodded as Trent went back to the bar. "Not everything is always as it seems, Raiden." "What do you mean?" "You'd be surprised at the sheer willpower we possess. I've been where you are, and I know what you're going through. In the end, it's all about choices. Whether good or bad, sooner or later, our hearts know what's best for us." I got the feeling he knew more than he was letting on, and shrugged off the unease gnawing at my bones. Trent wouldn't put me in harm's way. If he trusted Zane, so could I. "When do we do this?" "You tell me." Zane accepted the glass Trent held out. "Today," I wanted to say. "As soon as possible. I don't want to wait anymore." I finished my drink and stood. "Can I ask who took her?" Zane sipped his drink, then studied me for a moment. "It's best if you don't know who you're dealing with. Less is more, Raiden." My laugh was caustic. "I'll take that under advisement." I'd accepted less for so long when it came to love. I wasn't sure more was even possible.
Chapter 31. Lorenzo, 40 years. I turned away from the window I'd been staring out of to look at Remo and Alessia, sitting on the opposite side of the table. We were in my study on the estate, discussing options. Shit was about to hit the fan. The D'Angelos had grown antsy about the fact that I hadn't given them the promised heir yet. Mother had become a nagging bitch since Alessia turned 18 6 months ago. Both sides were waiting for the news that she was pregnant. "I need you to take her and disappear, Remo. Don't tell me where."
"Why?"
Alessia asked, her eyes wide with worry. "It's the only way I can keep you safe."
"But,"
she stood.
"do you think my family will harm me?"
she asked with a shaky breath. "It's not your family I'm worried about. You're untouched. They can take you back any time, get you remarried."
"I don't want to go back to them,"
she sniffled. I frowned. Remo stood and pulled her into a one-handed hug, shocking me when she turned and her face sought the crook of his neck. Sensing my surprise, he met my gaze with a shrug. I'd never seen my brother that affectionate with anyone. The notion made me smile, and he scowled when he realized I was onto him. I didn't miss his subtle move to extricate himself from her hold. Not wanting to embarrass him any further, I looked at Alessia. They're your family. Why don't you want to go back? Fidgeting with the hem of the black, 2 sizes too big t-shirt she wore over jeans that hung loose on her petite frame, she hesitated. She was a stunning girl, even if her dress sense was less than appealing.
They're horrible to the girls in my family. I've seen my sisters being married off to men that treat them like pets rather than the beautiful women they are. They're miserable, and if I go back, they'll do the same to me.
She looked up, her big blue eyes pleading.
Please, don't send me back.
She hiccuped on a sob.
I know you don't have any feelings for me, but I'm prepared to stay by your side as your wife for the rest of my life if I have to.
Remo opened his mouth to say something, then closed it, and my brow shot up. He shook his head. I had a feeling he was falling for her. Go to your room, Alessia. When we're ready to discuss this further, I'll call for you. Giving me a resigned smile, she nodded. About to leave, she looked at Remo.
Will you come sit with me again?
Go! He dismissed her before she could finish her sentence. Hurt flashed across her face as she turned and left the room. It's okay to show a little emotion if you're falling for someone, Remo. I moved to the bar and poured us bourbon. That's rich coming from you, he scoffed. Frowning, I handed him the glass, then moved around to my seat. Why? I asked, sliding into the leather chair. I don't have to spell it out, Renz. As my brother, I can say it to your face. You're a coward. You always told me to take what I want. Repercussions be damned. Fuck, it's been your motto for life, yet, when you needed it most, you ignored it. He tossed back his drink and set the glass on the table. When will you show the emotions you felt for so long? You let love walk out of your life because you were scared to break a young boy's heart, his beliefs, his trust, and you chose to suffer. Ignoring him, I swiveled my chair to face the window and sipped my drink. I need you to take Alessia away and set her up for a couple of months. I don't want to know the location in case. Why do you say it like you're fucking going to war? Remo snorted. I figured his irritation had more to do with me pretending I hadn't heard what he'd just pointed out than my instruction. Of course I heard. I just didn't have an answer. You know why. This is fucking insane, he grumbled, and his unusual silence had me rotating my chair to look at him. I might have a solution for you. His wicked smile was back in place. I frowned, not sure I wanted to hear what he had up his sleeve. D'Angelo wants a baby, right? What if you had a baby to give them? I'll pretend I didn't hear that. I took a drink and ran a hand through my hair. I'm a drug lord, not a fucking child trafficker. Jesus, Renz, would you hear me out? Ow! Zena Sen, he said, looking at me like he expected me to understand what the fuck he was getting at. What about her? The night of Bianca's death almost 3 years ago was the last I'd seen Zena, and I wasn't interested in a repeat performance. She has a baby. I choked on the next sip and coughed hard to ease the burning ache in my throat. Blinking to clear my watery vision, I squinted at Remo. Raiden's a father? Slowly, he shook his head, and my brow creased. What the fuck are you saying? Spill, now! Your father. For one stupid moment, I just stared. My usual calm blindsided by the divulgence. Every muscle in me tensed, and my stomach lurched. The glass in my hand shattered with the pressure of my grip. I stared at the broken pieces, aware of how well they resembled my heart, and not caring that blood dripped from an open wound. Get the chopper ready. I stood, as Remo handed me a tissue. We can't leave yet. I need to make some arrangements first. What arrangements? I dabbed at the blood. Granger Valley is not that kind of arrangement. What are you up to, Remo? My brother was the most secretive son of a bitch to walk the planet. With good reason. He merely shrugged. Does Raiden know it's mine? He's going to find out now. Even though I frowned, that showdown would either be momentous or fucked up. How long? You have the board meeting, remember? Rossi Holdings and all its subsidiaries were a front for our real business. Its legitimacy registered everything from shareholders, board of directors, to an actuarial team that maintained the financial records. Corporate investment and mergers and acquisitions being the core functionality, kept the IRS off our backs and presented an authentic facade to the FBI if they came snooping. As the CEO, I had to attend the monthly board meeting. Fine. I didn't hide my impatience. He chuckled, walking out, then glanced over his shoulder. You're not going to Granger Valley, brother. Baffled, I opened my mouth to ask him why. He was already striding out the door. I could have sworn the universe was out to get me, or maybe Remo was right. It was time to lay my claim to what was rightfully mine. Repercussions be damned. Only this time, I felt the whispered warning at the back of my head, a voice I chose not to recognize as mine, murmuring words of caution, reminding me that something could go wrong, of what had previously gone wrong when the intensity of my impulsive temperament took over, twice before. But doubts always peeked in at the most inopportune time. The fate bringing me to this precise moment where I no longer had the strength to battle my callous indifference was sealed the second I decided to let a young boy and girl live. And now, with just 4 words, Remo had me dangling at the end of that fucking pathway, ready to give in and take what I deserved. This time, though, I might not be able to stop the hurt, the pain, the indecision.
Chapter 32. Raiden, 27 years. So what now? I asked Zane, bored out of my freaking mind and impatient to get moving. Patience, boy, he replied without taking his eyes off the field glasses he was currently looking through. We sat in a speedboat, bobbing on rippling water a couple of 100 meters from what looked like a Fort Knox set up on an island. Only the building resembled an old castle and looked deserted. Are you sure they're keeping her here? This looks like a fucking prison with no way in or out. I wouldn't be surprised if they had sharks protecting the damn place, I grumbled, staring at the high walls I'd probably scrape my cock on my way up or down. Zane lowered the scope and glanced at me. Did anyone ever tell you you're impatient as fuck? He growled. I grinned, then shrugged. Yeah. Are you this impatient when you're fucking too? He muttered, lifting the scope again. Haven't had any complaints, but you're welcome to watch the next time I do, I scoffed. He shook his head without looking at me, then lifted his eyes to the sky when the whir of a chopper broke the quiet. We watched it approach from our left, hover over the rooftop, then descended before disappearing behind a wall. Time to go. Zane shoved the scope into a duffel and pulled off his shirt. My brow creased. What the fuck are you doing? He glanced at me while removing his jeans, his smirk curling the corners of his mouth. Going for a swim. You coming? What? Like now? I held out my hands in a questioning gesture. Are you fucking insane? There's probably 100 sharks in there. I balked, and the fucker laughed. No sharks. Now get a move on if you want to see your girlfriend. Why can't we take the boat closer? Jesus, you're a whiny fuck. Hands on his hips, he puffed out his cheeks. I get that you're fucking nervous as shit. I'm not, I snapped. Yeah, well, I'm not, Trent, so quit trying to pretend you're not. At my glare, he added, Once that chopper leaves, she's gone, Raiden. I frowned. How do you know? Again with the questions, he muttered. You haven't exactly been forthcoming with the information. I scowled, irritation lacing my words. He stopped rolling up the pants he'd undone, stared at me, then blew out a frustrated breath. Look, all you need to know is where to go, and that's what I'm doing. Taking you there. Once inside, you're safe. And if you follow the precise instructions I gave you, you'll walk out alive with your girlfriend. Okay? I took a moment to debate my bravery, then whipped off my t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. When I handed it to him, he stuffed our clothes into the waterproof duffel, zipped it, and slung it over his back. His confident manner told me he'd probably done this before. We're going to swim into that cove. He pointed to a black hole in the wall I hadn't noticed before. Ready? I nodded, and a couple of seconds later, we were treading the warm blue water. Any other day, and it would be perfect for chilling with a few friends. I was a good swimmer, but the way Zane cut through the water was like watching an Olympic swimmer hitting that home stretch, knowing the gold medal was his. When we reached the water's edge and made our way over the moss-covered black boulders, he stopped to take a breather. You good? He asked. Yeah. I glanced around the cavern in the mountain, which looked like it went right under the fort above it. Come on. He guided me toward a wall and climbed up onto a ledge that was wide enough to hold two people walking tightly beside each other. As we moved further in, it got darker and more difficult to see. Just hug the wall and you'll be fine, Zane called over his shoulder. We stopped a couple of meters in before he pulled out a flashlight and disappeared into a hole in the wall. I followed, taking in the rough stair structure cut into the wall. Take these stairs up to the top. Wait, I breathed. You're not coming with me? He shook his head. I need to keep guard, and if anything happens to you, I need to bring in reinforcements. Reinforcements? Fuck. That made this sound like some covert military operation. For a moment I felt as dumb as the stunned expression on my face. How the fuck did I end up in this situation again? I was about to place my life in danger, and I hadn't a clue what I was walking into. Then, as if I had a light bulb moment, memories of my kidnapping flashed through my mind. If I could survive the Rossi brothers, I sure as fuck could do this. Zena was depending on me. I took a deep breath. Okay. A passageway opens to your right. Follow it to the end, and a door will lead you into the cellar. Once inside, a stairway will take you into the main house. From there, you're on your own, because I can't say for sure which room they're keeping her in, or if she is being allowed to wander around freely. You'll have to play it by ear and avoid the guards. There's plenty of them. Understood? Unable to swallow past the lump in my throat, I nodded. Zane opened his bag and handed me my stuff. Would you rather I do this, Raiden? He said after a moment of silence. Would you? I wanted to say, then shook my head. I'm good. I dressed, hating the idea of wet briefs under my jeans, then asked, Can I just ask one question? He nodded. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being my body melting in a drum of acid, how dangerous are these people? He stared at me, then chuckled. Where did the melt in acid thing come from? I frowned, recalling Lorenzo's threat. I heard it somewhere, I guess. He shook his head. They'll probably starve you, then skin your body and feed you to the rats. As if noticing my eyes were ready to pop out my sockets, his laugh was low. It's a joke, Raiden. Are you fucking kidding me? I hissed. I'm about to walk into God fucking knows what, and you're making fun of me. Fuck, I was so ready to pummel his face into the rocks behind him. I'm just trying to ease that tension off your face, boy. Well, you have a twisted sense of humor. Go. He nodded his head toward the stairs. Do I just come back down here when I find Zena? I asked, unsure if I was just stalling. He nodded. With one final deep breath, I climbed the stairs, not bothering to look back in case my nerves betrayed me. When I reached the top of the stairs, I glanced behind me. Zane nodded for me to continue. With one last look at him, I followed his directions, and when I reached the landing that opened into the main house, I had swallowed a shitload of deep breaths before I could move any further. Keeping as close to the wall as possible, as Zane instructed, I followed the curves of the cobblestone hallways that seemed to go on forever. It felt like a scene out of a Mission Impossible movie. Despite my nerves, I had to grin. It was only when I climbed another 3 staircases that were long and frustrating did the landing lead to a couple of rooms on my left and an open courtyard to my right. The surprising part was I hadn't seen anyone yet. No people, no armed guards. Was I even in the right place? Maybe I'd journeyed too far into the center of the earth. Grinning at my stupidity, I moved further down. As I leaned forward to peek around the first doorway, a sound coming from the opposite direction to where I stood startled me. Without thinking, I slipped into a room and stopped short. I glanced around, taking in the decor. 2 walls were painted with diagonal stripes of 2 different shades of blue, and the 3rd stripe in a light gray. Full glass made up the front with a stunning view of the sea. A large white closet made up the last wall. Backing out of the room, I froze when my gaze landed on the bed near the window, and its sole occupant stirred. Just a few more steps to go and I'd be out of there. I balked as the little boy opened his eyes, then rolled around until his feet sat flat against the glass. Only because I'd practically had a hand at raising Trent's kids, I put the child around 2, give or take a few months either side. About to turn and walk away, I paused when he moved and lifted himself onto the ledge running along the window, then pressed his body flat into the glass. Although the ledge wasn't that high off the floor and the windows sealed, my insides tensed, suddenly afraid that he might hurt himself. I shifted slightly, and slowly his head turned. Clear green eyes, almost the color of the sea in the window behind him, stared at me. I balked, chewing the inside of my cheek as panic took flight. If he screamed, I was done for. He didn't. Instead, he popped a finger in his mouth and reached out his free hand. "Baby up now." I wasn't sure what that meant, but I moved closer and held out my hands cautiously. I didn't want to startle him, and when I slid them around his waist, he let me. "Hey, buddy." I carried him over to the white, shaggy rug in the middle of the room and set him down among the scattered toys. When I tried to move away, he grabbed my hand. I crouched next to him, and he fingered the leather band around my wrist. "You like that?" He sucked on his finger, then looked up at me. "What's your name, little man?" "Jardin." "That's a cool name. Do you want to hear mine?" He nodded. "Raiden." He blinked and then tried to say it. The first part got caught in his baby language, and the latter came out as Din. I laughed and said it again. He nodded his head and said, "Din." I grinned. "How old are you?" He counted his fingers and showed me 2. 2. I glanced at my watch. "I need to go now, Jardin. You be good, okay?" As I moved to stand, he shook his head and tugged at my wrist. "Play with Jardin." He picked up 2 cars and held them out. Laughing, I sat cross-legged with him. A few minutes wouldn't matter. "What's your favorite color?" I pointed to the red and blue cars in his hands. "Boo." He air-drove the red one. "That's red." "Red." He nodded and air-drove the blue car, making me chuckle. "Where's your mommy?" He looked at me, seemed to contemplate the question, then rubbed a lock of hair out of his eyes. "Mama go shower." "And your dad?" He looked at me, his tiny brow creased in fierce concentration before he stood and neared me, then pointed to my chest. "Da, da, 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 da." Laughing, I grabbed him to me in a soft hug, nuzzled his neck, then tickled him. "Din." He giggled, falling to the floor. "Do you have a girlfriend, little man?" I asked when his shoulders stopped quaking and he stayed down on the floor, picking his legs up in the air. He nodded. "What's her name?" "Mama," he shouted, and I was sure the sound carried. "I drink milk." He lifted his hands, gesturing with his fingers for something. "You want milk?" I tried while slowly standing. "Peas." He nodded, rubbing his stomach. "Okay, let me see if I can get you some." I moved toward the door, and sudden footsteps sounded in the hallway just outside the room. I stepped behind the door as someone came rushing in.
Chapter 33. Xena, 31 years. I said, "Get yourself out here, girl." "Go away!" I scream. "Katie!" My voice, raw from all the yelling and crying, siphon out like rocks scraping against a wall. I know it's a waste of time calling for her. It's that time of the day. "I'm going to fucking kill you." A hard slap resounds through the room, and I watch from my precious hiding spot behind the grate as Katie's body hits the floor with a fierce whack. Her cheek bouncing with the impact before a river of thick red blood leaks from her lip. Vacant eyes stare at me for a few seconds, then they close, shutting me out, forgetting once more that I existed. Heavy footsteps drag over the wooden flooring, scouring a year's worth of dirt behind it. "You can't stay in there forever, little girl." He's so wrong. He and I both know my stomach had learned how to withstand the pangs of hunger, the debilitating squash of need for water, for something sweet. He's way too big to fit into this vent I'd found in the wall. It's a tight squeeze, even for my frail body, but I'd rather spend days stuck in here, my body aching from being stuffed into the tiny space, than face him. I'd done it so often my body had learned to adjust. Through the holes in the grate, I catch glimpses of black sneakers that had seen better days, and now almost gray with grime. "Get the fuck out here now, Xena!" His rough voice carves another notch of fear in my chest. Heavy thumps hit the wall above my head. Panic singes my bravery, and I try to move further back. I can't. It's too narrow. Another thump sends dust raining down on me from the rafters the vent is made up of. "Please go away," I beg in a whisper. Then I scream as a fist comes tearing through the paper-thin wall I thought would protect me. Another one follows in quick succession, and another. My screams blending with the blows as I try to shield my face, my body from the offending debris. Then silence. I open my eyes, slowly lifting my head to the gaping hole that I know in my heart is the window to my demise. Another scream rips from my body as a pudgy hand ending in thick fingers and dirty nails comes flying through the open space and searches for me. I shove at it, but it's no use. It grips the top of my head, strong fingers twisting in my tangled hair, and yanks upward. I wince against the pain, clawing at the hand to let go before I'm pulled through the hole and tossed across the floor. Breathing hard, I groan as searing hot pain floods my body, and with it, hard, rough fingers grip my panties. For just a second, they still, before the grotesque face of a monster I no longer recognize crowds my face, and then pressure between my legs take over my fight for survival. "Daddy, no!" I came to with a start, my chest rising and falling in quick succession. Placing a hand over my heart, I winced at the jumping pulse beneath my fingers, wondering how dreams could shape our future. How it could make reality seem so insignificant if you continued to live within the walls of those nightmares. How it was also able to give you the strength you didn't know you possessed until you were thrust into a situation you had no hand at creating. Whether by chance or intentional, circumstances could always be controlled, It all depended on sheer willpower and mindset. Yet that same control could be your ultimate weakness. Wiping the sweat off my brow, I sat up and stared out the massive windows of my bedroom. A better word would be a prison. A beautiful one, but still a prison cell nonetheless. I raked a hand through my waist-length hair and swung my legs over the side of the bed. These were my days. Sleep, wake, eat, nap, eat, sleep. Almost 3 years of banal nothingness. How exciting. As always, the sea view from my room was spectacular, but it had ceased to be an attraction for a while now. When exactly, I had no idea. But after having spent so long imprisoned in a place some might call an ideal tourist venue, the appeal was lost on me now. I was short of nothing. Every room in this fort was beautiful and a distraction on the days I felt I was losing my mind. The refrigerator was always fully stocked. I had a wonderful cook and a stunning housekeeper, so all the necessities were taken care of. Personal toiletries required a written note placed on a notice board in the kitchen, and within a day I'd get what I asked for. All my clothing requirements were fulfilled by a boutique assistant who dropped by twice a month with a variety that would clothe an army of women. Yet even with all that, I still had no clue who'd kidnapped me. Yes, kidnapped. How fortunate. I uttered a dry laugh. Who in their right fucking mind gets kidnapped twice? Zena Sen. That's who. Oh wait, that's me. A woman with a modern brain, thinking she was strong enough to take on the fucking mafia, yet stupid enough to do it. It still didn't answer the burning question, who kidnapped me? 1 minute, I was hiding from Remo and his men, and the next, some asshole was stealing the breath from my body. And if I thought my life had ended, waking up in a place that would, on a normal level, be considered paradise, wasn't what I expected. Still, no one gave me answers and no one visited. So whether it was Remo or someone else that kidnapped me, I would never know, for however long that took. My current life, in a nutshell, didn't exactly stink, but some family interaction would be nice. Whoever held me captive made damn sure I had no way of contacting the outside world. The staff that worked here weren't allowed to bring mobiles into the property, and no one would give me more than a hello. How exciting. Oh, wait, I said that already, and it didn't change a damn thing. Shaking my head, I raked my hands through my sleep-ruffled hair, pulling it together into a ponytail. I stood, slipped on sandals, and reached for the hair tie. Hello, Zena. Jesus fucking Christ! I jumped, a hand flying to my chest, my hair falling in waves around my face and back. Swallowing down the fear, I stared at the man I'd last seen 3 years ago, leaning against the doorframe. Blue eyes, intense and foreboding, pierced my soul, and I shuddered. Apart from the gentle streaks of gray, blending with the dark hair at his temples, and the locks that fell over his brow, he hadn't changed much. Yet, for some odd reason, his powerful build appeared more imposing, more defined, more beautiful. Maybe I felt that way because I hadn't laid eyes on an attractive man in 3 years, nor had I been touched by one. Whatever it was, the admiration wasn't returned. If anything, the salt and pepper scruff he now sported seemed to deepen the scowl on his face and the glare in his eyes. What had I done to deserve such a cold response? Granted, our last interaction wasn't ideal. Had the 3-year gap not made a slight difference toward what? Forgiveness, perhaps? Hello, Lorenzo. I finally found my voice, and with it, the realization that I had been kidnapped by the Rossi brothers again. Fuck. I was like a prime example of don't get caught with your panties down around these men. I believe you owe me an explanation. His terse tone didn't go unnoticed. Somehow, I think between the first and second kidnapping, I chose to live on planet stupidity, because the next words came barreling out of my mouth in a screech. I owe you an explanation? Are you fucking kidding? Giving no thought to my actions, I crossed the room to stand in front of him. I'm locked away in God knows where for close on 3 long fucking years, and I owe you an explanation? I seethed. My chest puffed out in exasperation, and I was surprised he merely glared at me. Strangely, I didn't care. Then something dawned. Wait, you knew I was kidnapped? You knew why I was kidnapped? And you didn't bother to come visit? To come see? He took a step toward me, his gait menacing, and I unconsciously stepped back. Trust me, girl, he growled. If I'd known you spreading your legs for just any dick would have resulted in a child and robbing its father of his rights, you'd be— What the fuck are you saying? I cut him off in a rush, annoyance loosening my tongue. That you didn't kidnap me? That you didn't know I was fucking pregnant? That Remo didn't tell you about me begging to live? To tell you about my pregnancy? That he fucking kidnapped me? It was the only logical explanation for this shitstorm. Either Lorenzo knew that his brother kidnapped me, and Remo didn't tell him I was pregnant, or Lorenzo didn't know about both the kidnapping and the pregnancy. What the fuck are you— A shout from the room across the hall had me sidestepping him and rushing out the door just as his phone rang. I entered the other room to large, curiosity-filled green eyes staring up at me from the floor. Is my little Baba awake? Mama, pick baby up. 2 little hands reached out to me, his chubby fingers opening and closing in soft clenches, asking to be picked up. Laughing, I leaned down, wrapped my arms around his tiny waist, and picked him up as I straightened. I nuzzled his plump cheeks, enjoying the velvet smoothness against my nose, and inhaled his baby's sweetness. And out of the darkness came the light. My chest tightened, remembering those words that came to mind when my son, the rainbow in my bleak existence, was born. I'd cried for days following his birth. Then he took possession of my emotions, and I fell in love. Din, Mama? I frowned. What's that, Baba? He was slow to start talking, and the attending pediatrician, who visited at least twice a month, confirmed it was normal. Now my baby's vocabulary was growing. Every day he'd utter a new word. Some I understood, others would make me laugh. Din, Mama? He repeated, before his hand lifted and his forefinger extended to point at something. I followed its direction, and my hand flew to my mouth, muffling my gasp. My knees buckled, forcing me to lean heavily against the wall behind me. He's trying to say Raiden, Zena. The soft words washed over me, like that first brush of panic on a ship about to sink. There was none of the usual humor in his expression, or lightness in his tone, and I gulped down the nerves forming in my throat. For the second time in mere minutes, I stared at another man I thought I'd never see again, my heart flooding with crazy pumps of happiness I couldn't describe. Tears blurred my vision. I shook my head, not daring to believe my eyes. What are you doing here, Raiden? How are you here? I asked, drinking in the mature features of the man his best friend Austin and I called Babyface, because of just how innocent he looked. A couple of months ago, I'd snuck a quick call to Raiden using a mobile I'd found in the guest bathroom by someone who'd broken the rules. Nothing came of it. Then 2 weeks ago, by way of the usual note, I'd asked my captor to consider a birthday outing. Surprisingly, on the day, a soldier said he was there to take me out. If I didn't follow their instructions, I'd be locked in a cellar. I couldn't risk that. But once I got to Enigma, the restaurant I chose for lunch, I saw Raiden's cousin Trent and his wife, who was somehow alive. The fact that she didn't recognize me when we met in the bathroom didn't stop me from leaving a cryptic message for Raiden with her. Only he didn't make it to meet me at our favorite place. Now, seeing him in the flesh again was surreal. He ignored my questions. Is he yours? An undisguised tightness lined his words. Slowly I nodded, watching his Adam's apple bob repeatedly, as though digesting my words were a hard swallow. So, you want to tell me? He paused, and going by the fury in those darkened green orbs, I got the feeling he was trying to rein in his anger. You want to tell me how this, he gestured to the baby, is even possible, given I thought you were dead? His fists clenched and unclenched at his sides. For just a moment, I wished I'd practiced how to handle this meeting, the words I'd use to calm him, console him, make him believe that I never meant to hurt him. Then again, not knowing what your next day was likely to bring, I hadn't bothered to try. How living with your absence had become a nightmare I craved because I could do nothing to make you believe I was sorry for my reaction, he muttered. The pain in his eyes made every hair on my body twist in agony, and I welcomed the tiny pricks of anguish it brought with it, because I could never truly rewind this moment, but I tried to. I was kidnapped, Raiden, I whispered, imprisoned here for the last 3 years. Instead of understanding, my words had the opposite effect, and his jaw clamped as he gritted out, I might be younger, Xena, but I'm not stupid. That baby is old enough to have been conceived before your supposed death. Sarcasm dripped in ounces from his words. Who's the father? I gulped. This wasn't the right time to share that. He'd never understand.
Chapter 34. Raiden, 27 years. How could she do this? I'd envisioned this moment of coming face to face with Xena since that first phone call at my father's wedding. But the woman standing in front of me now wasn't whom I'd expected to see. Where had the slim, feisty woman who'd taunt and tease me with her sexy comebacks every time I challenged her gone? The woman who I'd grown to love unerringly, knowing she'd never do anything to hurt me. Instead, I stared at the liar, the manipulator, the destroyer of my heart, gawking at me as though I'd just dropped in from some fucked-up country called stupid and its people dumb fucks, because I sure as fuck felt like one. Did she expect me to fall for the kidnap story, knowing we'd played that game already? I balled my fists, trying hard to keep from cursing out loud, or worse, wringing her fucking neck. Din. Jardin held out his hand, and I tried to smile through my anguish before he popped a finger in his mouth and mumbled, I drink milk, Mama. I took a step toward her when a woman slightly older looking than Xena entered the room. Can I take him, señorita? Xena nodded, and as the woman walked out, Xena watched her leave, her expression a mixture of tenderness and worry. My chest burned with the knowledge she had a baby with another man, and I had to drag in additional air to stay upright. I asked you a question, Xena, I hissed, my anger taking over my ability to remain calm. Her eyes flicked behind me, and I had no idea why a sudden hyper-awareness prickled my skin before, hello, Raiden, vibrated through my tense body. I swung around sharply, gaping dumbstruck at Lorenzo Rossi. This was seriously not fucking happening. What the fuck was he doing here? I was still trying to process my shock for a full minute, Then it clicked. You're responsible for kidnapping her. I grunted. Nice to see you too, Raiden. The fucker smirked. Don't give me that nice to see you shit, Lorenzo. Watch your tone, boy. Or what? I'm not 18, and I'm definitely not a fucking boy. Yet still as cocky? Fuck you, I sneered. His low chuckle annoyed the crap out of me. All this time you knew where she was, and you kept quiet? You could have told me, spared me the fucking anguish, I yelled, too far gone now to care that once again I was set on taking on this mafia head. Raiden, not now, Xena, both Lorenzo and I said together, looked at her, then at each other. What the fuck's wrong with you? Why did you kidnap her and... Wait, the baby? All the puzzle pieces clicked as I did the math. I turned to Xena. The baby is his? My voice broke on the words, and I cringed at my weakness, grinding my teeth and ready to fuck something. Better yet, someone. Raiden, answer the damn question, Xena. Calm the fuck down, Raiden. I recognized the steel in Lorenzo's voice, warning me that I was pushing him. Chest rising and falling in rapid heaves, I glared at him. You took her from me, I hissed. He stared at me for a moment. I couldn't read his expression. It was a mistake, he said. Xena's soft gasp had me frowning. I shifted my gaze to her face. She looked just as surprised as me. Only God knew why, and I suddenly didn't care. I was spent, tired. The fight left my body. I was done battling for the women I loved. It just wasn't worth it. Maybe I was never meant to experience a solid relationship like Sienna and my father, Trent and Ashrika. Maybe I was just meant to live alone for the rest of my miserable fucking life. Shoulders sagging, I turned my back on them and stared out the window. An intense ache radiated through every cell in quick succession, gripping my body in a deadly surrender, because the calm before the storm was so much better right now than wanting to lash out, to fuck the shit out of them. Instead, I balled my fists, nails digging into my palms with a ferocity likely to draw blood. If you wanted him, why did you string me along, Xena? I bit back the misery lining my throat. Why didn't you just say so? I didn't turn around. Raiden. Lorenzo came up behind me, his voice filled with that surprising tenderness I'd first heard when he massaged my sprained ankle. I remembered how shocked I was that a man whose hands had killed without remorse could be so gentle. She didn't mean to hurt you. It was a drunken mistake, Ray. Xena neared me. And I didn't know how to tell you I was pregnant. So you make me believe you were dead? I pivoted, leveling her with a deep scowl, despite the tears I struggled to hold back, glazing my vision. Do you have any fucking idea what I went through? The pain of knowing that I could do nothing to save you from that accident? The agony of that last fucking call, knowing I couldn't apologize for making you cry. I blinked, and a single tear escaped. I swiped at it in anger. I fucking died inside, Xena. I couldn't live, couldn't breathe, torn from the knowledge that our last goodbye was me making an ass of myself. Do you know what it felt like? It wasn't her fault, Raiden. Lorenzo reached out a hand to touch me, and I shoved it away. Don't, I muttered through clenched teeth. Don't you dare touch me. My eyes threw daggers at him, wishing they could rip through the core of him. I'm leaving. You're both welcome to each other. You can't. Lorenzo's soft words took me by surprise. Can't? My laugh was caustic. I'm not a child you can order around, Lorenzo. I'm a man now. I'm older and less stupid for trusting the wrong people. I'm capable of making decisions. I want the fuck out of this place. No. His eyes met mine, hard and threatening. You're not going anywhere until you calm the fuck down. Calm down? Are you fucking kidding me? You! I spat out the word. Break my heart, and I'm supposed to calm the fuck down? I shoved at his chest, and he staggered backward. You lied to me. I pushed his chest again, and he let me. His gaze holding mine, I wasn't sure if it was pain I was seeing there, but it sure as fuck didn't match what I felt at that moment, every part of me ripping into tiny shreds. I wanted to tear him from limb to fucking limb, just to let him feel that pain. I hate you. Do you hear me? I fucking hate you. I thought you were a friend. I thought you... I broke off. The burn of unshed tears seared my throat, stalling my words. Annoyed by the weakness clinging to me like a second skin, I shoved him once more. Before I could anticipate his move, he grabbed my arms and pulled me into an embrace. What the fuck? I fought against his hold. But he was much bigger, much stronger, and more resolute it seemed. He held me tight, squeezing until I sagged in his hold, and my head fell to his chest. Pain over the happenings of the last few months draining my need to stay strong, to show them I could guard my heart again. I failed. The tears I was desperate to restrain fell. I'm sorry, Raiden, he whispered against the top of my head. And you're right, we should have told you. But I can't let you go while you're hurting. For just a moment, I let his soft words wash over me, allowing myself to be calmed, letting my aching heart find solace, peace. Then I remembered this was what he wanted. Lorenzo relished control, and he wanted to control me like he did everything and everyone in his life. Irritation once again seeped its way into my pores, and using all the strength I could muster, I shoved against his chest. Releasing me, he stood back and raked a slow gaze over me. I don't care what you want, Lorenzo. I'm leaving. I have powerful friends now. He'll get me out of here. I scowled. And I'm taking Xena with me. I heard her gasp behind me, not sure when I decided I wanted her back. My threat didn't seem to faze him. Zane Marone? Nothing prepared me for that shocker. I gaped at him. You know him? He merely shrugged. Then it hit me. Wait, you knew I was coming here, didn't you? Is that why it was so easy for me to get inside? A smile crept across his face. I once told you, if you wanted to get into a place undetected, don't fucking patronize me. I don't have time for your shit. Zane Marone was going to meet my fist if it was the last thing I did. All that covert operation shit. For what? Raiden, please. I heard the desperation in Xena's voice, cautioning me to watch my tongue with this mafia man we both knew could kill me for my insolence. I knew better. Maybe I was cocky, maybe not, but I was sick of people telling me what I could and couldn't do, especially people intent on screwing with my heart. Did you know? I asked Lorenzo, this time reining in my annoyance. I got the call a few minutes ago, he replied, and before you go off again, understand that I might have let you in, but getting out won't be that easy. There was no missing the underlying thread in his words. He turned away to leave. Why? I muttered. Why would you want me here? He glanced at me over his shoulder. You know why. Then he was gone. Ray, Xena neared me. I'm so sorry. I turned to look at her, suddenly noticing just how different she looked to the woman I knew. Gone was the bubbly spiritedness, replaced by a mature, glowing woman, a mother, and even if I hated to admit it, the look suited her. It added to her beauty in more ways than I could describe. Regardless, and after all the pain my heart had suffered, I couldn't give in. I no longer had it in me to feel anything for anyone except anger. One so profound, it messed with my ability to understand what just happened. I'm tired, annoyed, and now I'm a fucking captive again. I need some time to digest this, Xena." My words spewed out a little harsher than I intended. Strangely, I didn't care. Maybe it was time I focused on my needs and not on what everyone else wanted me to do. She sighed, palmed my cheek, and nodded. "I'll ask Nina to prepare the guest bedroom for you. It's the one next to mine. I'll also ask her to make you something to eat." "I'm not hungry." As I turned my back on her, I felt her eyes on me until I heard the soft click of her heels leading out of the room. I blew out air on a long exhale. Even though I ached to feel her in my arms again, I resisted. Her cryptic call and message had prepared me for some bizarre meeting, yet it had nothing on discovering that Lorenzo, the one man I'd learned to trust without meaning to, was not only responsible for kidnapping her, but the father of her child. That was like a major blow of gigantic proportions, and I had no idea how to handle it. The pain radiating through me, a chaotic burn of resentment and despair, squeezed my insides. Bile climbed up my throat, souring the insides of my mouth and making me cringe. I'd come here to give her my heart again, only it seemed like destiny had its own plan, to send me scurrying back home with my heart in tatters once more. I stared out the window, wondering if it would ever be whole again. Raking a hand through my hair, I gave in to the tears, hoping they would soothe my soul, bring me the calm I was desperate for since hearing Xena was alive. I was fucking exhausted. It had been months clinging to hope, clinging to the knowledge that I'd be happy again. I'd wasted hours not sleeping, barely eating, searching. For what? The agony of having my heart broken? Again? Was I like a wimp magnate for heartbreak? Did I not deserve love? Had my name missed Cupid's recommendations? Maybe I'd done some serious shit in my previous life, and destiny was intent on making me pay, by denying me love, making me walk on that precipice of hope before yanking the rug from under me every single time love bloomed. Breathing hard to fight the pain in my chest, the ache in my belly, and the tension in my muscles from holding my body too tight, I hit the wall. My knuckles burned on impact. I didn't care. Clenching it, I made my way toward the bedroom. Even though I craved sleep, I didn't think it would come easy. I woke to the feel of the bed dipping behind me. Vaguely aware I might have been asleep for not more than 5 minutes, I squinted at the bedside clock. Fuck. Did I sleep for 12 hours? Maybe Xena and Lorenzo's lies had taken their toll on me, or maybe some divine power decided I needed the rest. I rolled over to find Lorenzo sitting on the bed, his blue eyes watching me intently. "What the fuck are you doing here?" I bit out on instinct. My belligerent tone did nothing, and he replied, "Xena mentioned you hadn't eaten. I brought you something to eat." He gestured to the tray sitting on the bedside table. "I'm not hungry." I turned my back on him. He didn't move, his slow breathing the only sound in the surrounding silence. "I know you're angry, Raiden, but you need to eat something." I ignored him. "Would you like me to feed you?" Only someone who knew him well would pick up the subtle playfulness in his tone. "I'm not a fucking baby," I snarled. I heard him stand and walk around the bed to look at me. "Then stop fucking behaving like one," he reproached. "Go away, old man. You're not my father." Despite my irritation, his low chuckle curved my lips in a small smile. "Trust me, being your father is the last thing I want, unless—" He trailed off. Curiosity got the better of me, and I lifted my head. Even in the semi-darkness, with his hands in his pants pockets and head tilted to one side, he cut an imposing figure. "Unless what?" I pushed. He held my gaze for a long moment, his expression unreadable as usual. Wordlessly, he turned and walked away. At the door, he paused, then glanced over his shoulder. I'm 40, Raiden, and you've seen my cock in action. Still think I'm an old man?" His brow shot up before he left the room. Rolling onto my back, I stared at the ceiling, wondering when exactly had Lorenzo and I become friends. Going by how we picked up where we left off, anyone looking in and didn't know about the kidnapping would assume he and I knew each other well. We didn't. Not in the normal sense, that is. His abrupt appearance, more so his ability to comfort me, was strangely welcomed. I'd been at my most vulnerable today, and probably the desperation for a shoulder to cry on, the only reason I appreciated his care. During my short time with him, he'd offered lessons that stayed with me over the years, and maybe I had him to thank for the tough arrogance I now possessed. Only this time, it was different. He'd gone a step too far. He'd stolen from me, made Xena his while I'd lived in agony. She could never belong to me now. They had a child together, a bond I could never break. Yet deep down I knew that all logic would soon fail me. What he'd done to me was unforgivable, and I intended to make him pay. He might be a mafia boss, but I was no less cocky than the first time he met me. Now, and after all the shit I'd gone through, I planned to take without asking. Xena was mine. My stomach gave a sudden rumble, reminding me the last meal I'd fed it was a meager breakfast of coffee and 2 health bars that morning. I glanced over at the tray on the bedside table and moved closer. Lifting the lid, I couldn't stop the low laugh. "Thanks, old man." I reached for a slice of the pepperoni pizza he'd previously made for me. I'd been his young captive then, and I might be his captive once again. But fuck, the pizza still tasted good.
Chapter 35. Xena, 31 years. Watching Raiden give way to emotions I had a hand at provoking left my heart in a tailspin. But watching Lorenzo offer him the comfort I should have been giving him left me out of sorts. A feeling I'd felt once years ago. Lorenzo kidnapped us both back then, yet somehow the relationship he developed with Raiden was not only surprising but inexplicable. It was the first and only time they met and spent almost a month together. But the way he consoled Raiden today, one would think they knew each other for years. "Excuse me, señorita. The baby is almost asleep. Would you like to say goodnight?" Nina walked into the kitchen, pulling me from my thoughts. I smiled at her. "I'll be up in a minute." "Sí, señorita." Nodding, she left the kitchen. I rinsed out my teacup, set it on the dryer, and was on my way upstairs when Lorenzo stopped me. "Xena." We hadn't had a chance to finish our conversation, and I balked at the idea of discussing it now. Slowly, I turned on the 4th stair to look at him. "Yes?" The hard set of his face didn't change, even when I smiled. He waited for me to descend, then moved closer until we stood toe-to-toe. My eyes fell to his clenched jaw, and I internally flinched. Something had him chomping at the bit. "Go to Raiden." It was a demand, not a request. I opened my mouth to speak, but he silenced it with a look. "Do whatever it takes to pacify him." Even though I knew Raiden needed to be placated, Lorenzo's orders got my hackles up. I was so tired of being treated like shit by these Rossi men. Something in me didn't just snap, it ruptured. And just for a second, I forgot who I was speaking to when I said, "Why the fuck can't you do it?" My tone was a lot harder than I expected. A cold chill sluiced through my bloodstream as he glared at me, impatience marring his perfect features into a deadly scowl, before his hand shot out and he gripped my neck, squeezing until I gasped. Because you're the fucking reason he's in that state, he sneered. If he's not smiling when he walks out that room tomorrow morning, I'll let my men have their way with you. And trust me, my soldiers would easily fuck a dead woman. He released my neck, and I inhaled harshly. Go. Nodding, I turned to walk away. Xena. The steel-encased word stalled my movements. He neared me, pressing his body into my back, and I flinched, thinking he wanted me sexually, until his next words sliced through the notion like an axe through a block of ice. Tell him the truth, and I'll make sure you get off this island as fish food. Every nerve in me froze. Do you understand me, girl? Swallowing against the bile lining my throat, I nodded. You will not cry, I silently reproached, blinking back the tears. While Raiden had finally come for me, Lorenzo's appearance twisted the knife stuck in my spine until I battled to breathe. I wished he would leave. I didn't want to finish the conversation he'd started before Raiden appeared. In the nursery, I let my gaze run over Jarden's sleeping form, my one source of comfort. I'd named him after a man who taught me life was unfair, and that if you wanted something, you had to reach out and grab it. Otherwise, people would take advantage of you. My grandfather, a man I'd only known for a week before he met his untimely death. If those were his teachings, how then did I survive Lorenzo Rossi and Raiden Princeton, who now seemed to hate me just as much as the other man? I dropped a soft kiss to Jarden's head, and as I straightened, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror that stood to one side in the room. Moving closer, I turned from side to side, admiring my body. The pale lemon sundress, with its sweetheart neckline, gathers cinched at the waist, and mid-thigh flared skirt, hugged my curves in all the right places. My pregnancy had been good for my body, and while my shape was more defined somehow, the whole package fitted together perfectly. Perhaps I could find a way to appease Raiden. If using my body didn't help, then I'd have one pissed-off mafia head on my ass. If only I could use my body to sway his mind, too. Something told me I'd have a better chance of surviving a knife in my spine than getting that man to bend to my will. Suddenly, desperate to see Raiden, I stepped away from the mirror and left the nursery, my sandaled footfalls soft against the stone floors. I crossed the darkened hall to his room. I tapped gently on his door. He didn't answer. I pushed his door open slowly. The spicy scent of his cologne flooded my nostrils, and I inhaled deeply, the familiarity bringing with it a flash of happy memories, making me smile. In the semi-darkness created by the silver moonlight through the open window, I let my eyes adjust to the dimness. He lay on his side with his back to me, facing the window. Cream satin sheets covered the lower half of his body up to his waist, leaving his naked upper body open for my admiration. Remembering Lorenzo's words, I slipped off my dress, and in just my underwear, I climbed onto the bed and crawled to him. Raiden, I whispered, lying down next to him. What do you want, Xena? Wincing at the hard tone, I inched closer and slid a hand over his waist. He didn't react. I'm sorry, Raiden. I should have mentioned the pregnancy that day, but I was scared, I guess. Still no response. I'm so sorry. I dropped soft kisses from his shoulder down to his elbow. His breathing turned into a slow, quiet pace, telling me he'd fallen asleep. Withdrawing my hand, I rolled onto my back and stared up at the ceiling, wondering where it had all gone wrong. I glanced at Raiden one more time, then closing my eyes, I let his familiar scent comfort me and slowly drifted into a peaceful sleep. Xena, stop. Raiden's deep voice cut through my sleep-induced brain. I opened my eyes on a squint. Raiden's body was curled around mine, his mouth close to my ear. His fingers a tight grip on my thigh, and his hard cock pressed up between the crease of my ass. "What's wrong?" I muttered, opening my eyes fully and surprised by my edgy annoyance. Whether from being woken or the relentless arousal pursuing my sanity, I wasn't sure. Turning my head, I met his gaze. Even in the dim lighting, I could see he was fighting the temptation. Staring up the gorgeous man who'd stolen my heart for years, I wanted him to smile in the morning, but not because of Lorenzo's threat. Without breaking eye contact, I shifted my hips slightly, causing subtle friction against the thick bulge in his briefs. For just a beat, his fingers pressed into my soft skin, enough to make my hips shift again. A slow hiss passed through his clenched teeth, leaving me confused. Either his resistance was crumbling, or his anger was growing. My pulse kicked up a notch, threatening my seduction. Gripping his hand, I brought it to my breast, guiding it in a slow caress over my bra. He didn't stop me, and when I ground myself against his erection once more, his grip on my breast tightened. I moved his hand downward, letting the rough feel of his palm heighten the burn between my legs and soaking my panties. What began as a tepid warmth at the base of my spine steadily grew into an almost uncomfortable ache. I parted my knees slightly and guided his hand toward the edge of my panties. His fingers grazed over the slick folds of my pussy, and I let out a sharp gasp. God, it had been so long. As if in some erotic trance, Raiden watched me writhe under his touch, yet made no move to continue on his own. When I draped a leg over his, giving him wider access, he let me. And when I moved his fingers to glide over my clit, my hips bucked hard. Still, he watched me. Let me have my way with his hand, that uncomfortable pinch now blossoming into the start of an orgasm I felt inching along my spine. Pressing down on his hand, I guided one of his fingers to slip through my folds into my pussy. I gasped at the same time, arching against him. "Raiden," I cried out, my orgasm just within reach. "What the fuck are you doing, Xena?" He pulled his hand away and vaulted off the bed, leaving me stunned and my mouth gaping in the shape of the perfect what the fuck moment. He flipped on the bedside lamp, casting the room into a myriad of shadows. Moving to the foot of the bed, he turned his back on me. My emotions a battle between half arousal and half annoyance. I slid off the bed and walked around to him. "Raiden," I touched his shoulder. The force of his spin had me staggering back. Eyes lacking the innocence I once knew, and now laced with an unerring menace I didn't recognize, stared at me. He took a step forward, forcing me to take another step back. "What's wrong, Xena? Did you miss me?" he seethed, fury rolling off him in waves. And for just a moment, I accepted it was a mistake coming here, thinking he'd want me again. I took another step back, unsure what he might do. His shoulders stiff, his clenching fists turned his forearms into a rippling menage of cords. Again, I found myself wondering what he'd do to me right now. Given the island seclusion, he'd get away with it too. I could shout, scream maybe, but I knew Lorenzo wouldn't come, and he'd make damn sure the live-in staff didn't either. "Cat got your tongue, Xena." "Please, Raiden," I stuttered. "I can explain." I retreated as he advanced. The back of my knees hit the edge of the bed, and my arms flailing. I sat down hard on the mattress, my body jostling with the impact. Raiden was on me before I could breathe. With his palms pressed on either side of me, he caged me in, his face hovering above mine. A muscle ticked in his clenched jaw, his exhales suffocating my inhales. Explain what exactly? How you let me think you were dead? How you lied about fucking another man? He growled. How you made my heart bleed, thinking I'd wronged you? Stunned by the ferocity in his words, I cowered, pinching my eyes shut and pressing my head into the mattress. I didn't mean to hurt you, Raiden. But you did, didn't you? With Lorenzo fucking Rossi, he hissed. I shuddered, squeezing my body tight to keep from shaking. I'd seen Raiden angry, seen him fight men bare-fisted, but this was the first time I'd felt fear. This was different. He was different. Opening my eyes, I squinted at the face taut with anger moving closer, thinned lips inches from mine. Tell me, Xena, did you like it? Did you enjoy fucking him? Did it feel good having his cock shoved inside you, letting his cum flood your warm pussy? His tongue snaked out, licking the seam of my lips. I trembled. Answer the fucking question, he barked. No, I winced, falling flat on my back. Using my elbows as leverage, I scooted up until the top of my head touched the headboard. He crawled over me, his knees and hands on either side of me, locking me in place once more. Why did you come here tonight? The words wouldn't come because I wasn't sure what I could tell him that would ease the pain, calm him down. I could do it before, now not so much. I'll tell you what you came here for. I startled when he moved higher, all the way up until he pushed down his briefs and his cock hovered above my lips. Is this what you want? He rolled the head over my lips, painting it with his pre-cum. Unconsciously, my tongue darted out to lick the salty liquid. Answer the fucking question. Do you want to suck my cock? Yes. It was a gamble, because I wasn't sure what he wanted from me. My gaze searched his expressionless face, reminding me of Lorenzo's hardness. Then suck it, Xena. And if you make me come, I'll make damn sure you're sucking me for 24 hours straight. My eyes widened at the threat, and before I could react, he flexed his hips, shoving his cock into my mouth, pushing it to the back of my throat. I gagged around the stiff girth. My eyes immediately watered as my lungs begged for air. I wasn't sure if it was my groan or my mouth squeezing around him that had him pulling out and slamming back in just as quickly. Swallowing was impossible, and I realized it was intentional on his part when he gripped the headboard, and using the thickening spit as lubrication, he began riding my mouth. I lifted to taste him, swirling my tongue around the mushroom head as he withdrew, and he stilled. Lie still, he ordered. I did as he asked, giving him free rein and allowing the taste of him to fill every inch of my mouth, until I couldn't. Each time he pulled out, I lapped my tongue around his length, tracing each ridge and vein. Then I clamped down using my tongue and upper palate to create a tighter suction. Fuck. His low, guttural groan shattered the silence, filling my pores with his arousal. Jesus, Xena, don't. You're going to make me come. Even though his threat hung in the air, I didn't care. Raiden hated being challenged and loved the control. I'd seen it all the time. On his next withdrawal, I twirled my tongue around the head, sticking the tip of my tongue in his slit and relishing the taste. As though he sensed I was beginning to like what he was doing, he climbed off the bed and moved to the couch at the bottom of the bed. He took a seat, spread his legs out in front of him, and his hands along the backrest, keeping his gaze trained on me when I sat up against the headboard. Knowing he hated me, I had to admit that Raiden Princeton was exactly that. A beautiful man who'd grown from a boy, taken against his will, and evolved into a dark, arrogant prince who right now looked almost regal with the soft hues from the lamp shading his muscular body a golden tan. He was gorgeous and so damn mouth-watering. Fire burned in eyes the color of unyielding stone. Dangerous, predatory, unpredictable. The tension palpable with just that look alone. Since our first time together, Raiden had grown into an ardent lover with equal parts charm and hardcore. We'd both enjoyed rough sex, but the look in his eyes now had me playing guessing games of his intentions. Still, it did nothing to phase the slow flame of arousal in my belly. I wanted him, whatever it took, however dirty. "You want me to fuck you, Xena?" His husky tone carried across the room, his words melted seduction. "Yes." My voice trembled, my skin now hyper-aware of his fiery gaze. "Take off your panties," he ordered. I removed the red thong and tossed it aside, desire blossoming in my core, my pussy already slick and ready for his touch. "Spread your legs." The baritone command reverberated down my spine. Not sure where this would lead, I kept my gaze locked with his and slowly spread my legs, mimicking the way he sat. I sucked in a breath when his hands slid inside his briefs. Watching him touch himself deepened the relentless throb in my pussy that began the second I walked into the room. "Now show me how you want me to fuck you. How you missed my cock." The air between us dripped sexual tension, making me desperate to touch myself, while I watched Raiden's hand move inside his briefs. I sucked on my forefinger, slipping my tongue out and letting it curl around the digit until it was slick with saliva. Brushing my wet finger along my sensitive folds, my hips jerked at the contact. I licked my lips, catching sight of the head of his cock with each stroke of his hand over his length. I slid my finger inside me and gasped at the intrusion. Swollen, my pussy ached for relief, my hips flexing as my touch nudged me closer to the edge. My bottom lip between my teeth, my lids slid shut against the need blanketing my body. "Don't come, Xena." The hard words had me opening my eyes, blinking repeatedly to focus on his command. "Raiden, please," I moaned, leaning my head back against the headboard, my inner muscles clenching around my finger. "I can't." "Don't," he warned. I opened my mouth to argue, and the subtle shake of his head had me clamping my bottom lip between my teeth, my release so fucking close I could taste the sweet tang on the tip of my tongue. Closing my eyes, I withdrew my finger, brushed the pad over my clit, and gasped, "Fuck." I shook, a pleasurable tremble racing through my body, curling my toes downward and making me spread my legs further apart. "Ray, open your fucking eyes." His voice boomed across the room, the tenor vibrating through my pussy. I opened them, not bothering to hide my glare. Cheeky, his lips twitched, yet didn't detract from the length of his cock, now in the tight grasp of his palm, his briefs lowered to cup his balls, giving me a tantalizing view. I licked my lips, my mouth watering to taste. Every stroke of his hand had my pussy clenching, and my fingers circling my clit to match his rhythm, pressing harder against the sensitive bud. "Look at my fucking cock, Xena. Watch me fuck myself. Like I'd done so when I remembered you. When I fucking missed you." His jaw tightened, his gaze darker, ominous, yet no less arousing. I dropped my gaze, moaning low as pressure bore down on my spine, threatening my ability to stay focused. "Does it turn you on? Watching me fuck myself?" I whimpered when he squeezed harder, pre-cum glistening on the slit before he swiped it with the pad of his thumb. "Does it?" he growled. "Yes." The air to my lungs became harder to draw as the need between my legs intensified. Then keep your eyes on me. Watch me fuck my palm. Watch how good it makes me feel, staring at your sweet pussy while I come. Ray, fuck yourself, Xena. Now, he ordered. I slipped a finger inside my pussy, pushing as deep as I could, the throb making me shake. Beads of sweat peppered my upper lip. God, I was so close. I'm sure you've done it countless times since you missed me, right? I didn't answer because he was right. I had. My lids drifted downward. Eyes on me, he barked, his voice hoarse, telling me his orgasm had him over the edge. Please, Raiden, why are you doing this? Punishment, he growled, because you need to be shown what it is to be denied the pleasure you desperately want, because that's what you did to me, didn't you? Denied me pleasure that was mine. You took that, didn't you, Xena? Slowly, I shook my head. My legs quivered as I tried to control the pressure of my finger. My orgasm raced down my spine. I'm going to come, my voice trembled. Come, and I swear to God it's the last fucking orgasm you'll ever have. His knuckles tightened, his strokes grew harder, faster. Make me come, Xena. Tell me to come. Use your words. I bit down on my lip, squeezing my thighs, my orgasm threatening to burst. I swallowed and wet my lips. Holding back, tightened every muscle in my body as it begged for release. Desperate, I wanted to come, but his warning told me this wasn't one of his usual mischievous tricks. This was Raiden's punishment. I'd hurt him. Come for me, handsome. Let me see you squirt all over those beautiful abs, I whimpered. The recollection of making him come over FaceTime spiraled my need. Come for me, baby. I want to see that thick, hot cum. I want to suck every single drop from that delicious slit. Then I want you to spread my legs and stretch my pussy. Fuck me till I cry. I shoved my finger into my pussy, mimicking what it would look like if he were fucking me. The nails of my other hand digging into my thigh to stay my orgasm. Fuck. He leaned his head back against the rest, hips flexing, and hand pumping hard and fast until white ribbons squirted from that bulbous head, painting his abs in thick, creamy streaks. I moaned low, closing my eyes against the sight, knowing it could be my undoing if I stared. It had been so long since I'd been this aroused. Annoyed, I bit down on my tongue and opened my eyes to find Raiden watching me. Indifference giving him a look of utter boredom. Feels good to be denied pleasure, doesn't it? To be made a fool. He gritted. I opened my mouth to say something, and his brows shot up. Get the fuck out of my room. I swallowed my gasp. Tears stung my lids as I climbed off the bed and walked out, not bothering to dress. I'd already been humiliated enough today by both men. Another person seeing me wouldn't mean much to anyone, anyway.
Chapter 36. Raiden, 27 years. When I went down to breakfast the next morning, I was intent on getting the hell out of there. Zane hadn't answered any of my earlier calls, nor had he responded to my texts. I figured he wasn't interested in giving me a reason for sending me into a rosy trap once more. Whatever the case, I intended to get my way. I wanted to call Trent, but refrained. He had a fairly new woman in his life. He'd just found happiness again. And the major reason? He had kids. I couldn't put him in harm's way. I thought of calling Austin, but he was still in Africa. Not much help there. That left my father, who, while I'd forgiven his indiscretion, we still had a long way to go before bridges were fully mended, which meant I was all alone in my need to escape. Lorenzo was sitting at the table, reading the newspaper, his demeanor cool and calm, as if he hadn't annoyed the crap out of me by being adamant about me not leaving. Next to him, Jardin was trying to paint the table with his Cocoa Pops, and behind him, Zena stood at the counter pouring herself a cup of coffee. She looked up when I entered, but avoided my head-on gaze, and instead focused on trying to clean up Jardin's mess. I figured she was miffed with her whole seduction attempt not going according to plan. If she hadn't learned I was no longer a pushover by now, she was in for a bigger shock. Still, the cozy facade didn't sit well with me. One big happy family, I muttered under my breath. Slept well? Lorenzo glanced up and at my scowl. A hint of a smile curled the corners of his lips. He was enjoying my frustration a little too much. I didn't bother with an answer, slid into the seat on the opposite end to him, and looked at Jardin. Hey, buddy, what are you eating? His lips parted on a full mouth, and milk dribbled down the sides of his mouth, making me chuckle. Pops, he answered, the cocoa disappearing with his swallow. He jumped off his chair, and with his hands cupped around the bowl, he walked toward me, his step slow so as not to spill. His steady coordination was fascinating to watch. What are you doing, Baba? Zena asked. Only when he stopped beside me and held out the bowl did he answer. Then eating Pops. Laughing, I took it and picked him up to sit on my thigh. As I set the bowl on the table in front of us, I looked up to find Lorenzo and Zena watching us, their expressions different yet unreadable. What? I frowned. Zena turned her back on me, and Lorenzo went back to reading the paper. Can you count, Jardin? His nod was an eager shake of his head. I set a couple of breadsticks in front of him, and he smiled at me. Go on, count them. He looked at Zena, and at her nod, he leaned forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, that's great. I ruffled his curly hair. Can you count more? Another enthusiastic nod. I set down more breadsticks. 6, 9, 7, 8, 10. He stopped to look at me. I hid my laugh and rearranged the sticks. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I said slowly as he watched my mouth move. You want to say it with me? He nodded. I repeated the count, and he followed, then clapped his hands together, excitement shining in his eyes. Both Lorenzo and Zena were smiling, and a sudden pang hit me in the chest. Unconsciously, I rubbed the spot and looked away when Lorenzo's eyes dropped to my chest. I suddenly felt like an outsider in their cozy home. This was supposed to be my happy ever after. The question remained, where did I go from here? Even if I left, the knowledge she'd chosen him over me, kidnapped or not, stung like a bitch. I forced a smile for their son as he tugged my mouth open and held a breadstick up for me to bite. I accepted it and ruffled his hair again. Even his baby talk couldn't pull me out of my abrupt doldrums. As if sensing my withdrawal, Zena walked over and picked up a protesting Jardin. It's bath time, Baba. The other woman in the kitchen, who I figured was the nanny, took the child from Zena. He stretched out a hand toward me, and I gave it a soft squeeze. I'll see you after your bath, buddy. When the nanny left, I looked at Lorenzo as Zena set a mug of coffee in front of me. I want off this island. I took a sip of the drink. Resting his elbows on the table, he linked his fingers under his chin and slowly shook his head. Irritation burned up my spine, and I gripped the mug tight. Why the fuck not? This is your family, not mine, I hissed, and his brow shot up. We're not doing this captive shit again. I set the mug down hard enough to slosh the brown liquid over the sides. His low chuckle had me barely restraining myself from flying across the table and planting a right hook to his jaw. That arrived for you. He nodded to something behind me. I glanced over my shoulder. What's that? Zane's head in a bag? I snorted, making Zena gasp and Lorenzo's lips twitch. Curiosity got the better of me. Rising, I walked over and opened it, then frowned at the men's clothes and toiletries. My head snapped to Lorenzo. "What the fuck is this?" I growled. Then it clicked. "You're not letting me go, are you?" That would be an intelligent deduction. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes on me. Straightening, I walked to his side while Zena watched us from her seat at the table. "Suck my cock, Lorenzo," I snarled, frustration tightening the tendons in my back. "Would you like me to, Raiden?" Startled by his calm question, I was at a loss for words. Zena's shocked gaze ping-ponged between us before she cleared her throat, stood, and left the room. Turning my back on him, I grabbed the bag and walked out. Hopefully, a hot shower and clean clothes would calm me the fuck down.
Chapter 37. Xena, 31 years. Almost 2 weeks had passed since Raiden and Lorenzo arrived on the island. If I was expecting good company, since I hadn't had any in a long time, I was sorely mistaken. Raiden refused to speak to Lorenzo and spent most of his time playing with Jordan. It was no surprise my son had taken to Raiden like a moth to a flame. I'd watched him with Trent's kids, and they loved his attention. While he was your typical young adult when I was with him, he possessed a softer side that drew kids to him. And if he wasn't playing with Jordan, he'd work out in the gym or plant himself in front of the television watching movies. After that night he'd toppled my seduction attempt, he paid me no attention. It was as if he treated me like I was Lorenzo's wife. As for Lorenzo, if he wasn't off to the mainland, wherever that was, he worked in a study I had never been inside, stayed out of Raiden's way, and only used the gym when Raiden went to bed. Meals progressed silently, with one of them leaving the table as soon as they were done. He did not attempt to continue our discussion, and I was happy with that. Regardless, it was like living with 2 teenage boys, and it drove me nuts. I had no idea what hostility brewed between them, but something told me it was way more than surface level. Given we'd escaped the last time, I figured maybe Lorenzo was being extra frustrating this time round, just to get back at us. Whatever his intention, though, it seemed to be working. Earlier that morning, Raiden had gone down to take a swim. A sudden downpour and cold winds turned the water around the island into a wild vortex of death. He opted to spend the time indoors. During the day, he appeared to be a lot flirtier with me than he'd been since arriving. And despite my resolve to stay away from him, after the way he'd humiliated me, I was enjoying the attention. Either I was just plain stupid, or I decided to listen to the "wake the fuck up and get me some cock" song my pussy kept singing around Raiden and Lorenzo. I was horny as shit, and no matter how many times I masturbated, I wanted the real thing. And I planned on getting it, tonight. Come high or hell fucking water. One of these 2 men, if not both, was going to give me what I wanted. Cock. Yep, big words for someone who'd played the meek card all through the last 2 weeks. But hell hath no fury like a woman wanting a fucking orgasm. If my plan didn't work, I was screwed. Nope, not physically. I waited for Nina to put Jordan down for the night, then treated myself to a luxurious soak, complete with scented candles, rose milk water, and blended oils. When I stepped into the crimson and black lace-edged lingerie, I took a moment to admire myself in the mirror, loving the sensual feel of satin against my skin. Brushing my hair until it bounced in soft curls around my waist, I stared at my reflection. For the first time in years, There was a flush of color to my creamy skin, a distinct pink tinge I knew wasn't a result of the hot bath I'd just taken. It was the upshot of a fervent heat, a slow burn unfurling at the idea of seducing either Raiden or Lorenzo, or perhaps both, into giving me what I need. A hot, mind-blowing orgasm I knew both could give me with their eyes closed. I dabbed on some perfume to my pulse points, added a touch of mascara, lip gloss, and slipped on the matching satin robe. If I couldn't go out on a date, then I'd make up my own, even if I had to spend it alone. Downstairs, I poured myself a glass of red wine and entered the living room opposite the one Raiden sat in watching a movie. Lorenzo had disappeared after dinner, and I didn't bother to offer either man a drink. Closing the door, I set my glass on the coffee table, lit the fire, and chose a CD from my limited choices. Selecting my favorite song, Dance Like We're Making Love by Sierra, I put it on a loop, knowing the words would bring back memories. Slowly, I swayed to the music, letting the words seep through my body, igniting a burn I wanted sating. I stared out the window overlooking the dark ocean that merged flawlessly with the midnight blue sky. Rain hissed against the window and pummeled the grounds, similar to the way my heart raced, eager to be pacified. I closed my eyes, the music taking over my senses. Let's dance like we're making love. Raiden's whisper in my ear, his chest to my back, and his hands around my waist, his fingers lacing with mine on my stomach, drew out a small groan as his body moved with mine. It was like coming home to Christmas. We'd done this so often before, to this very song. Maybe playing the song had been strategic, knowing it could bring Raiden to me. I didn't care. It worked. I sighed when he slipped the satin robe off my body before his hands came up to knead my breasts. His scent wrapping around me, the rough hair of his stubble grazing my neck, spiraled a surge of shivers down my back. His soft breath tickled my ear as his tongue traced the shape of it. My nipples hardened, straining against the soft satin bra. He rolled them between his thumbs and forefingers, and I arched my back, pushing my breasts out, begging for more. Heat blazed a slow path down my spine, growing hotter with each inch. His teeth nipped along the soft skin of my shoulder as he flexed his hips, nudging his cock up against my ass, spurring steady friction in my pussy. With one hand massaging my breast, he slipped the other into my panties. The flick of a finger over my wet folds left me writhing and twisting for more. I tipped my head to catch Raiden's lips. His growl lazy and soft, he latched on, pushing his tongue into my mouth and deepening the kiss. He slid a finger into my pussy and pulled out to slick my clit with my arousal. My hips bucked on the first hiss of desire pooling in my core, my need to come sharper, heavier. I wrenched my lips from him on a whimper. Please, Raiden, I want to come. And I want to fuck you. Now. I barely had time to grasp his words before he had me up against the wall and my legs around his waist. I had no idea how his sweatpants dropped or how he got a condom on. All I was aware of was him shoving aside my panties and his violent thrust as he sank his cock into me. I let out a harsh cry. Pleasure rimmed by pain rocked my body. Giving me no time to breathe, I clung to his neck as he pounded my back into the wall, his ragged pants in my ear. It had been so long, and my body took a moment to adjust, my pussy muscles stretching to accommodate his wide girth, while I focused on chasing the release he'd denied me. Raiden was having none of that. With one of his hands gripping my thigh almost painfully, the other came up and wrapped around my throat, pressing my head to the wall before he fucked me hard, his thrusts relentless, almost unforgiving, almost like Lorenzo. I closed my eyes and savored his manipulation of my senses. "Come for me, Xena," he grunted in my ear. I opened my eyes, meeting the naked burn of azure crystals. I gasped. With a shoulder pressed into the doorframe, one hand around a bourbon glass, the other in his pants pocket, Lorenzo watched us. His gaze hooded, intense, enigmatic. My breath hitched. Desire swirling a storm in my lower belly, raging its way down to my slick pussy. "Ray," I whispered. "Yeah." He lifted his head to look at me, then followed my gaze. An immediate smirk snaked its way over his aroused expression. "Enjoying the show, old man?" Raiden scoffed, not letting up on his hard thrusts that suddenly turned more aggressive. He was taking his taunt to the next level, and I was the pawn. But fuck, I wasn't about to complain. I wasn't sure what response I expected from Lorenzo, but the rogue smile spreading from the corners of his mouth wasn't it. The challenge was there, though, egging Raiden on, telling him to do his worst or best. I wasn't sure. Raiden knew, though, because his soft chuckle filled my ears when he nipped my earlobe. Transfixed by those blue orbs watching us, I didn't notice the sting until Raiden did it again, his teeth clamping down hard on the soft tissue at the same time he pinched my clit. "My cock's all grown up now. You can't stop me like you did back then," he goaded Lorenzo. I figured Raiden was remembering when Lorenzo stopped us kissing during the kidnapping. "Let him watch, babe, and each time he fucks you, he'll be thinking of me." Was it a competition? Perhaps he feared he wouldn't match up to Lorenzo's hardcore fucking. Now I believed Lorenzo had left his mark on Raiden in more ways than one, and I was caught in the middle of it. Whichever way I turned, I'd faced two alphas at both ends, and for just a beat, I wondered if my body could handle the repercussions. "Come for me, Xena." Although Raiden's grip on my thighs tightened, and he fucked me harder, he and Lorenzo gazing at each other, their looks heated, sexy, and arousing, initiated the abrupt thought of them fucking me together, and that sent me over the edge. A sharp groan spilled from my throat, pleasure ricocheting down my spine. Squeezing my thighs tightly around him, I clung to Raiden as my body shook. With two more vicious thrusts, I felt his cock pulse with his release. I was still coming down from high when Raiden asked, "Are you turned on by him watching, Xena?" I moaned, low in my throat, unable to tear my eyes away from the way Lorenzo ran his tongue over his lips to collect the residue of the drink he'd just sipped. Perhaps it was time to up the ante. "Do you know what would turn me on more?" "What?" Raiden lowered me to my feet. "You and Lorenzo kissing." Instead of surprise, Raiden's smile was slow, cheeky, and bold. I knew that look. After the kidnapping, he'd become way too daring. He was willing to try anything and everything. Some with success, others not so much. Still, there was nothing he wouldn't try. Asking him to kiss Lorenzo, though, was taking shit to a level even I didn't expect Raiden to try. I risked a glance at Lorenzo, but his expression remained unchanged. He was staring at us. Raiden got rid of the condom, pulled up his sweatpants, and pulled me into his arms with my back to his chest, while we both looked at Lorenzo. "If I kiss him, would you let us fuck you together?" He swiped a finger through my slit, brought it to his lips, and sucked it into his mouth. Again, just the thought of them fucking me together drew a fresh slick of arousal between my thighs, curling my toes into the carpet. "Yes," I moaned, answering without thinking of the repercussions. Pulling his finger to my mouth, I licked it, then moved it back down to rub my clit, while maintaining eye contact with Lorenzo. His eyes, dark with lust, shifted between Raiden and me. Applying the perfect amount of pressure, I guided Raiden's fingers into swirling over my clit. Lorenzo's gaze dropped to the tango our fingers created in my throbbing pussy. My breath came out in ragged pants. Another orgasm hovered. The tremble began in my legs, sprinting its way up my body. The urge to shut my lids and sag against Raiden grew. Instead, I couldn't hide the plea in my eyes, wanting Lorenzo to cross the floor to us and slip his fingers inside me, while Raiden teased my clit. Yet he made no move to acknowledge my request. I could only wonder if he was waiting to see how Raiden could make me unravel with his touch alone. Without warning, Raiden stopped and pulled his hand out of my grasp. I barely managed from shouting out, my climax teetering on the edge. "What the—" I broke off on his low chuckle as he looked at Lorenzo. "What do you say, old man? Want to show her how it's done?" I heard Lorenzo's slow hiss of breath before he said, "Maybe I should fuck that cocky mouth instead." "I'll take that as a no, then," Raiden retorted, his smug grin unmistakable, that he was enjoying taunting Lorenzo. Maybe it was the ultimate mindfuck for Raiden, or maybe it was payback for the kidnapping. Regardless, I had to admit that while my chemistry with him was potent, what he had with Lorenzo was unachievable, and I believed it began from the moment Lorenzo sat down at the bar that first time he met Raiden. "Come here, Raiden." His deep voice, seductive and husky even to my ears, drew Raiden's attention. He lifted his head, and I glanced at Lorenzo, my gaze falling to the slow trail of his tongue along his bottom lip. The same lips I wanted to taste, but wasn't allowed the privilege. He'd fucked me twice, my mouth once, yet he'd never kissed me. Maybe it was his way of preventing a deeper connection with the woman he fucked. I could only guess. Salivating at the thought of what he'd taste like, a part of me wanted Raiden to stay put, while the other part, the sexually excited part, wanted Raiden to go to him. Wordlessly, he walked over to Lorenzo. I expected some crass remark from Raiden. That didn't happen. I watched, waited. Heat burst through my spine, the anticipation something I'd never experienced. Was it fucked up? Who the fuck cared? This right here was what sexual fantasies were made of. Would Lorenzo kiss Raiden? They stared at each other for a long moment. Two alphas alike, yet so different in their domination. While Raiden commanded attention with just a smile, Lorenzo dominated a room with just a look. Yet none of that came close to the stare they now shared. It was like watching lovers speak without words, share without asking, demand without submission. Was it strange that those were my thoughts while watching these men who'd fucked me hard, yet never together? I expected Raiden to lead, given his arrogance, but when he allowed Lorenzo to grip his hip and pull him close, even I wasn't prepared for the way Lorenzo grasped his neck with his free hand and slammed his mouth over Raiden's. I gasped. My breathing hitched, and my pulse soared. I clutched my throat, my mouth achingly desperate to have their mouths on mine. I've heard people say that if a kiss can elicit a moan from either party, it meant the other's enticement was unequaled. However, the low, guttural groan that Raiden made told me Lorenzo had a powerful hold over him and left me panting in anticipation of what would follow. I'd kissed him, deep, tantalizing kisses that had made him harder than granite. But watching Lorenzo kiss him, a slow ping of jealousy dotted my skin. This wasn't a kiss. No, this was sensual, unadulterated seduction. This was what heaven and hell looked like if they'd collided. Stormy, unbridled domination. Lorenzo wasn't kissing him. He was making love to his mouth. He was stealing Raiden's breath, and I wouldn't be surprised if his heart went in the process. If that were even possible. Lorenzo didn't strike me as the relationship type of person, but he shared some kind of bond with Raiden. Or this kiss right here wouldn't be happening. Oh my fucking God, that's so hot. I finally found my voice as my pussy internally combusted, and I was desperate for them to touch me. They drew apart, but Lorenzo's hand still stayed on Raiden's hip while he looked at me. Happy, babe? More like horny, I laughed. You wouldn't consider fucking, Lorenzo, would you? The words were out before I could stop. Raiden glanced at Lorenzo, and I couldn't decipher the look they shared. But Raiden stepped away. Not happening. My disappointment must have shown because he lavished me with a wicked grin. Anything else before we fuck you into oblivion? I licked my lips. What about you blowing, Lorenzo? Definitely not happening. Raiden shook his head. This time he didn't look at Lorenzo, but dragged me toward one of the couches. What's wrong, Raiden? Lorenzo's deep voice, pure seduction at its best, had Raiden stopping and slowly turning. I followed suit. Afraid you might enjoy sucking my cock a little too much. He rubbed a thumb over his bottom lip, the smirk even more pronounced and clear that he enjoyed baiting Raiden. Or maybe you might suck at it. Pun intended, of course. I knew Raiden loved to be challenged and waited to see his reaction. Instead, he scowled. Trust me, old man. If I sucked your cock, I'll ruin you for women. I bit my lip to keep from laughing, because watching these men kiss might be hot, but watching the unmistakable chemistry between them was potent as fuck. Lorenzo's chuckle was low and only seemed to further annoy Raiden. He walked away, leaving me unsure what to do next. Come here, Xena. I turned to find Lorenzo had moved to one of the couches. I had no idea what he was up to, but as I moved toward him, I caught Raiden's glare from the opposite side of the room. He was pouring himself a drink, then turned, leaned an elbow on the bar counter, and watched us.
Chapter 38. Lorenzo. 40 years. The kiss Raiden and I shared caught me by surprise. After everything that happened, I hadn't expected him to go through with it. But he did. Although I regretted challenging him because he'd gone right back to scowling mode just when he'd come out of it. I didn't realize just how much an angry Raiden fascinated me. He relished control. I could see it in the way he'd staked his claim on Xena, and lost his shit if anyone tested him. His brutal fucking told me he'd learned a thing or two. Since arriving, he'd spent the 2 weeks shutting me out. My motives might be considered selfish, but I had my reasons for keeping him as a captive again, and I didn't care if he ended up hating me for it. So far, that seemed to be the relationship we'd developed. Every time I opened my mouth to say something, he'd walk away. I could have easily gone back to the mainland and left him to rebuild his relationship with Xena. My reason for staying, however, was twofold. I was giving the D'Angelos time to cool off, which I didn't think would be likely, while Remo secured Alessia somewhere. As fucked up as it sounded, I needed Raiden to trust me again, and I was about to test the limits of his irritation a little further. When I called Xena over to me, he turned away from the bar, directly opposite me, to watch. I waited for his anger. He merely lifted the glass to his lips. Pulling off my t-shirt, I unzipped my jeans and dragged them off with my briefs. I stroked my cock as Xena approached me. I shifted my gaze from Raiden to her. "Take off your panties." She did as I asked. I tugged her down to straddle my lap, with her back to my chest so that Raiden had a full view of what I was about to do. She ground her hips, her slick pussy coating my cock in her arousal. "Spread your legs." Her eyes on Raiden, she obeyed. "Are you hungry for my cock, Xena?" I ran a slow finger down her arm. She trembled with a nod. "Answer me, girl." She licked her lips. "Yes." "What about Raiden's? You want to eat his cock, too?" I looked at him. He was now leaning back with both elbows resting on the counter, his eyes on us. "Yes," she replied. I brushed my lips from her shoulder to her neck, nuzzling lightly, her breath hitched, her body trembling. "What about that wet cunt? What if we want it painfully tight around us? Can you take both mine and Raiden's cocks together?" She gasped, but I felt the telltale jerk of her hips. "I want to feel you stretch around us, Xena. I want to watch our cocks push past your limits and fuck you hard. Would you like that?" I trailed a slow path up the inside of her thigh. "Yes," she croaked. I slipped my hand between her thighs, cupping her mound, keeping my gaze on Raiden. Her chest rose and fell, her breathing labored. His scowl had lessened to a blank stare. I rolled a finger through her slit. "You're fucking drenched, Xena. Does the idea of us fucking your pussy together turn you on?" Nipping her shoulders, I pushed 2 fingers inside her, earning a long, low moan. "Oh, God, yes," she whimpered, her head falling to my shoulder. I rolled my fingers through her slit, spreading the wetness all around her and her lips, then pressed down on her clit. Her body shuddered, rocking her hips over my cock. Now hard and ready to fuck her. Another deep moan slipped from her lips. I glanced over at Raiden. He was sporting a rigid hard-on, and I cocked a brow. "Tell him you want it, Xena," I whispered in her ear. She picked her head up and looked at Raiden. "Hey, handsome. I want you and Lorenzo to fuck my pussy together. Please." Her voice was sensual and desperate. I watched as Raiden set his glass to the side, but made no move to cross the floor. Instead, he lowered the front of his pants and drew out his cock. Spitting in his palm, he stroked himself, his look questioning. He wanted more, tightening my arm around her waist, my fingers digging into her hip. I nipped the back of her neck. "Spread your legs wider." She did as I asked. This time, I pushed in 3 fingers while keeping my thumb on her clit. Her loud moan bounced off the walls, and her thighs started to quiver, her hands clenching at her side. "Play with your tits, Xena. Show 'em what you want." Squeezing one of her full breasts, she rolled the hard brown nipple between her forefinger and thumb, keeping her gaze on Raiden. I grazed my teeth along the soft skin of her shoulder, and her hips jerked. I thrust up, letting her feel my cock, deeper and harder. I worked her wet cunt, and her moans grew louder, pulling my fingers out. I dragged them around her soaking hole before driving them back in, hard and fast. "Oh, fuck, yes." She tipped her head back in a loud cry. I watched as she came undone, her cheeks a beautiful shade of pink, her chest a rapid rise and fall of heavy panting, her thighs quivering on mine as cum gushed down her thighs, giving her no reprieve from her high. Raiden approached us and dropped to his knees between our spread legs. He lifted her legs and planted her feet on the couch on either side of my thighs, opening her pussy wide to his gaze, then began feasting on her. Fisting his hair, she held him tight to her cunt while she rocked against his face. I cupped her breasts, twisting her nipples between my forefinger and thumb. At the same time, Raiden pushed 2 fingers inside her pussy and lapped at her clit. Each time he ran his mouth along a slit, his stubble scraped at my balls, directly under her pussy. My cock felt the effect and ached like a bitch, wanting in on the action. It didn't take long for Xena to throw her head back in a loud moan as her body shuddered in a release. My subtle trick worked.
Chapter 39. Raiden, 27 years. I watched Xena sitting on Lorenzo's lap come apart at the seams as I sucked her pussy. Drawing back, my gaze flicked to Lorenzo. His usually unreadable expression was now graced by a full-blown smirk. Whether it was because of the kiss we shared, or him fucking Xena with his fingers that had me desperate to shove my tongue in her pussy, I wasn't sure. Either way, he seemed pleased with himself. I scowled at him, and he grinned. Unsure what plan he had up his sleeve, I was determined to show him I was in control, that he'd walked into my seduction. My mouth wet with her juices, I leaned closer. Cheeky, I tilted my head. "Want to taste yourself, babe?" I asked Xena. She nodded. "What about you, old man?" He surprised me when he grabbed the front of my shirt, jerked me forward, and sucked Xena's cum from my face, letting his tongue linger over my lips as if testing my daring before plunging inside my mouth. I was cheeky as shit, but I wasn't expecting that from him. Xena's soft whimper had me pulling back, and I grinned. "Enjoying the show?" I asked before sinking my tongue into her mouth. Lorenzo cleared his throat, breaking us apart. Grinning, I straightened. "Keep her busy. I'll be right back." I winked at them and left the room. When I returned a minute or so later, Xena was on her knees sucking Lorenzo's cock. He looked up. "Where did you go?" he asked before his gaze dropped to my hand, and his smile was slow as he pulled Xena off his cock. "I want what you two promised me." Setting a bottle of lube I found in one of the drawers downstairs, I yanked my shirt over my head and dropped my sweats. "You ready, babe?" She nodded. I stroked my cock and looked at him. He rolled on a condom, squirted lube over it, and gestured for Xena to straddle him again with her back to his chest. I stared as he lined his cock up with her opening, and fuck if that wasn't hot, watching his dick stretch her open and slide in until he disappeared inside her. They both groaned, his low and guttural, and hers a mule of pleasure. Her hips rocked over him, and her eyes closed. She dropped her head back to his shoulder. He nodded to me. I knelt in front of them. Circling her clit, I sucked a nipple into my mouth at the same time. "Oh, God!" She must have clenched because Lorenzo groaned as well. "Ride him, Xena," I ordered. She began riding him while I kept my fingers on her clit, and just when she was on the verge of her climax, I stood. Her eyes snapped open. "I want you to suck me while he fucks you." She nodded. Lorenzo hooked his arms under her thighs and lifted her slightly while I positioned my cock in front of her lips. She fisted my shaft, and just as she swallowed me, he began pumping into her. "Fuck, yes," I groaned. The bouncing movement of his thrusts created an added layer of friction of her tongue and teeth on my cock. I caught his smirk. Tangling my hands in her hair, she dropped her hand, and I fucked her mouth hard, matching his rhythm. The cadence of our moans and groans filling the room until I pulled back and cupped his balls. What was meant as playful teasing turned sensual when he let out a hoarse groan and lost his rhythm. "Fuck, Raiden." His eyes met mine, and I wasn't sure what to read in there. Raiden, please, I need you. Xena pulled my gaze. Is your pussy ready for 2 cocks, babe? I rolled on a condom and squirted lube on my dick as Lorenzo lowered her and removed his arms from under her thighs. Yes, she moaned. He thrust a few times inside her, then nodded. She's ready for you. Taking my cue from him, I inched closer, pressed my cock to her entrance, and pushed just the head in. Xena whimpered and Lorenzo cursed. More? I asked. He nodded. A moment later, my balls were pressed to Lorenzo's, and my length lined up with his, cosseted by Xena's tight pussy. Jesus, I moaned. Fuck. Lorenzo groaned against Xena's shoulder. Oh, God, yes, she cried, pulling my face in to crash her lips against mine. While kissing her, I pulled out to the tip of my cock and plunged back in. I broke the kiss as my heart raced, my chest squeezed, and my breath stuttered for just a moment, air barely making it through my parted lips. They felt dry, and my tongue darted out to moisten them. Both Xena and Lorenzo's gazes latched on to the movement, and my lips tingled as if in remembrance of both their mouths on mine. My thoughts crested into chaos, and I broke the hold. How does my cock feel against yours? I asked him, because for me, inside that tight cocoon, it felt fucking insane. He wasn't laughing or smiling. He looked ready to fuck hard. Move with me, he demanded. I nodded. Hooking his arms under her thighs again, he stretched her wide open and leaned back into the couch, giving me wider access. Fuck her hard, Raiden. Using the backrest to support my hands, I leaned over them, and then we were moving. Where I was pistoning into her soaking heat, Lorenzo's rhythm was slightly slower to prevent us from slipping out. Between us, Xena's moans played bass with the wet sucking sounds of her slick juices. The added sensation of my cock rubbing against his, and my balls slapping his with each thrust, was mind-fucking bending. Sweat dripped down the sides of my face and fell on Xena's chest. Behind her, Lorenzo's lust-filled eyes matched mine perfectly, sweat glistening across his brow and upper lip. I dropped a hand between our bodies and pressed against Xena's clit. Oh, fucking hell! She screamed her release moments later and fell against Lorenzo, limp and sated, while he and I found the perfect rhythm, using her pussy to chase our orgasms. And it descended quickly, spiraling down my spine and tightening my balls in one quick strike. Holy fuck, I groaned as I spilled my cum. Fuck. Lorenzo's cock twitched against mine a second later as he filled the condom with his seed. To prevent crashing my body over theirs, I pulled out, but my legs were too shaky to keep me upright, and I collapsed flat out on the floor, eyes closed and breathing hard. That was fucking crazy, I mumbled. I heard Lorenzo's low chuckle and cracked open an eye. You're welcome. His smug grin had me laughing.
Chapter 40. Lorenzo, 40 years. You like that?
Yes.
The baby giggled. Sitting on the floor with my back against the couch, I lowered the newspaper I'd been reading and watched Raiden lying on the floor with his knees to his chest, bounce Jardin on his folded legs. Each time Raiden stretched out his legs, the baby let out a squeal of laughter, making me smile. Until last night, Raiden had avoided me. When we fucked Xena together, I expected him to withdraw completely. The opposite happened. Even though the conversation was minimal, he'd included me in his chatter with Xena and the baby this morning, and why I was now sitting in the living room, watching them play. On my way to the study, where I'd shut myself up to either work or avoid Xena and Raiden, he suggested we watch a movie together. My first instinct was to decline. Then he gave me one of his arrogant grins, waiting to see my reaction, and he had me hooked. Only Jardin decided playing with him was more fun than the movie. Strangely, Jordan wasn't interested in me. Apart from a giggle or two when I tickled him and a kiss goodnight, he wanted Raiden's attention, and I left him to it. Now, looking at them roll on the rug in a pretend fight, my heart clenched. I kicked myself for breaking Raiden's trust. More so his heart. For a man who killed people, the bizarre emotions these two stirred in me was beginning to annoy me. Letting them get close was opening them up to all sorts of dangers, putting them in harm's way. The worst part, I had no fucking clue how to handle it all. Raiden's head hitting my lap as he fell backward with Jordan on his chest jolted me out of my thoughts. He looked up at me.
Want to play with him, old man? Or are your bones creaking a little too much after yesterday's exertion?
The smug shit grinned. My lips twitched, and I leaned closer so only he could hear my words. Didn't think I was old when you were kissing me, did you? You seemed to like it. He scowled, making me chuckle as I rubbed Jordan's back. He lay on his stomach, on Raiden's chest, and snuggled his face into the crook of Raiden's neck.
Don't flatter yourself, old man, he hissed. It wasn't that great.
Shall we try it again, then? I chuckled when he turned away. Surprisingly, he didn't move off me, and I took a moment to watch the two of them relax. Reaching out, I ran a hand through Jordan's curls. The sudden tightening in my chest grew more intense when Raiden looked at me again. I knew what he was thinking. I could read it in his eyes, in his solemn expression, that we might have indulged in a threesome with Xena, but she and I shared something. Someone special. Fuck. I cringed at the hurt he must suffer and the agony of looking at the baby, thinking I'd stolen the woman he loved. If only he knew. Jordan lifted his head, sluggish with sleep, eyes drowsy and slurred.
Jordan loved Dada,
before his head fell back to Raiden's neck. The sudden declaration shocked the two of us. Raiden paled. I wasn't sure if it was because Jordan called him Dad, or that the baby did it in front of me, and Raiden assumed I'd be angry. Emotions I couldn't read fast enough flashed across his face. This time he moved to get up, and I knew he was running. With a hand on his shoulder, I stopped him. Don't go. He tensed and seemed to contemplate my words. I wanted to offer him comfort without coming across as dictating what he should and shouldn't do. I'd learned two things about him so far. He hated being challenged and decisions being made for him. Lifting my hand, I gave him the option to move away. Another surprise, he didn't, but kept his gaze glued to the ceiling before his eyes closed. I stared at the newspaper in my hands, searching my mind for something to say, and just when I opened my mouth, Raiden's even breathing told me he'd dozed off. Silently, I watched the two of them sleep, their soft exhales almost in sync. It had been a while since I sat around doing nothing, actually relaxing, and while the circumstances weren't ideal, the view in front of me calmed me, made me want to lie down next to them and pass out into a blissful sleep. The nagging at the back of my head, though, didn't allow me that satisfaction. It urged me to do right by Raiden, to give him what he truly deserved, happiness. A part of me wished I could change the circumstances. I knew there'd be repercussions if I did. Xena chose that moment to walk in, and my thoughts stalled. She took in the way I sat with Raiden's head on my lap and the baby on his chest. Her smile faltered. Fuck it. Repercussions be damned. Didn't I live by that? Easing Raiden's head off my lap, I placed a cushion under his head and stood. Let's talk. I gestured to the door, and Xena paled. Her throat worked to swallow, and I knew she dreaded what was coming. Expecting a stubborn refusal, I was surprised when she nodded and preceded me out the door. I guided her into the study, lowered myself into my leather chair behind the desk, and motioned for her to take a seat opposite me. When she did, I folded my arms across my chest and studied her features, waiting for her to say something. Where would you like to start, Zena? I asked after a moment of silence. She lifted her eyes to my face.
Start what?
How you ended up in Bianca's bed, for starters. She chewed her bottom lip, her eyes darting around the room as if searching for the right answer.
We'd gone out that night. I got drunk, and Bianca offered me to stay at her place.
So you had no idea I'd be visiting? I asked. She shook her head. Did you know I was fucking Bianca? Again, she shook her head. Did Bianca know that I knew you before that night?
No.
Did you know Bianca set me up that night? That she planned the ambush to take me out? She narrowed her eyes at me, anger painting her cheeks a telltale pink.
You know I didn't. As I said, I had no idea you were even fucking Bianca. How the hell would I plan an ambush? More importantly, why would I plan one in the first place? She muttered. And how did you know it was me in the bed and not Bianca?
I sat back and studied her flushed features. You know, Zena, the first time I saw you, there was just something that drew me to you. I didn't understand what it was until now. She arched a brow, waiting for me to continue. There's this strength about you that tells me there's more to you than meets the eye. I grimaced. Defiance suddenly shone in her eyes.
Seeing as your words don't quite match your expression, I'm not sure if I should be flattered or insulted.
The fact that you neglected to tell Raiden about your pregnancy leads me to believe you're either incredibly good at lying or manipulation. Which is it? A distinct change washed over her placid features. She walked in, a meek woman. Now rage burned hellfire behind those green eyes.
If you have something to say, Lorenzo, then by all means, spit it the fuck out. I have had it up to my eyeballs with you Rossi brothers.
I could see she was testing my restraint, and I chose not to give her that satisfaction. Opening a desk drawer, I withdrew a tiny recorder and set it in front of her. Her brow creased, her gaze shifted between my face and the recorder. Hit play, Zena.
Why?
Humor me. I smirked and received a scowl in return. She stared at the device, doubt making her appear nervous before reaching for it. The second she hit play, Bianca's nauseating voice filled the room. I watched Zena's face as the recorded conversation began. I had a feeling that crease in her brow would become deep ridges that no Botox needle would fix by the time the recording ended.
Lorenzo, it's Bianca.
Yes?
Are you coming over tonight?
No.
I think you should.
Why?
I have this friend, and,
Spit it out, girl.
Look, I didn't want to do this, but she's, really persistent, and she's prepared to pay a shitload of money.
You've got exactly 1 second to tell me what the fuck you're babbling on about before I cut this call.
Okay, wait. There's this girl that works with me, and she begged me to let her spend the night with you. Says she'll pay me money to let her do it. I'm not sure what kinky shit she's up to, but I thought you'd like to know.
Zena moved to hit the stop button, and I lifted a finger. My expression hardened to stone. She pulled back her hand. Let me get this straight. You have a friend who wants to pay you money to get me to fuck her?
Yes. Says she knows you and has some unfinished business with you or something.
What's her name?
Zena Sen.
Where is she?
Partying with me at a club.
Where?
Your city.
When are you going home?
She's spending the weekend with me. Are you, going to come over?
Do you want to earn more than what she's paying you, Bianca?
I'm not greedy, Lorenzo. I've got people and bills.
Answer the fucking question.
What do you want me to do?
Tell her you'll help her. Arrange one of our night fucks, and don't tell her you told me.
That's it?
Yes.
Okay.
Bianca,
Yes.
fuck me around and you'll be eating Zena's pussy as sushi. Understood?
Yes.
The recording ended, and I was sure I'd hear a pin drop with the ensuing silence. Does that answer your question of how I knew it was you, Zena? When she said nothing, I continued. Would you like to tell me why you paid Bianca money to sleep with me? Wordlessly, she stood and moved over to the window. The stiff set of her shoulders spoke to her rage. I'm waiting, Zena. She swung around sharply. Her eyes, frosted daggers, glared holes through me.
Fuck you, Lorenzo.
I was out of my chair so fast she yelped when I grabbed her neck and slammed her up against a wall. I don't have time for your fucking shit, girl. Either you start talking or I swear this kidnapping will end with a funeral. Without a fucking body. I hissed the last part and shoved her away from me. Breathing hard, she gripped the back of the chair to keep upright. My threat didn't faze her. She narrowed her eyes at me.
Do whatever the fuck you want with me, but I'm not telling you anything. Do you hear me?
She screeched.
I'm sick of this fucking island. I'm sick of you brothers taking advantage of me. I'm fucking sick. And what about me, Zena?
Raiden entered the room. Her head snapped toward him. Surprisingly, her anger didn't dissipate.
You don't need me, Raiden. You never did.
His frown matched mine. Why would you say that? He asked. Her gaze shifted between the two of us, and a sudden tingle down my spine told me I was not going to like what came next.
You know why.
She spit in my direction. Raiden looked at me, his puzzled eyes asking me to explain something I didn't understand either.
Babe, don't you fucking babe me,
she snarled. Enraged, I went for her, but she grabbed a knife lying on my desk and lunged for me the same time Raiden yelled, Zena, what the fuck's gotten into you? He neared her, and she waved the knife in front of her.
Quit playing the innocent boy, Raiden. You're way past that.
Give me the knife, Zena. I held out my hand, and her hysterical laugh filled the room, startling Raiden. She glared at the two of us.
You want to know why I paid Bianca, Lorenzo? Because I hated you. I hated every miserable inch of you. The second I found out she was sleeping with you, my head spun with the idea of getting even with you. I didn't expect that bitch to give me up. Good thing you killed her, or I sure as fuck would have.
With each word she uttered, I could see Raiden was beginning to break. He was trying to stay strong. I know it was only a matter of time before she broke him completely. Zena, stop this shit now, I ordered.
Fuck you. Bianca might have called you in, but I still got my way. I mean, I fucking fell pregnant with your child, right? Mission achieved. Only your asshole brother cut me off at the knees before I could get to you, before I could destroy you.
She grumbled, staring at me, then shifted her gaze.
And you?
Raiden's jaw dropped on a shocked gasp.
Why, Zena?
She laughed, a delirious sound of a woman I didn't recognize, and by the look on his face, neither did Raiden.
Because he took what belonged to me, and no one takes from me.
She lifted the hand holding the knife and bent it at the elbow.
You see this, Raiden?
She pointed to a scar running the length of her forearm. From elbow to wrist, although faded, it looked like the weapon had cut deep, inflicting a lot of pain.
Do you want to know how I got this, Lorenzo?
She laughed, but there was no mirth to it.
The boy that did this to me. He died within seconds of stabbing me. I killed him, Raiden. Stuck my makeshift knife deep into his chest.
What the fuck, Zena?
What's wrong, Raiden? Didn't think I had it in me to kill someone.
Her voice dripped sarcasm.
Please, babe, stop this and tell me what's wrong.
Raiden took a step toward her, and without thinking, I shot forward, shoving him away as her knife slashed forward. He looked at me, shock turning his expression into quick annoyance. What the fuck's wrong with you? I scowled at her.
Don't you two make quite the team?
She grimaced. It was easy for me to take her down. A quick bullet to the head, but I couldn't risk it, and I needed answers. As if his sudden anger had an effect, she shook her head and lowered the knife.
He took what I saw first, Raiden. I was just 12 then. A little girl lost in the system, abandoned by coke addict parents, raped by a masochist stepfather who decided I was put on this earth for his pleasure. Then, when I finally escaped, I had to survive the streets, live off the dumpsters, steal when I could while avoiding Bobby, the asshole who bullied all the kids on the street. Then he made the mistake of demanding what was mine. And I killed him.
Shit, Zena. I didn't know any of this.
Why would you? You were just interested in getting into my panties.
That's not fair, Raiden muttered, his irritation beginning to grow.
Well, not everything is fair in life, right? Until this asshole appeared, everything was fine,
she bit out, her tear-glazed eyes lasers of hate on me. I gave a flying fuck. Enough with the dramatics, Zena. I took a step forward. Answer the fucking question. Her laugh was mirthless.
I was there, Lorenzo. I saw both of you.
Raiden and I looked at each other, my confusion matching his. Where? He asked. She took a step forward, dropping the knife as she did so.
You took him from me.
She poked a finger in my chest.
You took Raiden from me. He was mine first, and you took him,
she hissed, her finger digging into my flesh, exposed by the open buttons of my shirt.
And nobody takes anything from me.
I met Raiden's shocked features over the top of her head.
Zena,
he rasped, choking on the word. She looked at him, tears now rolling down her cheeks.
You know why I did it, Raiden. You were there,
she whispered.
He took what was mine. You were mine,
she repeated.
I saw it all.
Her voice broke. Once more, Raiden's gaze locked with mine as her words slowly registered. I knew that look in his eyes, the one of utter destruction. I'd seen it before, and I'd attempted to get rid of it. Whether it had worked or not, I wasn't sure. But I was certain the repercussions of then and now had just collided, and I could only hope to bring him out of it again. If he'd let me.
Chapter 41. 9 years ago. Raiden, 18 years. Pain built up in my throat as I tried to swallow. How could Lorenzo do that to me? How could he take Zena from me? How could he fuck her? I hated him. I hated her. They were fucking welcome to each other. Still sitting with my knees bent and my arms hugging them for the last 15 minutes, I rubbed my nose against my shirt sleeve in an attempt to stop the sniffles. Crying was for pussies. I sucker-punched myself mentally, not that it did anything. I stared at the opposite wall, hating myself, hating Lorenzo, hating Zena, hating everything that had happened since I walked into a club I should have never gone to in the first place. Then something clicked. Lorenzo's words clicked. If I wanted something, I should take it. I shouldn't let people walk over me, was essentially his message when we'd talk. I shot to my feet. Damned if I did, damned if I didn't. Armed with those words, I swiped at the tears and walked out of my room. Only when I reached the other door with my hand raised to knock did I falter. This wasn't me. I didn't fight. I was raised differently. I had a father who taught me to respect. Muffled sounds on the other side of the door kicked my thoughts in the nuts. Fuck that. Without giving a shit, I grabbed the doorknob and pushed. The door swung inward with a soft bang. I wasn't sure what I was expecting. A dungeon, maybe, and definitely not soft music. The room was huge, with a massive bed draped in black on the opposite end to where I stood, floor-to-ceiling windows, but no Lorenzo. I was about to turn away when he walked out of the bathroom, a towel tied low down on his waist, another in his hand drying his hair. He stopped short, hand frozen mid-air as we stared at each other. Without meaning to, My gaze traveled the length of his body, and I internally cringed when I realized just how good-looking the man was. Women fell at his feet. Who was I kidding? I'd never be able to swing Zena's attention my way after she'd just fucked him. Without thinking, my gaze lowered again, taking in the impressive bulge beneath the towel, and I startled when my cock gave a twitch of appreciation. Fuck, that didn't just happen. Maybe it was knowing he fucked Zena that made me horny. I didn't realize I was staring until I lifted my eyes to find Lorenzo looking at me before his gaze drifted down to my crotch. I prayed like fucking hell he couldn't see my suddenly semi-hard cock through my black sweats. When our eyes met again, there was a change to his expression, almost inviting, encouraging. I couldn't tell. Confused, I pivoted to leave, and his words stopped my feet. "Are you a pussy, Raiden?" Renewed anger swirled its way up my spine, reinforced by the abrupt arousal I shouldn't be sporting. Clenching my fists, I swung around sharply. "You know what, Lorenzo? Fuck you." I advanced on him, giving no thought to my actions. "And fuck your psychoanalysis fucking bullshit." My first blow landed on his chest, and the fucker didn't even flinch. "She was mine." Another hit. "Mine first." Another. "You took her." Another. "Fucked her." Another. "I fucking hate you." I was there. I was getting it. Getting my fucking revenge, and then the fucking tears fell, and hate poured through my body. I balled my fists tighter, barreling his chest with the force that would knock a normal man off his feet. But not this man. Not Lorenzo fucking Rossi. He just stood there and took it. Took every one of my hits without flinching. Blinded by tears, I wasn't prepared when he grabbed my wrists and swung us around, pinning me to the wall with his large body, and my wrists locked in his hand above my head. "Look at me, Raiden," he demanded. Defiance in my eyes, I lifted my head, yet internally cringed at the fucking tears that wouldn't stop. I ground my teeth and my jaw hurt, but still, the tears wouldn't stop. "Do you really hate me?" "Fuck you," I hissed out. "Is this what you want, boy?" His free hand slammed the wall next to my head. Ice frosted his eyes, and a sneer tightened his jaw as he glared at me. "Do you know what happens when you walk into the lion's den, Raiden?" I stared at him, glare for glare. "You get eaten," he hissed. "You took her from me. You fucked her," I growled back. I'd knee him in the fucking balls if his massive body didn't lock me in place. I struggled. I couldn't move. We glared at each other, our bodies the perfect reflection of one another. Nostrils flared, jaws clenched, chests heaving in quick succession. Only, I wished I could read his expression. He gave nothing away, whereas I wore my fucking heart on my sleeve, and I knew he could see it. Probably fucking smelled it, too, because I sure as fuck could. Then he was releasing me. "Get the fuck out of here," he ordered. I rubbed my wrists but made no move to go, suddenly not sure what was keeping me there. "Out, before I do something you're likely to regret," he barked, turning his back on me. I walked to the door, and with my hand on the doorknob, I was about to leave when realization came out of nowhere, slamming me with such ferocity I stumbled. "No," I mumbled, shock biting into my sanity. "Walk away, Raiden." Grasping the knob tighter, I glanced over my shoulder. "Don't fuck her again, because—" My throat thickened, constricting my words. I was fucking jealous. "Because—" I couldn't say it. Couldn't bring my mouth to utter what my brain wanted. I turned to walk away. The sudden hand around my waist, dragging me backward, caught me by surprise, and my eyes flared. Shock wrenching a "what the fuck" from my lips before the hold registered. Lorenzo's strong arm around my waist, his hard chest at my back, his harsh breathing in my ear, the fresh smell of soap and shampoo in my nostrils, and the rigid press of a bulge against my ass. Wait. Before I could react, Lorenzo's warm breath fanned my ears when he said, "It's not her I want." I stilled, every inch of my body going into a silent meltdown of what the fucks. Not because of his words, but because of what they bolstered, what I couldn't bring myself to say. I wasn't jealous of Lorenzo. I was jealous of Zena. I wanted Lorenzo. Me, Raiden fucking Princeton, wanted a man. He shoved me against the closed door, and my hands came up to prevent my face from hitting the frosted glass. "I fucked her because I couldn't have you," he hissed, irritation lining his voice. What? It was a half attempt at a surprise, because weirdly, my heart hammered in my chest at the notion of him fucking me instead. "You're not serious," I pretended, more for my sanity. "This wasn't really happening, was it?" "This right here." He squeezed the hard-on I didn't realize pushed against my pants. "Tells me you give a shit, boy. So stop fucking pretending, and I won't fuck you hard against this door until you're begging me to come." His breathing eased, almost a gentle brush against my neck. "I'll make love to you." Goosebumps sprinkled down my neck from the whispered words. I had no idea what I intended to do, but struggling in his arms until his hold loosened, turning around, grabbing his face, and slamming my mouth to his wasn't what I expected of myself. Nor did I anticipate the kiss would be this hot. At first, it was awkward, jerky, my tongue desperate for entrance. Then his hands came up, cupping my cheeks and pulling his mouth back slightly until I relaxed my hold, and he took over, running his tongue over the shape of my lips, nipping my bottom lip until I fucking whimpered. His stubble a rough contrast to the way his soft lips felt over mine. My cock jerked in my pants, and I was suddenly so fucking desperate to get off. There was a slight pause before his hands dropped to my waist, pulling me tight to his body while pressing me into the door behind me. Our cocks ground against each other, and another harsh groan ripped from my throat, fusing with his. His mouth made love to my lips, then he sought entrance, sweeping his tongue inside my mouth, pulling me deep into an abyss that was so wrong but felt so right. His fingers inched up from my waist, leaving a heated trail in its path as it roamed my body before moving to my neck, gripping me tight, and then he was kissing me harder, and fuck if I wasn't ready to blow in my pants. When he finally drew back, my chest jerked with labored breaths. I could feel heat stain my cheeks. My cock was on fire, and with his brow against mine, Lorenzo was breathing just as hard. "What the fuck was that?" My words slewed out in a whisper. "Fuck if I know, Raiden." His voice was just as soft, no steel, no irritation, no anger. "You didn't like it?" He lifted his head to look down at me. This wasn't the same hardcore bastard I'd come to know staring back at me. The tenderness in his eyes was confusing. "I'm not sure." I put a hand over my heart, trying to still the rapid thrum, yet I could do nothing about my pulsating cock. I might not want to admit it, but it was greedy for his touch. "Tell me to stop now, and I will." He rubbed the pad of his thumb over my lip, and I both loved and hated the shudder running through me. "What about Zena?" I asked, dropping my gaze to his bare chest, my eyes tracing the patterns of his tattoos. He turned away then, and I felt the immediate loss of his warmth. The irritating part? I wanted it. I fucking craved it, and I wasn't sure if that was right. Lorenzo shoved a hand through his wet hair, then glanced over his shoulder. "If you want to fuck, Raiden, go to her. If you want to make love, you know where I am." Then he was striding away, dropping his towel and slipping under the covers on his bed before hitting the light switch. I stood there in the darkness, aware of three things. the pounding of my heart, the throb of my cock, and the knowledge that I didn't want Zena. Only God knew why I did what I did, because I sure as fuck didn't know why when I walked over to his bed, pulled off my t-shirt, dropped my briefs and sweats, and climbed in next to him. I laid down on my back, staring up at the ceiling, because I wasn't sure what the next move should be. My mind a chaotic mix of this isn't right, but it isn't wrong either. Lorenzo pushed up onto an elbow and hit the bedside lamp, flooding the room with a soft yellow glow. I could feel his eyes on me and refused to look at him, not because I didn't want to, but because I wasn't sure if I could act natural, act like this wasn't a big deal, act like the thrum of desire rocking my body was just in my head. When he leaned forward and dropped the softest of kisses to my lips, my chin, my neck, before his mouth covered a nipple, I groaned, closing my eyes. He nibbled my jaw, kissing a path to my ear before sucking on the lobe. His hand slipped over my stomach, the calluses on his fingertips scraping against my skin, and I jerked at the touch, my breathing going wild as I tried hard to concentrate on what he was doing to me and not how much I wanted to grab my hard cock and jerk off. His fingers soft in their exploration, he touched every inch of my exposed skin, but not moving to where I wanted him to, not touching the place I desperately craved. Yet a part of me was afraid that if he did, I might come way too fucking fast. I couldn't embarrass myself, not in front of him. He was a fucking god, and what he was doing to me right now, the ultimate fucking devil, too. As if he sensed my inner debate, he chose not to give in, and when he slicked his tongue across the seam of my lips, I opened my mouth, meeting him halfway, our tongues tangling, pushing together for dominance. Yet, my senses bursting with the taste of him, I shocked myself with another groan and gripped his neck, tightening the gap between us. This kiss was different than the first one, maybe because I knew what to expect from my body and wasn't surprised when my cock grew harder, painfully so. I wasn't shocked when I felt his hard length press against my thigh. Every one of my senses was aware of Lorenzo, of the way he controlled the kiss, giving yet taking at the same time, reminding me that this wasn't the pliant lips of a girl I was kissing, but a strong, hardcore man. Still, my cock didn't care. When he drew back slightly, he moved his hand lower down, and immediately my body felt strange, tense, on edge, until I realized what was happening. Oh, fuck. I shut my eyes tight, my breathing stalling in my chest as I came hard and heavy against his hand. I felt the warm spurts of cum hit my stomach, my chest, and then I shuddered. My body a jerking mass, my release out of this fucking world. Every inch of me a hot mess of groans and spasms until realization dawned. Jesus fuck, I grunted, throwing an arm over my eyes, shutting out what just happened, refusing to look at Lorenzo, embarrassment worming its way over the euphoria, stealing the limelight of the best orgasm I'd ever had with just a fucking touch. Ray, leave me alone, Lorenzo. My voice cracked. One fucking touch and I came. How the fuck did that happen? He leaned closer. It's okay, Raiden. Giving no thought to my cum-drenched skin, I pushed at him, shot off the bed, and slammed the bathroom door behind me. There, I grabbed the edge of the vanity, fingers white against the pressure of my grip, and glared at my scowling reflection in the large mirror that made up the wall. You are such a fucking wimp, a loser. You couldn't keep it in. Raiden. Lorenzo stood at the door I hadn't heard open. My eyes met his in the mirror, his expression not that smirk or the scorn I expected. Was that tenderness? Understanding? I dropped my gaze to the marble counter, hot embarrassment still ripping at my chest. Hey, he came up behind me. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, he whispered. Are you fucking kidding me? I glared at him in the mirror. He stepped away and turned the faucet in the shower. Come here, Raiden. Despite the light expression, I recognized that no-nonsense, steel-lined tone. It demanded respect. Snorting at myself, I turned, stepped into the shower, and dropped my chin to my chest. The second the hot water hit my shoulders, I sagged. Only Lorenzo's sudden arms around my waist caught my deflated body against his chest. It's okay, he whispered in my ear. I spun in his arms, trying to push him away, but he wouldn't let me. His hands locked at my lower back. Look at me, he demanded. I lifted my eyes to his. Don't you get it, boy? I frowned. It's a fucking compliment to me. One touch and you came. It tells me that arousing you worked a little too well. His lips widened in a slow smile. I still want you. He stared at me, waiting for my reaction. Giving no thought to where we stood or why this wasn't a good idea, I grabbed him by the back of the neck and pulled his mouth to mine, swallowing his surprise and desperate to taste him once more. And he kissed me back, devouring my mouth, sucking on my tongue as I forced it between his teeth to stake my claim. And he let me. Without breaking the lip lock, he gripped my hips and shoved me against the wall, pinning my body and planting his hands on either side of my head. I wasn't sure which one of us growled, but we did a damn good job of sucking it into our lungs. The kiss grew hotter, more electric, and the only thing I was aware of was the potency of his taste, his lips, his hard body against mine. Every inch of him pressed tight like an extension of myself, creating another whirlwind of need I didn't recognize, couldn't recognize because of the way he absorbed my thoughts. He pulled back, breathing just as hard as me. You still want this, Raiden? Because once I start, I'm not stopping. Fuck me now, old man. His chuckle blended with the soft fall of the water around us. Again with the old man. He tilted his head to the side. Baby, when I'm done shoving my cock in your ass, you'll be the one with wobbly feet. He growled against my lips. Then what the fuck are you waiting for? Retirement? I snapped. Fuck, you're a cocky little shit, aren't you? He stepped back. Let's see how well that mouth works on my cock. His brow shot up, the challenge blatant as fuck as he stroked his rigid hard-on. As my eyes roved over the muscular planes of his body, somewhere at the back of my mind, a voice urged me to get the fuck out of there. I wasn't into men. I didn't suck cock. Yet as I lowered myself to my knees, I couldn't take my eyes off his dick. I wasn't conceited about my size, but fuck. This man left me slightly hesitant about how I'd fit that thick, wide shaft that looked harder than granite into my mouth. Having second thoughts, boy? Or are you just too chicken shit? He baited me, and I fucking fell for it, not because I wanted to weaken him, but because I wanted to taste. I stared at that beautiful brown and pink length with its bulbous head, bulging veins, and circumcised, unlike mine, and my mouth fucking watered. Still, when I closed my hand around the shaft, I wasn't prepared for the smooth, heated skin that met my touch, or when I dropped a light kiss to the head, for the unexpected shiver that raced down my spine. I fumbled on the first swallow, gagging like a fucking cat on furball steroids, unsure if my grip was too hard or too tight. My gaze drifted up to meet Lorenzo's, and instead of the condescending smirk from a moment ago, his smile was soft, encouraging, and under the water, I had to admit he was attractive. My cock twitched, shocking me. Take your time, he said. Just looking at you down there, holding my cock, turns me on more than having you blow me. Warmth raced through my body, and I had the sudden urge to puff out my chest with pride. Easing my hold on his shaft, I flicked my tongue along the slit, tasting the salty pre-cum. "Oh, fuck, yes," Lorenzo groaned. Encouraged, I kept stroking, then relaxed my throat and swallowed him as far as I could. When I pulled back, Lorenzo's hand was buried in my hair, his grip tight. I bobbed my head a few times, letting my tongue wrap around his cockhead with each withdrawal, and he seemed to like that as his hold tightened with every move I made, and I loved the feel of each ridge and vein I encountered, more so the sensations it ignited down my spine. Adding more saliva to his shaft, I let him slide in even further. My eyes watered when my gag reflex kicked in, but the way his hand fisted in my hair and the groans filling the shower, I didn't stop. Breathing through my nose, I took him a little deeper each time, not caring about the saliva dribbling down my chin or the tears in my eyes, yet mesmerized by his taste, his effect on my hard-on, his moans syncing with mine. "Fuck, Raiden, you've got a fucking hot mouth on you." His eyes met mine, and I grinned around his cock. "And if you fucking come again, you won't walk for a week." His threat banished the praise he'd just made, until I noticed he was gesturing to my hand on my cock. I hadn't realized I was jerking off faster than a goddamn bullet train. Releasing my cock, I sucked him down faster, swallowing the beads of pre-cum he ejected on my tongue. Then he gripped my hair with both hands, and with his bottom lip clamped between his teeth, fucked my mouth harder and faster. I hung on to his taut thighs, inhaling air through my nose quicker than a fucking cocaine sniffer. His abrupt withdrawal caught me unawares, and before I could fall back, he jerked me upright and crashed his mouth to mine. Fuck, the man could kiss, or maybe it was the aggression between two guys that made it hotter. When he broke the kiss, eyes heavy with dark lust held mine. "I need to fuck you now." He shut off the shower and stepped out. My pulse kicked up, and my heart thumped like a jackhammer in my chest. Still, I followed him out. "Turn around and face the mirror." He tipped his chin at the vanity. My chest heaved as I moved. Facing the mirror, I planted my palms on the cool marble top. The heat racing through my body the second Lorenzo's chest met my back blanked out the feeling. Could he hear my heart thundering behind my ribs? I swallowed, watching his eyes roam my wet body before meeting my gaze in the mirror. With one arm around my waist, he caressed my stomach, and my cock jerked at the sensation it ignited as his other hand opened a bottle of lube I hadn't seen him pick up. "You sure you want this?" he asked, dropping soft kisses along my shoulder from end to end. "No," a part of me mumbled, but when his hand on my stomach dropped to slowly stroke my cock, all bets were off. Fuck, his hands looked hard and rough, yet the way he rubbed my dick, I could see why I'd blown my first load so quickly. It was like he knew the exact amount of pressure, the precise move, and the perfect skill to apply. I shivered, anticipation painting a flaming path down my spine. I nodded, my breath hitching in my lungs from the effect of his caress, stalled my words, but my eyes stayed glued on him as he released my cock to drop some of the liquid on his fingers. Then panic slammed into my chest, and I gripped the counter until my knuckles turned white. My heart boomed, matching the sudden crash of thunder outside the window. Lorenzo's gaze met mine in the mirror again. "Relax, baby," he whispered before his hand dropped away. The abrupt touch of his fingers, slick, warm, and gentle against my back entrance, had me clenching, and I shivered. Fuck that. I shook like a fucking unstable jelly mold. His other arm circled me, and when he stroked my cock, I groaned, pressing back into his hand at my rear. "You ready for me?" he asked, kissing my shoulder. Yes, the word a breath above a whisper. Unsure what I was expecting, I let out a ragged gasp when his finger breached my tight entrance. "Holy shit," I moaned. And just when panic lined itself with my fucked-up heart rate again, Lorenzo increased the pressure on my cock, making me delirious. I wasn't sure which sensation to focus on, the slick finger penetrating my ass or his hard strokes on my cock. Either way, I was fucked. I could barely breathe, my body jerking to the dance of his finger. Pleasure rushed down my spine, stopping somewhere between my ass and my cock. Then he removed his hand from my dick, and I groaned. Our gazes connected again. He winked. I realized it was only to pour more lube onto his fingers at my back. When his hand returned to my cock, he fisted it in a firmer grip, stealing my attention and distracting me while he slid in another finger. I tensed until he pushed in a little deeper, and my spine morphed into lava, pleasure slipping into every single knot there until I gasped for air. "Shit," I hissed, my hips bucking. Lorenzo bit down on my shoulder, sliding his fingers deeper, and my eyes rolled back in my head as the three sensations merged, hitting me from all directions. My orgasm spiraled down my body, flaming an uncontrollable burn I fought hard to resist. "Fuck, I'm going to come." I didn't recognize the gasping pant as my voice, my fingers digging into the countertop. "No," he growled. "Would you just fuck me then?" I snarled. His chuckle further annoying me before he removed both hands and I cursed at the loss. I glanced over my shoulder, watching him pour lube over his stiff cock. My eyes widened as the tan skin glistened in the light above our heads, appearing extra large. And for just a moment I swallowed repeatedly until Lorenzo looked up and moved closer. "I'll be gentle." His warm breath filled my ears. "I'm going to take you without a condom, okay?" His gaze on me, he gave me a soft smile. "I'm clean." He dropped another soft kiss to my shoulder, and I nodded. A second later, I felt the broad tip, slick with lube, pressing in at my entrance. Anxious, I clenched. "Relax, Raiden." One hand slid around to grasp my cock, while his tongue rolled over the shape of my ear, sucking on the lobe. I shivered, and then he eased his cock inside me, sliding into the hilt, and I wasn't sure if the guttural groan filling the air came from him or me. For just a moment, we stayed still, and breathing hard, I savored the effect of him on my body. The jagged boundary of pleasure and pain, the feeling of being too fucking full, yet just so perfect, had me desperate for him to move. And he did. Gripping my hips, he glided almost all the way out, and just when I thought he wouldn't move, he pushed back in, hitting that spot, and something that felt like liquid fire flamed its way from the tips of my toes to every other fucking niche in my body. "Fuck. You can say that again." His laugh was low, his voice just as hoarse as mine. I watched his face in the mirror. Hard angles and deep concentration overshadowed by unbridled arousal. He was just as fucking turned on, and the notion sent my arousal through the roof. My cock jerked in response. "Fuck me harder. I don't think I can hold on." I sounded desperate to my own ears, and he chuckled. "Hang on," he said, and then he was fucking me. Harder, faster, deeper, and all I could do was hold the fuck on. I watched him again, fascinated by the way he bit his bottom lip, the way his eyes flicked up to meet mine every few seconds, then down to where we were connected, as if he didn't want to look away. And I wanted to see that, wanted to watch as he rode me until I couldn't breathe. Wrapping his strong arm around my chest, he pulled me upright against his body, still buried deep as he thrust his hips hard, pinning me to the counter. "Jesus, Raiden, you feel so fucking good." Without thinking, I reached for my cock. Immediately, Lorenzo stopped moving and pulled out. "What the fuck?" "On the counter," he ordered. For just a second, I looked confused. "On the counter, baby. I want to see you come." He dropped more lube on his cock as I pulled myself up on the counter. He stepped forward and positioned me so that my head leaned back against the mirror and my feet rested on the counter, opening me up to his gaze. A flush of heat crept its way up to my cheeks, and he noticed because he grinned. Perfect. He stepped closer, and the counter was just the right height for his tall frame, bringing his cock in line with my entrance. Leaning forward, he took my lips in a slow kiss while his fingers, slick with more lube, slid inside my entrance. I gasped into his mouth when he hit that spot again. Then he was pulling back, and I watched mesmerized as he slid his cock into the hilt in one quick push. The change in position affected us both, and low guttural groans filled the space between us, my orgasm already sprinting its way down my spine. "Fuck, Raiden," he growled before he fucked me hard and fast for a few thrusts. "Come when I do," he ordered. Nodding, I moved to grab my cock, and he shook his head. Unsure what he wanted, I groaned when he picked up speed, fucking me harder, then grasped my cock. It took barely 3 hard strokes before my body exploded, and I shot my load into his palm and my stomach. My cock was still jerking when Lorenzo stilled, then, with sharp snaps of his hips, emptied himself inside me, leaving us both breathing hard and gasping for air. "Fuck," he roared, still twitching inside me. When we came down from our high, he traced his tongue over my bottom lip. That was fucking beautiful. Lorenzo and I just fucked. Wow. It was raw and fucking hot as hell. I was no longer a virgin. Well, sexually speaking. "Are you okay?" he asked. I could only nod, then his lips sought mine in a slow kiss. 15 minutes later, after a hot shower followed by more kissing, Lorenzo patted his bed. I slid in next to him and laid down on my back. When he turned on his side and slipped an arm over my stomach, sudden tension knotted at my back. I had no idea what to label what we'd just done. I wasn't gay, was I? I was sure I still had feelings for Xena. What would Austin say if he knew I fucked a guy? What would my family say? Anxiety tightened my stomach muscles, and I suddenly found it hard to breathe. "What's wrong, Raiden?" I turned my head to look at him, wondering if he could sense my inner turmoil. "I'm not gay," I blurted. Lorenzo pushed up onto his elbow and stared down at me, his smile slow to form. Where I expected anger, there was none, just understanding. It's called bisexuality, when you sleep with both men and women. Then he sighed. Regardless, a man's sexuality isn't defined by names or labels, but by how it makes you feel, whether it can get your heart racing at a speed that's impossible to clock. Stop your thoughts for just a second and tell me what you felt. Tell me whether your heartbeat hadn't raced hearing my voice, hearing me tell you that I wanted you. If not, walk away and don't look back. Forget what happened in this bedroom tonight as mere experimentation. Forget this conversation ever happened. But if your heart was and is still racing, then don't deny what you feel. Because I can tell you right now that if you do, there will always be something missing in your life. There are always 2 choices in life, Raiden. Yes and no. Right and wrong. Ultimately, only you can decide which makes you happy. Okay? He didn't give me a chance to respond. Turning his back on me, he switched off the light, plummeting the room in darkness, and with it, my heart dropped into the pit of my stomach. Did I offend him? Was I too brash? I reached out a hand to touch him, and it froze mid-air, because I had no fucking idea what to say. Fuck, I was just 18. This was all new to me. I hadn't even fucked a girl to know the difference, to know whether I would have wanted to fuck a man. I withdrew my hand, biting my lip in contemplation. What if Lorenzo hated me tomorrow morning? What if he didn't want to look at me? I clenched my fists at my sides, and with one final glance at him, I stood and went back to my room, anxious about what morning would bring. Raiden. I cracked open an eye, trying to make out the whispered voice, then opened the other eye when Zena's face hovered over mine. I jolted upright, knocking my brow against hers. Ow! We both mumbled while she stumbled back. I rubbed the aching spot, letting out a relieved exhale when I realized I was in my room and not Lorenzo's. What's up? I asked, squinting at the bedside clock. 11 a.m. Fuck. I slept through the morning. Rough night. Her laugh lacked mirth before she said, We need to go. Now. Her eyes darting around as if someone was listening in on our conversation. Then her words registered. Go where? Get the fuck out of here. Escape. She looked at me. There was something different about her. Then I noticed her red-rimmed eyes. What's wrong, Zena? You look like you've been crying. Did someone hurt you? It's nothing. She rubbed at her brow where we headbutted. But we need to go now. I tripped the electricity, so all the power to the property has shut down, which means there are no cameras, no alarms. Gobsmacked, I stared at her. How did you do that? Not now. She grabbed jeans, a t-shirt, and a jacket from the closet and threw them on the bed. Get dressed. I have no idea how long it will take to get someone out here, but we need to go. She held up a bunch of keys. I vaulted off the bed and exchanged my sweats for the jeans. What's that? Car keys? I froze while slipping on my t-shirt and looked at her. Whose? Never mind. Let's go. She was already striding through the door. Pulling on my sneakers, I didn't bother lacing them up and raced after her. She was checking the hallways when I reached her. The unusual silence had me whispering, Where's everyone? Let's go. I hurried after her toward the garage, still wondering where all the guards had disappeared to. There were at least 5 at any given time. When she slipped behind the wheel of a black Mustang, I stopped. You want to take this car? My stomach muscles tightened and I glanced around, expecting a surprise attack, or worse, a bullet to the head. Would you get the fuck in, Ray? We're kind of short on time. Then, as if she noticed my anxiety, she sighed. Do you trust me? I looked at her for a moment, then jumped into the passenger seat. It was only when the car roared through the gates and we were a couple of miles away with no gunfire following us did I breathe. How the fuck did you pull this off? She glanced at me. Possession is 9/10 of the law, Raiden. Huh? She laughed, shifting her gaze back to the road. Don't worry about it. Where were Lorenzo and Remo? I asked, glancing out the back window. I drugged all of them. My head snapped to her. Drugged who? How? A sudden image of dead people lying all over Lorenzo's house flashed through my mind. Then I thought of him and what he must have thought when he woke to find me gone from his bedroom. I found a bottle of sleeping tablets in the kitchen. I crushed it and dropped it in the coffee. Zena's words pulled me out of my reflections, wide-eyed and shocked. You're fucking kidding. I couldn't sleep the other night and asked Maria if she had anything. She didn't notice me looking when she retrieved the tablets from the drawer. She shrugged. That's fucking genius. But how did you know it would work on all of them? Suddenly not convinced that Remo and Lorenzo would be affected by drugs. They were tough fuckers. I waited for Lorenzo and Remo to leave. Then I offered coffee to all their men, she said, confirming what I thought about those two. And why today? And why didn't you tell me the plan? I closed my eyes, resting my head against the headrest, still not believing we'd escaped. I heard Lorenzo mention that the woman he was dating would be in town and he'd be gone for a couple of days. My heart jolted like we'd just been hit by a 10-tonner, and my eyes shot open. Wait, what? Only when the unchecked words were out did I realize my actions and immediately tried to school my features into normality. I wasn't sure it worked. Judging by my jumping pulse rate, I was 100% convinced it didn't. He fucked me and then ran off to see his girlfriend, one he conveniently forgot to mention. Zena glanced at me. Her expression remained unreadable. Today seemed like the perfect day, don't you think? I recognized the lilt in her tone and put it down to the successful escape. Yet, I wondered how she was so calm after drugging mafia men capable of killing us. Even if Lorenzo and I fucked, there was no guarantee he wouldn't want to kill me. All through the ride home, I stayed in a level of panic that would have Austin calling me a pussy. Regardless, the fact that we just stole a car and escaped dangerous men didn't sit well with me. Or maybe it was something more I was choosing not to explore, something that would probably impact the rest of my life. What the fuck's that? I turned as Austin pointed to an envelope lying at the bottom of my locker. Frowning, I slid it out and turned it over. It was blank on both sides. Careful, dude. It could be a bomb. He faked a hand on his heart, scared look, making me shake my head. Raiden! I turned as one of the guys on the football team gestured for me to come check out the new bike he'd mentioned earlier. Stuffing the envelope in my jacket pocket, Austin and I headed outside. We were fooling around with the bike when a sudden hyper-awareness tickled the back of my nape. Shoving at Austin's hand as he tried to take the keys from my hand, I glanced around the car park. My gaze backtracked to the road on the other side of the school fence, more specifically, the black SUV parked on the side of the road. The blackened windows made it impossible to see inside the vehicle. I tensed as abrupt fear stiffened my spine. They found me. Of course they would. Lorenzo Rossi seemed like a man who knew anything and everything. Even if he didn't, he'd make it a point to find out. Since escaping 3 weeks ago, I kept expecting one of the Rossi brothers to arrive at our front door. They didn't, and I stupidly wondered why. It had taken some convincing for my father to forget the whole call the cops stance, and he eventually relented when I didn't want to talk about it. Zena thankfully played her part and didn't tell my family anything either. Against my father's wishes, I decided to go back to school after spending one long, boring fucking week at home doing nothing. Now, as I stared at the SUV, I got the feeling I should have listened to my father. Giving Austin the keys to the bike, I moved away from him and the other guys and pulled out the envelope. Going against every safety precaution my father had taught me, I opened the envelope and stared at the contents for a few seconds before withdrawing the single note and what looked like a piece of leather. I stared at it, recognizing it as the leather band Lorenzo never took off his hand. Baffled why it was in the envelope, I opened the note and let my eyes drift over the words. I once told you that when I fall in love, mine will be infallible. I did. And it is. Maybe you'll do too one day. The heart never truly recovers from its first heartbreak. Maybe I'll tell you what it felt like. One day. Have a good life, and take care of what will always be mine. Maybe we'll meet again one day. So the girlfriend he forgot to mention was the love of his life now? How fucking sweet. Maybe that's why he didn't come looking for me. Why share it with me, then? I was just experimental sex, right? If that were the case, who the fuck would break a man like Lorenzo's heart? What did I have of his? The car? Okay, maybe it wasn't a good decision to keep the car, but fuck, it was nice, and I figured he owed me. I stared at the note and then the leather band, unsure what to think. I glanced up. The SUV was gone. Were the two linked? Who dropped the envelope in a secured locker? I glanced around the car park, buzzing with noisy school kids. Although a part of me was relieved, another part, the one staring at the note, wanted the SUV to come back. "Wake the fuck up, Raiden," I muttered under my breath. Giving no thought to my actions, I slipped the leather band on my wrist and tightened it until it fitted snugly. Then, not sure why I did it, I folded the note and stuck it inside my wallet, looking up as Austin approached. Lorenzo Rossi was a past I couldn't and wouldn't forget. There was no harm in letting it mold my future, though. Chapter 42. Present day. Raiden, 27 years. I'd seen you go into Lorenzo's bedroom. You looked angry, and I thought you'd seen him fuck me. When you didn't come out for a while, I opened the door and walked in. Imagine my fucking surprise to see him fucking you against the vanity in the bathroom. Disgust lined Zena's words. You two will never understand how much it hurt that when Raiden was with me, all I saw was you fucking him, Lorenzo. After the kidnapping, he changed, became someone I wasn't sure was the result of you fucking him or kidnapping him, and I could do nothing to bring him back. She breathed hard, as though anger chilled every emotion in her. I stared at Lorenzo, then Zena, trying to make sense of everything she'd done, too shocked to offer her any sort of comfort, justification. Then my thoughts paused. Reality hit me in the nuts on its way to my head. Did she deserve my forgiveness? She'd played with my feelings, stripped me bare of a relationship, manipulated a man into sleeping with her, and killed a fucking boy. Zena Sen was someone I never knew, just fucked apparently. I finally found my voice. You've lived with this for so long, yet you said nothing, Zena. Truth be told, I'm having a hard time deciphering whether it's fair of you to carry a grudge all this time, to have not said anything. I shook my head as her scowl deepened. What Lorenzo and I shared that evening was consensual. He didn't take advantage of me. He asked, and I gave myself willingly. The same could be said for you. You wanted to continue a relationship with me, knowing what you knew. It's not fair to Lorenzo or me that you blame us. How dare you put this on me? She cried. Possession is 9/10 of the law, Raiden. You were mine first. We were dating. Were we, Zena? I retorted. Every time I asked you, you waved it aside, like I was a goddamn kid asking for a share of your candy. Even after we escaped, you only fucked me a whole 6 months later, at your convenience, when your need took precedence. Whether you were hurting or not, I deserved a fair chance at your real love, and you never gave me that, because in all that time, revenge festered in your heart, waiting for the right moment to be unleashed. I glared at her. My heart hardened with every word, realization turning at every full stop. I'd been a fool. I'd seen her doubt, and I'd thought nothing about it. There were red flags all the way, and I'd chosen to ignore it. My life could have been so much different, not the fucking nightmare I was currently staring at. She opened her mouth to speak, but I cut her off. At least with him, he didn't beat around the bush. He wanted, he asked, and he took what I offered. So don't fucking put this on me, I ground out. And where the fuck do you get off calling me a possession? Is that how you saw me? A fucking thing? A piece of shit to do with as you please? Tell me, Zena, did you fuck someone to help you plan our escape? After seeing the real vindictive person beneath, I'm having a fucking hard time believing you drugged anyone without help, and how it conveniently happened the morning after he fucked me. Who did you fuck? My chest tightened to the point where my breath stuttered out by the time I finished, revulsion poisoning every single word out of my mouth. But I pushed on. Is that why you conveniently mentioned Lorenzo's so-called girlfriend then? You were prepared to let me live with hating him, hating myself. A caustic laugh racked my body. Her eyes narrowed. Green balls of fire glowered at me. Fuck you, Raiden. Yes, I slept with one of his men to help. Happy now, knowing you dated a slut because I was hurt by what you did? Because I tried to find a way to get you back from him? And yes, the whole girlfriend thing was said to throw you off. I didn't fucking expect you'd turn into an asshole of note, she screamed. Do you have any fucking idea what it felt like, sleeping with you and not knowing whether you were thinking about him, whether you wanted him? But you had a choice, right? Accept it, live with it, or walk the fuck away. Instead, you chose this fucked up version of yourself that you hid for so long you forgot how to live. I shoved a hand through my hair, my gaze clashing with Lorenzo. Why won't you say anything? The look in his eyes was something I couldn't read, and when he said, If I do, I might break you more than you're already broken, Raiden. I wondered what he was hiding. I scowled at him. What the fuck's that supposed to mean? I think you've had enough for one day. No, I want this shit over, out, finished, because I want to go back to living my life, the normal life that my father reared me for, not what you, I pointed to him, then Xena, or you did to me. You, Lorenzo, dictated, and even though you were absent from my life, I followed. As for you, Xena, you let me. All this shit that went down since we both fucked Lorenzo would have had a different path if you had opened your fucking mouth and asked. My body shook with the force of my anger. Every nerve tingled as rapid heat spread through my body. I balled my fists and ground my teeth to keep from hitting something. 'Cause fuck, if I did, the damage might not be reparable. So either you two start talking, tell me every fucking thing I need to know, and end this shit, or I am walking. And you, I glared at Lorenzo, you'll make damn fucking sure I get off this island, or God help me. I left the words hanging. For once, the man I'd come to admire, held in higher esteem despite his criminal ways, looked ready to crumble, and I wanted to know why. He glanced at Xena. Do you want to tell him how you fell pregnant? As my brow creased, her eyes widened in palpable shock before her gaze shifted from him to me. Her throat worked a couple of swallows until she opened her mouth. I poked holes in the condom. For a moment I stared at her, not sure if I was surprised or not. Then a caustic laugh ripped through my throat. I guess I've now heard everything. No, you haven't, Raiden, Lorenzo said quietly. At my raised brow, he raked both hands through his hair, then expelled air on a loud curse. He looked at me, and I wasn't sure if he was pleading for me to understand. I shifted my gaze to take in Xena's expression, and hers remained indifferent, as if the last few minutes were all his fault. I was 16 when my father died. Lorenzo began speaking again, drawing my gaze back to his tense features. He was staring at the floor, as though it could give him strength, and I wondered what was coming. I couldn't handle what had happened, and went for a ride on my bike. I was drunk and had an accident. He lifted his gaze to meet mine, and a sudden hyper-awareness riffled down my spine. Something told me I wasn't going to like his next words. I can't have children, Raiden. I heard Xena's shocked gasp before his words began to slowly register. What are you saying, Lorenzo? I didn't recognize my voice. It was so tight from the ball of emotion wedged in my throat. Jardin is your son. He and Xena said it together, their expressions polar opposites, of remorse on Lorenzo's and disbelief on hers. The day after I got here, I had a DNA test done to make sure he was yours, he said. I could feel the blood drain from my face. I blanked out, not bothering to ask details of the how and the when. everything from dread to pain anchored in the pit of my stomach, weighing me down, making my body immobile. I wanted to move, to launch myself at him and shout out that he was talking shit, but my legs failed me, my lungs even more. With effort I didn't recognize as mine, I clutched my chest, forcing air into my lungs, begging myself to breathe. Then I staggered back a few steps. Lorenzo reached out a hand to touch me, and I shoved it away before turning my back on them, wishing for the earth to open up, swallow them whole, and spit out the bones, because their betrayal ran like poison in their marrow. "Ray," Zena began. "Don't fucking speak," I growled without turning around. Grabbing the edge of the desk between my stiff fingers, I took deep, slow breaths, trying to calm the agitated banging in my brain. But the pain was persistent and too fucking severe, devastatingly acute, pounding in my head, my ears, my heart. When I could muster the strength to put an end to this soap opera drama that just festered out of stupidity, I swung around, glaring at Lorenzo. "All this time you knew? 3 fucking years you knew I had a son, and you kept that from me," I yelled, letting that ache take control of my body's next movements. I launched myself at him, my right fist connecting with his jaw. He stumbled back into the wall behind him while Zena screamed for me to stop. I didn't care. My left fist hurtled into his stomach and he doubled over. He straightened, his face devoid of emotion, as though egging me on. And I did. My fists rained a fireball of blows on his hard body, my shouts of hurt spewing out with each hit, like fuel to the flames of anger. And he did nothing. He just stood there, hands at his side, only flinching each time my fist connected, taking it all as though he deserved it. He did. If that wasn't enough, déjà vu smacked me in the face like a brutal taunt. Only this time, I wasn't a young boy fighting a desire I didn't understand. This time, it was a young man battling the loss of 3 years with a son he didn't know he had. "How could you, Lorenzo?" Spent, I gripped the front of his shirt, shaking him until I sagged against his body. I didn't care that I was giving up the fight. I didn't care that Zena's voice was hoarse from screaming for me to stop. I didn't care that his hands came up around me, holding me tight while I breathed harshly into his chest. As long as I didn't give in to the tears that squeezed every nerve cell, making me want to puke, I didn't care anymore. "I'm sorry, Raiden. I never meant to hurt you," he whispered. "But you did. You all did," I mumbled as months of anguish seeped into my bones, sucking out every emotion I felt for all these people who'd been part of my life. Zena, Sienna, my father, and now Lorenzo. When his hands tightened around me, I pushed against his chest and he let me go. I glared at him, taking in the trickle of blood down the side of his lip, yet it brought me no satisfaction. "I'm sorry, Raiden. I had no idea." Zena's soft words had me pivoting sharply. "I don't need your fucking pity. You started all this shit," I sneered. "Between you two, I can't tell who's more cringeworthy." I barked out a laugh. "And all this time, I thought I was fucked up. Go figure." I shook my head. Tears streamed down her face, her large eyes pleading. For what? I had no fucking clue, and I didn't care. When I turned my back on her, she hissed in a breath between her sniffles. "Lorenzo," she whispered, "I'm sorry for everything, and I have no right to ask this, but please, can you let me go? I'll disappear, and you both will never see me again." "What the fuck?" I yelled, turning around to face her. "I just found out Jordan is mine, and now you're asking to take him away? I wasn't asking that, Raiden." Her soft words cut me off. Her gaze roamed my face, looking for what I couldn't give her. Forgiveness. "Then what were you asking?" She looked at Lorenzo, and he was just as curious. "I'm asking for you to let me go. I wouldn't dream of taking Jordan away from you, Raiden. I know you will give him the life he deserves." Her voice broke on the words. Some part of me knew I should have felt something, but I couldn't. Maybe I just wasn't ready right now. Could anyone blame me? Then something clicked. How did I become a father, Zena? We always used condoms. Would it make a difference? She pleaded, like revealing any more lies would set her free. I didn't have to answer. My look said it all. The week before you left for the trip with your father, we attended Katie's birthday party. We returned home drunk and had sex that was a little more rough than normal. The condom broke. So all this time, you knew I was Jardin's father, but made Lorenzo believe it was his? The level of animosity in my blood became toxic fodder for my mouth. Were you born a lying, manipulative bitch, or was it fucked into you? She sobbed harder, but I was beyond feeling anything for this woman. I truly thought it was his, Raiden, and... I held up my hand. What you thought or didn't doesn't make you any less of a bitch I never want to see again. The chopper will take you back home, Lorenzo said. His tone clipped, and I guessed he wasn't feeling charitable toward forgiveness either. I really am sorry I hurt you both. I could hear the regret in her shaky voice. While obsession will kill logic when you need it most, revenge is like a drug, Zena. It will either kill you or rule you. Judging by what you've done, you straddled the lines of both with little to no chance of redemption. This time Lorenzo's words held no menace, just exhaustion, and I felt the fatigue in my bones too. I wanted this whole shitstorm over. I know, and I'll never ask for that. She sighed, then looked at me. I do, however, wish you both the best, and hope the people you love are much more accepting of you than I was, Raiden. She was gone before I could say anything further. I looked at Lorenzo, trying hard to ignore the pain in his eyes, the plea for forgiveness. I need to go. You can't. Don't start that shit again, I growled. I can't let you walk out knowing I hurt you. Well, you don't have a say in my life. You don't get to control everything, and you sure as fuck don't control me. You never did. You fuck whoever you want to, and I let you. We're done, so let me go, I snarled, ready to go a second round with him. Seriously, Raiden? Is that what you think? A sardonic laugh slipped through his lips. That all I wanted from you was a quick fuck? That's what all this is about? To bang my chest like a fucking ape, declaring my win over your cock? Fuck, boy, you have no idea, do you? He glared at me, veins popping in his forearms beneath his rolled sleeves as he fisted his hands. Then why don't you spit it the fuck out? Because I've had it up to my eyebrows with being manipulated. I said it once before. I never manipulated you. You came to me, remember? His words, encased in steel, dripped through his clenched teeth. You chose to suck my fucking cock. You chose to kiss me. And if you never wanted me to fuck you, then why did your cock get hard the second I touched you? Why did you come when I fucked you? Why did you kiss me like I was the oxygen you craved? Ask yourself all of those questions, Raiden, because you seem to have forgotten what went down between us. I never did. Irritation lent my face a twisted scowl. I bet you say that to all the boys you fuck. I scoffed. He shook his head, disappointment creasing his brow. You are the only man I've ever fucked. His soft words a dire contrast to his hard expression, catching me off guard. I opened my mouth to say something. Nothing came out. Everything that happened over the last few minutes caved in around me, and I could feel the tension radiate in my chest, slowly creeping upward, tightening my jaw until the sting of tears I'd been holding back since walking into the room rolled down my cheeks. But I made no move to wipe them. What the fuck do you want from me? What I've always wanted. His intense gaze never leaving mine, His words came out as though he tested each before uttering them. Even without asking, I knew what he was asking, yet I didn't say anything, waiting for him to drop that wicked grip he'd held over me since that first kiss, knowing the second he admitted it, it would crush us both. I want you, Raiden. Always have, and always will. What? I breathed out a laugh, exhaling the abrupt tension squeezing my chest like a rubber band. You don't know me. How can you want a relationship with me? We don't move in the same circles. Fuck, we're on the opposite sides of the legal system. What we had, what we did, was like an oasis in the desert of desire. How can anything blossom from that? And if we did, what would the people we know say? I was rambling, and I didn't know how to stop, because what he was asking scared the fucking shit out of me. Because a part of me wanted it. Craved it. Lorenzo looked at me, and must have noticed the anxiety because his hard features relaxed, morphing into a calming smile. Then he took a step closer. Relationships are not defined by time, distance, mistakes, or what others think, but by how it makes two people feel being together, Raiden. Do you make me smile? Yes. Do you make my heart clench like I'm walking a fucking tightrope over a cliff when I'm around you? Yes. Do you make me feel like I can take on the world with you by my side? Yes. And that's all that fucking matters for anything to work. His words hit me like a rogue steam train, and I staggered backward. My chest rose and fell in quick succession, nostrils flared to keep up with the need for air. You can't ask this of me. In total contradiction to my words, the tears fell harder. I was a grown-ass man. I didn't just cry on a whim. How was it possible, then, that this man, the fucking personification of virtue and sin combined, could bring me to my knees with one look? Something happened to me that first evening he took me, something so forbidden in most people's eyes. People I knew, that is, yet so fucking profound I'd never forgotten. Still, I was afraid to give him my heart. I'd compartmentalized my feelings then. Was I doing the same thing now? Why? I had no fucking clue. Maybe I was just chicken shit how my world would view this relationship. I hadn't told anyone, not even Austin, what had happened between Lorenzo and I. Xena knew, and it broke her. Granted, she could have handled it better. Still, what would my father say? Trent? My sister? Let alone my snobbish grandfather. I came from an affluent family, highly respected. How did I tell them that I was, what, gay? That I wanted to be with a man, a fucking man who twisted my hold on sanity just by kissing me? I couldn't. I wasn't ready, and didn't think I'd ever be. My eyes met his. Where mine was filled with insecurity, confusion, his pleaded for me to trust him, to give him a chance. Did I really make a strong man who ruled with an iron fist appear this vulnerable? Slowly I shook my head. Loving you is easy, Lorenzo. Forgetting you is fucking impossible. I dropped my gaze to his lips, remembering the searing roar it ignited with just a touch, a debilitating pulse, an ache I couldn't forget. But I can't. I inhaled on a harsh breath as I turned away. I have to go, I called out without looking back.
Chapter 43. Lorenzo. 40 years. An hour after Raiden walked away, I still hadn't moved. I'd heard the chopper leave with Xena and return for Raiden. Still, I hadn't moved. I should have done something to stop him, to make him understand that there was more to us than he would ever know. I'd lied just to make him see me as the bad guy, but watching him walk away hurt even more. And as the whir of the chopper starting up once more filtered down from the rooftop, I knew that once the sound evaporated into silence, I'd never see Raiden again. My heart urged me to move, to scale those stairs to the top and stop him. My hardcore brain refused. The brain that had carried me through shit and back. The brain that ruled over my heart in times of crises. The brain that told me I'd get through this. I was a mafia king. I'd fought wars on the streets and won, and I'd be damned if I let a boy break me. Yet, no amount of fierce bravado could hide one simple fact. Raiden Princeton was a battle I'd never win. The abrupt buzz of my phone had me blinking before I answered. Yes. One of my soldiers breathed heavily into the phone as though he'd been running. We've got company, boss. I tensed. Who? D'Angelo's! He yelled as gunfire erupted in the background. Raiden! Dropping the phone, I pulled out my gun and sprinted from the room, hoping he and the baby were already on the chopper, winging their way off the island. When I reached the rooftop, the chopper was nowhere in sight. Glad he was gone, I raced down the hallways in search of my men. I rounded a corner and caught sight of 3 of my men taking cover behind a chest-high wall. Crouching, I moved toward them and checked my gun. How many? I asked. I counted 3 on the upper terrace, 2 on the lower one, could be more. I glanced over the wall, spotting the 2 men on the ground. The double-story structure resembled a small version of a castle with a terrace running the length and breadth of the building. It created a square around a courtyard that housed an atrium in the center. The D'Angelo men were on the opposite side to us. I'll take the 2 at the bottom. Cover me. Without giving my men time to respond, I vaulted the wall, opening fire as I bolted across the courtyard. Bullets rained down like a pissing storm, but I trusted my men and concentrated on my targets. I caught one with a bullet to the head and slammed chest first into the other. He stumbled backward, hitting his head on the wall, and dropped to the floor. Breathing hard, I shoved my muzzle into his mouth. How many are you? Shaking his head to clear the daze, he stared at me and held up his hand, showing me 5 fingers. I didn't trust the fucker and glanced over my shoulder. One of my men gave me the thumbs up, which meant they got the 3 on the upper floor while the other crossed the courtyard. Get the men to do a sweep. I have a feeling this asshole isn't telling me the truth, I said to him when he reached my side. Nodding, he shot off. How did you get in? I asked the D'Angelo man, kneeling in front of me. Apart from the people that worked on the island, the property was known to 3 people, Remo, Dario, and me. That meant they'd gotten to one of the household employees. How? Chopper, I frowned. A slow ball of panic began at the base of my spine, inching its way up. When? How? We had a fishing boat keep tabs a couple of miles out. As soon as your chopper flew off, we had ours flying. We assumed you left on yours, he replied in rapid Italian. Fuck. I didn't want to ask the question sitting full frontal, but I had to. If they came in on the chopper, where the fuck was Raiden? Where's my chopper? We had the comms hacked. Your pilot was told to delay for an hour, he replied, his words alternating between English and Italian. The blood in my veins frosted over. Where the fuck was Raiden? I gestured to one of my men to take the D'Angelo fucker off my hand before I raced down the hallways, searching the rooms as I went, my mind a complete clusterfuck each time I came up empty. Where the fuck are you, Raiden? I cursed, then dropped behind a wall as I spotted 2 more of D'Angelo's men sneaking in from the beach. Fuckers! I hissed, aiming. One fell to the ground as my bullet connected with his groin. The other jumped behind a boulder. One of my men came running from the opposite direction, followed by another burst of gunfire. Jesus, how many of these fuckers did they send? I dropped to the ground as he fell next to me. I had 3 on my tail, he shouted above the roar. Did you see Raiden? No, boss. Fuck. Adrenaline pumped hate into my body, and giving no thought to my action, I shot to my feet, opening fire as I did, hitting 2 men in the head. My man screamed as a bullet knocked him against the wall. The next few seconds happened so quickly, it took a moment to register. Gunfire exploded behind me. A bullet whizzed past my head. Someone shouted before something slammed into me, taking me down. Do you have a fucking death wish, old man? Breathing hard, I looked up into Raiden's scowling face. His body pressed tight to mine, and a relieved laugh slipped past my lips. Glad you find this funny, he grunted. "What are you doing here?" I asked, suddenly desperate to kiss him.
"Saving your ass, apparently." He rolled off me, and I immediately missed the feel of him. "Come on." He pointed toward one of the staircases that led down to the cellars. Crawling on all fours, I followed him to the top, then ran down the staircase. When we reached the bottom, I took a minute to scope out the place before slipping through the doorway at the end of the hallway. As we rounded the corner, we walked straight into 2 D'Angelo men. I was quick to take out one, and before I could hit the second one, another sprang forward, grabbed Raiden from behind, and held a gun to his head. I glared at the 2 men, and when I took a step forward, the one holding Raiden pressed the gun tighter to his head. "Arm one fucking hair on him, and you will die," I gritted. I recognized the one holding Raiden as Tino, the D'Angelo capo. The fucker was fast and sneaky. He motioned for the other man to take his place behind Raiden, then took a step toward me. For a silent moment, while I waited for his next move, his beady eyes remained on me as he tapped his lips with the muzzle of his gun. Hostility roiled through the air between us, the foreshadowing of death itself. We'd gone up against each other twice, and both times he'd learned not to fuck with me. This time was no different, only I had to think about Raiden. I would rather die than let any harm come to him. "It would be so easy to take you out." Tino finally opened his mouth. "One bullet, and that would be the end of the mighty Lorenzo Rossi." He grinned. I flicked a glance at Raiden. The aggression on his face surprised me. He looked ready to kill. Nothing like the sweet, innocent boy I knew. His eyes met mine, and I saw the trust there. He knew I wouldn't let anything happen to him. "If you've got the balls, then do it, Tino." "You know what will happen if I do, don't you? Queen Mother will go nuts. She'll rain hellfire on D'Angelo. She's feisty, that one, both in and out of the bedroom. One crazy bitch that fucks like a goddamn crackhead and eat." He licked his lips. If he expected anger from me for speaking so crassly about my mother, he'd have to wait until I was dead. I merely cocked a brow, feeling nothing but revulsion for her and her sexual deviance. "Cut to the chase. What the fuck are you doing here?" "We just won the baby you've been hiding here." I hid my surprise with a grimace, catching the sudden flare of Raiden's eyes behind Tino. "I must say I'm impressed, man. I didn't think you had it in you to fuck a 16-year-old. Then again, who wouldn't resist a sweet fuck like her?" He looked at his partner and they laughed. "And then hiding the baby from his grandfather. That takes balls, man. But you made a deal with D'Angelo, and he wants his grandchild." I smirked at the man. The D'Angelos thought the baby was Alessia's. Pathetic. I don't give a shit about that deal. D'Angelo will have to wait his turn. I tilted my head to the side, my deadly glare pinned on him. "So if you know what's good for you, I suggest you get the fuck out of my city and crawl back up D'Angelo's ass, or I'll return your body the way you like it, as his suppository." He looked confused for a second, and I figured he didn't understand the words. "That's a sweet threat coming from a man whose men are all dead." We stared each other down before Tino's hysterical laugh filled the hollow hallway. "Look at us, 2 predators ready to fight a battle for control. A lion against the hyena. Am I right, Lorenzo? You're the lion, right? The king. Yet here, this little hyena." He pointed to his chest. "Has you by the balls." The last time I gave him a black eye, I'd equated his laugh to a hyena, and he'd gone back to D'Angelo with his tail between his legs. Yet I didn't doubt the need for revenge had filled his bones. "The difference, Tino, is that a hyena never learns the hunt, because he'd rather have the lion's leftovers than do the dirty work. And he won't take on the lion alone. Ultimately, the king always wins. Even if he's cornered, he finds a way." "Fuck you, Lorenzo," Tino yelled. "I'll give you one last chance to hand over the baby, or I take this fucker down." He jerked his gun at Raiden, and I saw red. Before Tino could anticipate my move, I had his neck in my hand and his body up against the wall. His gun dropped from his hand as he clawed at my fingers. He was tall, but I was taller, and bulkier.
He gasped for air, his eyes bulging in his eye sockets. With his arm around Raiden, the other man pointed his gun at me, screaming in Italian for me to let Tino go. I looked at him, and about to release my hold on Tino, when Raiden reared his head back and cracked the man in the nose, his gun falling to the floor. He stumbled back against the wall, clutching his nose and screaming curses. Raiden turned and kicked him in the balls. "Fucking pussy!" he cursed when the man fell to his knees. Blood ran from his nose and dripped off his chin while his hands cupped his balls, his body writhing in pain. Stunned by the ferocity in Raiden's eyes when his gaze met mine, I let go of Tino. He doubled over, sputtering and cursing between coughs. "Still think I'm a boy, old man?" He grinned before his features morphed into a scowl, and he dropped to his knees, picked up the other man's gun, pointed at me, and fired. My head snapped to my side as my widened eyes watched Tino crash to the floor, the gun he was about to use on me still in his grasp. Blood gushed from his brow, his body jerking in the aftermath. I had no words as I slowly shifted my gaze back to Raiden. When had he become this callous, this hardcore? A perfect shot. Did I have a hand in making him this way? Did I steal his youthful innocence? Or was he just proving he could be like me? "Jesus fucking Christ, I can't leave you alone for a minute, can I?" Remo's snarky voice pulled me out of my reflections as he came bounding down the hallway with Dario in tow. "You hurt, brother?" He clasped me in a quick embrace. "Dario." I nodded a greeting to my bodyguard. "Someone knew about this place and the baby. I need to know who." He nodded. Remo's gaze shifted. "You know how to use that thing, boy?" He pointed to the gun Raiden was still holding. "He just did." I gestured with my chin to Tino. "Fuck!" Remo laughed. "I'm betting that's your first kill and you take down a fucking capo." "Fuck, I've said this before. You've got balls, boy." Instead of a cocky comeback, Raiden lifted a brow at me. I wasn't sure what he was waiting for me to say. As I turned, I caught my brother's frown. His gaze shifted between me and Raiden. Then he turned to Dario. "Let's get that fucker out of here." He kicked the guy with the bust nose in the thigh, then between him and Dario, they walked the guy out. I looked at Raiden. "I thought you left with the baby." I kept the emotion out of my voice. "I was just an innocent boy when you asked me if I'd kill a man for the person I love." He stared at me, his expression one of surrender. "I just did." I swallowed down the shock, unsure what I should say to that. Was it a declaration? Or a goodbye?
Chapter 44. Raiden, 27 years. Even though I decided to walk away from Lorenzo, I hadn't expected the actual effort required to move my feet away from his study would be that difficult. The steps heavier with each one forward, but I did it. Surprisingly, Jordan didn't ask for Zena when I had his things packed and carried him upstairs to the chopper. Neither did Nina, who I offered to come work for me, and she agreed. We were a few feet away from the chopper when the words, "Take them down," rang through the building, followed a second later by the deafening sound of gunfire echoing through the cold fall air, demolishing my memory of the picture-perfect sea views I was about to leave behind. As Nina and I ran for cover and Jordan began crying, only one thought crashed through my mind. Where the fuck was Lorenzo? Although a warning clanged at the back of my head to get the fuck out of there, I couldn't. I had to make sure he was okay. Tugging a crying Nina behind me, I ducked into the stairwell I knew led down to the panic room I'd discovered during my tour of the place. When I was sure Nina and Jordan were safe and secured behind doors that required a code to open, I went in search of Lorenzo. I didn't expect to race around one of the hallways in time to see him about to take a bullet. I'd given no thought to my actions when I launched myself at him and sent us both sprawling. Nor had I anticipated putting a bullet in a man's head to save Lorenzo, but I did. Shockingly, I didn't feel remorse or fear, only relief I was able to pull the trigger before Tino ended Lorenzo's life. Now, as we stood staring at each other, I wasn't sure how to convince him or myself that a relationship with him would never work. I'd killed the man to save Lorenzo because, as unbelievable as it sounded to my ears, I was in love with him. Yet the declaration sounded tedious, like an unwanted surrender, and I knew he was hiding the effect it had on him. His smile didn't reach his eyes as he asked, "But you're not staying?" My throat tightened. "I can't." A look of disappointment washed over him, and he let out a heavy sigh. "Why?" "You know why." I didn't want to answer him, because I wasn't sure if I believed my rationale. Love was supposed to be blind, right? We were in the 21st century. Sexual choices should never be judged. Unfortunately, it was human nature to criticize. "I should go." I'd only taken a step before his hand snuck out and banded around my stomach. Then his chest pressed tight against my back, his hold a vice grip around me. "Don't," he whispered into my nape, inhaling deeply as though committing my scent to memory. When he did it again, I wondered if, just like me, he could taste my scent with his eyes closed. Sense my approach before I appeared, felt my touch before my skin met his. Because I sure as fuck could with him. In response to my silent questions, his free hand closed around my throat, squeezing lightly and angling my head up. His lips crashed to mine, his tongue demanding entrance as it breached the seam of my lips. He'd kissed me before, but this was different. Hungry, scorching, desperate. I groaned into his mouth, and he drank my sounds with a growl of his own. His hard-on pushing into my ass, showing me his need, the effect I had on him. It would have been easy to deny had it not been for the hard bulge in my jeans, now straining against my zipper, eager for his touch. Then I remembered Zena's words and the ensuing devastation. I broke the kiss, but his hold kept me from moving away. His brow fell to mine on a deep exhale, and for just a moment I savored his touch, his hold, his command of my body's will to respond, until he lifted his head and his eyes searched mine. "Walk away now and I'll fall, Raiden. I'll forget how to live. I'll forget what it means to be happy. Walk away from me only because you're okay with watching me die from loving you." The sincerity in his words rolled over me, hard in its impact. The air stuttered on its way to lungs clogged with emotions as I forgot to breathe, letting those words sink in. I resisted the need to clutch my thrumming heart. The look in his eyes, something I'd never seen before. Not with Zena, not with Sienna, not even with my loving family. It was a gilded promise, like he'd lay the ocean at my feet if he could. "What guarantee do we have that this thing will work between us?" I heard myself asking. "Love doesn't come with a guarantee of happiness." He let out a low sigh. "But this is the only way to know for sure, to step into it wholeheartedly, to seize the moments we've shared and embrace it for what it is. Pure, unbridled affection that would only know the bounds we place on it." I stepped away and he let me go. "I want to, but I've been broken so many times. I'm afraid to trust. I don't think I can survive another hurt." "What if I can promise you'll never hurt again?" Uncertainty trickled down my spine. "You can't make that promise, Lorenzo. You have to understand, I don't know how to trust the people I love. I never had an opportunity to. I'm afraid if you break me, I'll lose my shit." "What the fuck?" he barked. My head snapped to meet his hard stare. "Don't give me that shit, Raiden. I was there, remember? I picked up the pieces. I put you back together so you could live. So don't fucking tell me that I'll break you. I'm not the people that hurt you. Don't you pour that fucking unable to trust shit on me." His words dripped hardened steel. "I gave you every fucking inch of myself. You took my life, my sleep, my reason to live, but I did it because I always pretended you'd walk back into my life. Every time the door to my home opened, I hoped it was you walking through, but you chose not to come back. Anger I couldn't understand blazed through me. Why did you leave me to do it then? Leave you? Fuck, Raiden. I didn't leave you. I let you fucking walk away while my heart bled. 9 years ago, I acted like it wasn't a big deal when you walked, but it was. It broke my fucking heart so badly I had to kill just to live again. Then you did it again that evening. You didn't give me a fucking chance to explain. You refused to, and I let you walk away once more. Because I fucking love you. I loved you enough to let you go twice, and I'm doing it again. For you. Can't you see that? I opened my mouth to say something, and he shook his head. Go, Raiden. Go live the fucking life that you want, because I'm done letting you trample over my heart. You talk about people breaking your heart. Stop and ask yourself what you've done to mine. 3 fucking times, and I let you. He let out a caustic laugh, the sarcasm not lost on me. I took a step toward him. Get the fuck out of here, now. The anger behind those words told me not to test his patience. I didn't.
Chapter 45. 11 months ago, 2 days after Christmas Eve. Lorenzo, 39 years. I thought our route to New Orleans was secured. What was the fuck-up last week? I looked at Carlo, one of the managers at the distribution centers. Surprise DEA roadblock. I frowned, then looked at Remo. What happened to our inside man? Apparently he came down with the flu and wasn't aware of the setup in time. I smell a fucking rat, Remo. I want it checked out. I don't pay those assholes to come down with the fucking flu. He nodded as Dario entered the room. We have a situation at the gate, boss. Ever ready for action, Remo shot to his feet, gun already in hand. Let's go! He moved toward the door, and when he noticed Dario wasn't following, stopped and looked at my bodyguard. You coming, or must I handle this shit myself? Dario shifted his gaze between me and my brother, and something in his expression indicated he wanted me to go with him. Leave. I glanced around the table. The 6 distribution managers I'd called for a check-in meeting all stood and filed out of the room one by one. What's the situation, Dario? I asked when they left. He hesitated, something I'd never seen him do. Raiden. The air left my lungs in a slow exhale. I tried not to think why he'd arrived at my door almost 8 years after he escaped. I clenched a fist, recalling the twisted agony of waking up for days after he'd left and waiting, hoping he'd call, send a text. It never came. My chest tightened, and I resisted the urge to rub the spot. I couldn't go through that again. Knowing he was within reach, but I couldn't. Having him in my life and then watch him walk out because he was scared of what we represented together. Clamping down on my emotions, I hardened my expression. He needs to leave. I avoided looking at Remo, but caught the shake of his head in my periphery. I don't think he can, boss. My brow creased. What do you mean? He looked at Remo, and I got the feeling he was asking my brother for support. What the fuck's going on, Dario? Get down there. Tell Raiden to climb into his car and go back home. My bodyguard shifted from one foot to the other. He's broken. What do you mean? A jerk of fear had me springing to my feet, at the same time Remo let out a curse. He's drunk. The little I could understand, I figured someone broke his heart. Dario's gaze met mine. I think he needs you, boss. I let out a harsh exhale, my heart ready to claw its way up my throat, and I glanced at Remo. His usual smirk was replaced with one of concern I doubted I'd ever seen before. Wordlessly, I walked out of the room with Remo and Dario close on my tail. When I reached the gate, Raiden was sitting on the paved driveway, leaning against the closed door of his car, his chin resting on his chest. Security opened the gate, and while it rolled back, I slipped through. I stopped next to Raiden and stared down at him. He'd grown since I'd last seen him. He looked taller and a lot more muscular. He'd probably have some smug comeback if I complimented his build. Dropping to my haunches, I touched his shoulder. Raiden. He didn't stir, and I said his name again. Slowly, his head lifted, and he blinked to focus his gaze on me. "You came," he slurred, lifting a hand to touch me. It dropped when he struggled to keep it up. "I told them you would." His head rolled to the side. Something cracked, and my stomach twisted. I dragged in deep breaths, hoping it would pass. Then my gaze fell to his bust lip. The cut looked fresh. Frowning, I glanced up at Dario, who stood behind me next to Remo. What happened to his mouth? Without a word, he looked at Tommy, one of the two security guards that manned the gate. I stood. "What happened to his mouth, Tommy?" The man dropped his gaze to the floor as if he realized he'd fucked up. He did. Anger pissed through me, turning my vision red. I said, "What the fuck happened to his fucking mouth?" My gun went off, and Tommy dropped to the ground, clutching his knee. "I'm sorry, boss. I didn't know who he was. He was trying to force me to open the gate." Tommy sobbed like a fucking pussy. "I'm sorry." I pointed my gun at him, wanting to end his life, when Remo clamped a hand on my shoulder, squeezing. "Rans," nodding. I dropped back to my haunches, slid my arms under Raiden's armpits, and lifted. As I straightened, he sagged against me, and I locked my hands around his waist, keeping him tight against my body and his face in the crook of my neck. Both Dario and Remo moved forward to help me. I shook my head. "Get the door." I gestured with my chin to Raiden's Porsche. Dario opened it and stepped away. Securing Raiden into the passenger seat, I jumped behind the wheel and hit the start button. I looked at him for a second, wondering who'd hurt him so badly that he'd drank himself to pass-out point. How the fuck had he managed to drive drunk and still find his way to my home? Shaking my head, I tapped the gas. My question was answered when the car lurched forward, and glass clinked behind the seat. I glanced back, taking in several empty bottles of whiskey. He'd probably driven here, waited outside, and after drinking himself stupid, it gave him the courage to drive up to my gate. When I parked the car and walked around to his side, he fell into my arms the second I opened the door and released the seatbelt. Thankful for my strong body and muscular arms, I lifted him with ease, carried him to one of the guest bedrooms, and set him down on the bed. A couple of minutes later, I had him undressed and under the covers. I took a moment to study him, comparing him to the boy who'd walked into my life and left it in chaos with his departure. Letting out a slow exhale, I turned to leave and stopped at the sudden tug on my wrist. I turned. Raiden's fingers were wrapped around my wrist, his eyes puffy and bloodshot on me. Tears leaked down his temples, and I swallowed the shards of glass in my throat. "You won't break my heart too, will you, Lorenzo?" he whispered. With the next exhale, the tendons between my shoulder blades knotted, and my chest crushed in on itself until an ache so intense speared the walls. Was I having a fucking heart attack? The burn rolling through my veins, threatening to unbalance my emotions once more. Startled by the reaction, I blinked to clear my glazed vision, remembering the last time he'd asked me the question. This time I didn't give him a philosophical answer. I gave him the truth. Never. Licking his lips, he closed his eyes. The tears, still a silent river down in his temples. Then he turned, wrapped his arms around a pillow, and clutched it tightly to his body. I tried to walk away, to drown out those ragged, anguish-filled sobs, hating how the sound resonated through my body, filling my chest and burrowing deep. At the door, I stopped, and stared at the frosted glass, my fists clenched at my sides, the echo sniffles bouncing off my back. Fuck. I wanted to ignore him, disregard his pain, snub his breaking heart, because that's what I did well. Avoided emotional shit. I couldn't. Before I could question my actions, my feet pivoted and reached the side of the bed like an automated machine. I slid down beside him, and with my chest to his back, the top of his head tucked under my chin, I curled my body around his, draping a hand over his waist. "It's okay, Raiden," I whispered, and almost pulled away when he released the pillow, laced his fingers with mine, and clutched it to his chest. His body trembled with each exhaled sniffle and tightened the gap between us. Fuck, I balked. This shit wasn't happening. The last time it did, I was told to suck it up, warned against feeling for someone close to me, threatened that if I did, I'd meet the same fate. "Mateo," I muttered under my breath. Looking out the window, I let my thoughts drift into the darkness beyond, unconsciously remembering my brother's last moments. "Hey, fucker, you ready to go?" I shout from the landing, excited to go watch Gone in 60 Seconds, hitting the theaters today. It's my 18th birthday treat. "What the fuck, Mateo, are you coming?" Annoyed, I walk to his room and bang on the door. No answer. I open his door and peek inside. Nothing. "Tay!" I call out, walking toward the bathroom. I put my ear to the door and listen. The last time I walked in unannounced, the fucker was wanking off to a magazine with big tits on the cover. It was all I glimpsed before he kicked my ass out of there. I grin at the memory. Somewhere in the house I can hear Rocco, our Rottweiler, bark. I focus again on the bathroom door. Silence. I try the doorknob, and it opens. I don't see it at first, or maybe I'm just blanking out the vision in front of me. I can't tell. Then everything moves into focus in one forceful blow. The large white porcelain tub with silver claw-like legs. The large pool of pink water that looks like an artist's spilled can of paint against the white marble tile. I pause. It's too thick to be water. My mind rewinds. Blood. It's thick, red blood. It's Mateo's blood, dripping from the bare arm hanging over the side of the tub. "No! Mateo!" I shout, not recognizing that pain around my chest. I rush forward, my new sneakers and jeans soaking up the sticky redness. I don't care. "Mateo!" I yell, shaking his shoulder. Slowly, his head turns. Bloodshot eyes, swollen from crying, stare at me. "Hey, Renz." He smiles. It's not his usual, ever-ready, mischievous smile that always comforts me when Mother rants for no reason. This smile is filled with pain, sadness, with hopelessness. I know that smile. I'd seen it before, on Father's face the night before he died. Mother had been whining again. He was a hardcore mafia head, but Mother always found a way to upset his heart by threatening to kill herself and her children. Father could live without her. We all knew that. However, he couldn't live without his children. "What did you do, Tay?" I can't stop the tears flowing down my cheeks. "I need to call Mother. She'll know what to do." "No, Renz. Don't." He tries to grip my hand, but his hold is weak. He's lost too much blood. "This is best for me. I can't live without my love, Renz. My heart aches every day. It bleeds for the love of my life. And what better way than to let it bleed from my body? I can't be who she wants me to be. I'm not cut out for the mafia head. I'm a lover, not a fighter." He pulls in a raspy breath. "Promise me, Renz, that when you fall in love,
You will not let it be in vain. You will not let anyone stand in your way, not even if your couple. He inhales on a slow breath again. Promise me that no matter who you love, you will love hard and proud. You will share it with the world. Promise? I promise.
I whisper on a sob, watching my brother take his last few breaths.
Stop those tears now, boy.
I jerk upright in Mother's stern voice. She's standing at the door, prim and proper in a pale lemon suit and slick bun, her face an expressionless mask of thick makeup. I slide on the blood, but manage to steady myself, then whisper,
Help him, Mother. He's dying, please.
Her face contorts in unbridled fury, and I brace myself. She leans forward and grips me by the neck, yanking me back until I'm no longer near Matteo.
You're a made man, Lorenzo,
she grits out. It's always my full name with her.
Tears are for weak men. Begging is for pussies. Are you a weak pussy, boy?
I swipe at the relentless tears, forcing my throat to close against the ache and shake my head.
Answer me, Lorenzo. Words. No, Mother,
I rasp.
Louder,
she snarls in my face.
No, Mother,
I bark.
That is a weak pussy, Lorenzo. A pathetic piece of shit.
She points to Matteo, and it takes every ounce of strength not to push her away, to shove at her, to shake her and tell her to stop.
Your brother is not a man. He is a coward who couldn't face the life he was given. Corrimo. I want him to see what a pathetic shit he has for a brother.
I cringe. No, Mother, please. I stop the word before it escapes. Don't let him see this. At 13, Remo is the youngest of the three boys and the most impressionable. Seeing his brother's dead body would either weaken him or kill him internally, because in our house, emotion is a monster that brings wrath upon its offender. She narrows her eyes, lips pursed into a thin slit, and I know it's coming. Punishment. Go. Her hardness makes her an obnoxious woman on a normal day. Anger just adds that extra touch of nausea.
Lorenzo!
She snaps as I walk away. I turn to look at her, keeping my features just as impassive as hers.
The name Matteo will not be mentioned in his house from this day forward.
My insides crumble to dust, and I bite down on my tongue so as not to react.
Did you hear me, boy?
She barks. Yes, Mother. I shove every bit of fury I possess into those two words.
Go serve your punishment with those clothes.
Her tone dismissive, she turns her back on me. Bye, Matteo, I whisper under my breath. There will be no normal funeral for my brother. If I know my mother, it will be an empty casket, just for appearances. While my brother's body becomes animal food. Which kind, I don't know, for now, but I will find out, just for my records. With one last whiff of my brother's scent, I head down toward the basement to serve out my sentence, drenched in my brother's blood. This time it will be 12 days in the hole. She doesn't tolerate defiance. 3 days for every offense. 3 days without food or water. Locked in a dark room that holds no sunlight, bears no furniture, and hears no sounds. Even prisoners in solitary confinement get crap to eat. Not in this house. This is my third offense. Only because I'm a rebel. 12 days will make me weak with hunger and thirst, but it will never break me. That will never happen. I took that vow the day my father died. Nothing will break me. Not even the queen bitch herself. Raiden's shifting yanked me out of those callous memories. I stared at the back of his head, silently hating this boy who ignited something in me I couldn't understand. despising that his vulnerability brought out memories of Mateo's death, emotions I'd learned to keep at bay. I was a hardcore man. I didn't do the sentimental shit. That's what I was taught. Yet I couldn't blank him out. This cocky boy who once called me an old man, making me smile instead of putting a gun to his head. I shook my head, uncertainty blazing a hot trail down my spine. Doubt because I had no idea what the morning would bring. Who are you, Raiden? I breathed. And why come back after all these years? Why now? Why me? He didn't release his grip on me, and I didn't move, waiting for him to accept that he was ironically in some place safe. Only when his breathing slowed to gentle, even rasps, and his hold on my hand loosened, did I tuck his hand under the cover before leaving the room. Outside, I stood there for a while, unaware Remo watched me until he cleared his throat. I looked up. "Did he say anything?" he asked. I shook my head while massaging my eyes with my thumb and forefinger. "Shit, that boy's been through the grinder in his young life." I dropped my hand and frowned. "I didn't know you were a fan." I couldn't keep the sarcasm out of my voice. He grinned. "You asked me to keep a check on him, remember?" My brow shot up. Surprise etched into my voice. "And you did?" He nodded. "But you never mentioned anything." "Because I took care of it. Of him." He shrugged. "He had the odd run-in now and then. Some he knew of and others not." I couldn't remember the exact moment Remo and I became close. It wouldn't be fair to say he replaced Mateo in my life, because he didn't. Remo possessed his own brand of getting under your skin, and somehow I found comfort in him after Mateo's death. But if I had to stand in line to pick a sibling in my afterlife, I'd want Remo by my side forever. He was the type of man who could make you go insane with his brashness and go mushy with his unbridled caring. The latter was becoming more profound recently, and I wondered if Alicia had a hand in that. "He needs you, you know that, don't you?" Turning, I walked back toward my office, and Remo fell into step beside me. "I can only give him what he wants, not what he needs." We stopped at the door. "Why not?" "I can't answer that question until I know what brought him here in the first place." "And I hope for your sake it's the answer you want to hear." He was gone before I could question his perception. A skill that made him good at what he was. An inscrutable killer. With a heart. 3 days later, I returned to the house after a trip to Boston to find my housekeeper standing outside my bedroom door, one hand squeezing the other, her expression one of deep concern. "What's wrong, Maria?"
"He won't eat, sir."
At my frown, she added,
"Raiden, sir. Since you left, he never left his room, and he's only drinking orange juice. No food. I heard him vomiting just now. I'm frightened he'll get sicker."
Tears glazed her eyes, and I understood she felt responsible. I'd instructed her to take care of him before I left. "It's okay, Maria. What did you make for him to eat?"
"Chicken soup."
"Good." I tugged on my tie and shrugged out my jacket. "Bring me a bowl. I'll take it to him."
"Okay, sir."
When she left, I entered my room and dropped my jacket over one of the armchairs. After a quick shower, I chose a white Henley shirt, dark blue jeans, and sneakers. I hoped my casual appearance would relax Raiden. He'd seen me in nothing but suits and sweatpants. Maria was waiting for me with a tray loaded with a bowl of soup and orange juice when I stepped out. Taking the tray off her hands, I walked to Raiden's room and entered without knocking. Expecting chaos, I was surprised that apart from the unmade bed, the room was neat. My gaze shifted to the open terrace door. Raiden sat on the single step. With his hands in his pants pockets, he leaned against the glass, his long legs stretched out in front of him and crossed at the ankles. The wet hair, dark sweatpants, and t-shirt of mine that he wore told me at least he'd showered. I moved closer. Raiden. He didn't bother looking up, and I wasn't sure if he was ignoring me or lost in thought and didn't hear me. Raiden, I repeated.
What do you want, old man?
Cocky little shit. I bit down on my chuckle and moved to sit next to him. Setting the tray on the floor between us, I looked at him. He kept his gaze on the view out front. I glanced around, admiring my coastal home I enjoyed as a break from the shitty city happenings. Deep pinks colored the evening sky above the varying shades of the blue ocean below. The estate was built on prime property, with a mountainous drop to the sea, and the current side was stunning. I brought Raiden to this bedroom, hoping the view might be calming. Judging by his hostile response, I wasn't sure it worked. You need to eat something, Raiden. It's been 3 days. This time he looked at me. His eyes, shielded by his thick lashes, hiding his emotions from me, rolled over my casually clad body before lifting to mine. The blank stare, unnerving as it was intriguing. He'd matured into a good-looking man. His skin tanned a shade lighter than mine, added depth to those green eyes now staring at my lips, following the slow trail of my tongue as I licked my bottom lip. I watched him mimic the movement, and a part of me was suddenly desperate to lean forward and let our mouths meld like we'd done once before. After him, I'd fucked women, but none of their mouths had touched my lips. I feared if they did, he would wipe his memory, and that was something I refused to give up, regardless if he hated me for the rest of his life, or I couldn't have him again. I'd held my feelings for this boy in check for so long, my heart cried for comfort. My body ached for relief, for a need only he could satiate. He leaned toward me, and for a moment every cell in me pricked in anticipation. Then his expression shuddered once more, and he sat back.
Why the fuck am I here?
I hid my disappointment behind a small smile. You don't remember how you got here?
Even if I did, why here? Why you?
I wasn't sure if his sarcasm was born out of hate for me or the person who hurt him. Either way, it did tighten the grasp on my heart, and I longed to offer him the relief he needed that I knew he'd resist. I picked up the bowl of soup. His gaze dropped from my face to my hand, rolling the spoon around the thick mixture. I could have sworn hunger ignited for just a second before dissolving behind a grimace. People come into your life when you least expect it, Raiden. Yet you don't know you need them until they're in front of you. I ladled a spoon of the mixture and held it out to him. His eyes squinted at me in a glare.
I'm not a child.
I didn't say you were. Keeping my voice low, I lifted the spoon to his lips, half expecting him to shove my hand aside. His gaze pinned on me. He opened his mouth, closing his lips around the utensil with a soft slurp. He swallowed before his tongue darted out to lick his bottom lip. My gaze followed the movement, and it took an effort to rein in my arousal. He reached for the bowl. I shook my head at the same time, holding out another spoonful. Still keeping his gaze on me, he accepted it. Like before, the silence between us was comfortable. After a couple more helpings, he picked up the orange juice and downed the glass. When I offered him more soup, he shook his head. I set the bowl on the tray and leaned back with my hands on the floor to support my weight. We both looked out to sea, enjoying the quiet once more until he said,
Why didn't you send me away?
I shifted my gaze to him, but he was staring at his linked fingers. When something is broken, you don't break it some more, I said, choosing my next words carefully. You fix it, one touch at a time. You nurture it, one heartbeat at a time. You love it, one breath at a time. He was looking at me now, his expression unreadable.
And what if you're so broken it's unfixable?
You want to talk about it? He stared at his hands again, and I thought he'd clammed up when he said,
I dated someone for the last 5 months. Ziana Saxena. I thought she was the one. I thought we'd get married next year.
Just the thought of that had my heart on a bender. I shut it out.
Then I took her home.
His voice broke, and I forced myself not to move, even though every inch of me longed to crush him in my arms and promise he'd never cry again, never hurt again. I had to wait, to let him make that decision.
2 nights before I got here, I found out she'd met my father about 2 years before me and spent a night with him. That was forgivable.
I could see the pain he was going through as he rubbed at a fist clenched so tight the knuckles bled white.
But instead of telling me about it, she slept with him during her visit. They made a fool out of me, lied to me, and ripped my heart in the process.
He shot to his feet, turning his back on me, and I knew he was hiding his tears. Rising, I grasped his shoulders and turned him to face me, his expression thunderous, vicious storm clouds swirling with a mixture of desolation and hopelessness in his eyes, daring me to push him. When I tried to pull him into my arms, he fought me. But I was stronger and more determined to give him the comfort he needed. With one hand around his waist, the other gripped his jaw. I was a head taller than him, and tightening my hold forced him to look up at me. You don't have to hide from me, Raiden.
Why?
He twisted against my hold, shoving at my chest. I let him go.
Who the fuck are you to me?
He snarled, glaring holes through me. My heart sank, my throat burned, and I had to clench my jaw to hold back my emotions. He was so strong, yet so vulnerable, and he didn't even know it. Ray,
do I look like a fucking puppet to everyone? Am I that fucking easy to manipulate, to hurt? Like my heart means nothing? To leave me?
He yelled, his fists clenching and unclenching like he was ready to hit me. Strangely, I let him. If he did, I almost craved it. The pain in his eyes gutted me, squeezing my chest until I had to inhale sharply and draw air into my lungs. Then it finally clicked. I never manipulated you, Raiden.
No!
His flattened palms hit my chest, shoving me backward. I stumbled, but stayed upright.
You didn't? But you fucking left me.
The air was sucked out of my lungs. I left you? Somehow the words got out without a single tremble. He pushed at my chest again, and this time I grabbed his wrists, and my body pinned him to the wall. Using one hand, I locked both his wrists above his head and gripped his jaw with the other, forcing his cold stare to meet mine again. You left me, I hissed, my chest rising and falling in quick succession to keep up with my heavy breathing. You chose her over me, I reminded. He'd chosen to leave that day, to steal the car and drive off.
And you let me,
he growled, the accusation hitting me in the gut.
You fucking used me and discarded me like I was some cheap slut.
What the... Rage stole my logic, and I crashed my mouth to his. His words stung, harsher than if I'd been hit by a bullet. For 8 fucking years I'd craved him, and he blamed me. Yet he didn't pull back. He devoured my mouth, curling that velvet tongue around mine and sucking hard until I moaned. He was pouring every ounce of male-dominated aggression into that kiss, and I welcomed it, needed it. Blood pumped ruthlessly through my veins, commanding me to attack, to take, to fuck him fast and senseless. But this was a kiss I'd waited an eternity for, and despite the clashing teeth and sparring tongues, it was sweeter than any fucking honey I'd ever tasted. When I released his hands and he yanked my hips to his, our groans fused when our rigid cocks bumped each other. Raiden Princeton had me by the fucking balls, and I could do nothing to stop him. He'd leveled the playing field the second he'd walked into my bedroom that first time. Then he'd tipped the scales when he'd walked away and stealing not just my car, but my fucking heart. And I fucking let him. Cupping his neck as I bit at his lips, then soothed the bite with my tongue. I rolled my hips to create friction between our hard cocks. I dropped a hand to ease between our bodies so I could stroke him. Before I could, he pulled back, pushing me away. "No," he breathed as I staggered back, trying to get my ragged breathing under control. "You don't get to use me again," he spat, his cold eyes deflecting the heated moment we'd just shared. Silence descended on us, stealing the anger from my soul. Raiden was more broken than I expected. This was no time to let him know how I felt. It would be lost on his fractured emotions. "What hurt you more? Them sleeping together, or them making a fool out of you?"
"Are you seriously asking me that?"
he growled, a muscle spasmed in his clenched jaw. I took a step back. "You're a proud man, to the extent that some might call arrogant. Getting your heart handed back to you will never sit right with you. Ask yourself, though, what if the tables were turned? What if you took someone's heart and handed it back with no reason? Yet they're willing to forgive you, to live the rest of their lives waiting, hoping you'll return. Could you do that?" He opened his mouth to say something, then closed it. I fucking hoped like hell he grasped what I'd just said. He merely stared at me, keeping his emotions hidden behind a blank stare. I wondered if I'd done that to him, taught him how to appear unaffected, in control of certain feelings, because I sure as fuck mastered it. Maybe if I'd been different back then, showed him what he needed to see, we probably wouldn't be standing here right now with his touch burning a massive void through me once more. You've been hurt. I get that. But whoever said loving someone is easy is a fool. I waited for him to look at me. He did. Falling in love is like a storm, Raiden. It's so unexpected you can't prepare for it, no matter how hard you try. Sometimes there's a whole lot of devastation that comes with it, but once you've moved past it, the new beginning can be just the way you want it. Sighing, I raked a hand through my hair and turned to walk away. Then I stopped and glanced over my shoulder. The question is, are you strong enough to rebuild or swim away on that receding tide, letting it toss your heart to pieces in the process? I left him on the terrace. He needed time, and I planned to give it to him. 2 weeks later, that intention became a watered-down promise. With each passing day, Raiden's presence chipped at my resolve to stay away. To keep my wits, I traveled to other cities we distributed in. Surprising both my buyers and my men, I grew frustrated to the point that it was obvious if I didn't do something about it, I'd kill someone. Everyone around me noticed, including Remo, and he took over the meetings I set up. Since I became a made man, I'd never lost my shit as I'd done at the end of the last meeting. My annoyance sent 2 men to the hospital, one with a broken wrist and the other a bullet in his thigh. Now, I stared at the door that remained locked every time I returned from a trip. He stayed in my home, but refused to see me, and I let him. It all ended tonight. Balling my fists, I pounded on the glass, and it took a moment to realize he'd opened it. "What do you want, old man?" Grinding my teeth, I slammed a hand to his chest and pushed him into the room until his back hit the wall. He didn't cower, nor did his expression change from that smug look that got me every fucking time. Not tonight. I was tired of the hold he had over me. Glaring at him, I gripped his hips and tightened the gap between us until my painfully hard cock ground into his. "I'm tired of your fucking shit, boy," I growled. "So either you fuck me or fuck off." I rolled my hips, letting him know I had no intention of backing off. My eyes fell to his lower lip, clamped between his teeth to show me he wasn't affected. But I knew better. "What if I don't want to?" he snarled. "Don't try me, Tesoro." I inched closer, my eyes just as hard as his. His hands came up between us and flattened on my chest. He pushed but my grip on his hips didn't allow room for movement. I rolled my hips again, and this time he couldn't stop the groan. Taunting him with a smirk I knew he hated, I dropped a hand between us and cupped his cock. It was fucking hard as stone. "What's this, Raiden?" I squeezed harder, and he shuddered. "Still not interested? Fuck you, Lorenzo," he muttered, yet shoved into my hand what I squeezed once more. "What will it be, baby boy? Your ass or your mouth? Either way, I'm fucking you. His mouth crashing in on mine cut off my words, and I took it for everything he offered. The warm, silky sensation of his tongue licked the seam of my lips, demanding entrance. I gave in for just a moment and opened my mouth. His tongue tangled with mine before he sucked hard, pulling it deep into the heated cavern of his mouth. A guttural growl rumbled up from my chest. I enjoyed fucking women, yet the anticipation of fucking this boy superseded every arousal I'd ever endured, and my body would never fight how fucking good he made me feel. Still, I had to take back control. Breaking the kiss, I curled my fingers around his throat, pressing lightly, and forced him down. His gaze on me, he resisted for just a beat before dropping to his knees. Just the sight of him, deep scowl and angry eyes, his mouth inches from my cock, had me wanting to fuck him senseless. I stayed my need, knowing it would be worth the wait. "Take it out," I demanded, expecting him to fight me. And he did. "I fucking hate you," he hissed. I cocked a brow, keeping my expression hard. "But you know you want it, don't you?" I wasn't just testing his patience. I was testing to see if staying in my home had any effect on how he felt toward his father and his girlfriend. If he pushed me away, I knew he wasn't over them. If he accepted me again, there was a minute chance he was over them. Maybe he'd survive the shit he'd been through. I stroked a hand through his hair, then cradled his cheek. "Walk away if you don't, Raiden." Slowly, he unzipped my pants, and when he yanked it together with my briefs to the floor, I had to bite back a moan as he licked his lips. Fisting my cock, I ran the purple head along the shape of his lips, the pre-cum painting a glossy trail in its wake. I pulled back slightly, my eyes glued to the tip of his tongue as he sucked his lips, then swallowed. "Open up, baby boy," I ordered. He opened his mouth, tongue out. He stuck it out. More. As he did, I ran my cock over the smooth surface, his saliva coating the head when I pushed it in a little. "Suck me." His lips closed around me with a soft moan. I balled my fists on the zing of pleasure skating down my spine, remembering the feel of his mouth the first time he'd sucked me. Innocent, awkward, fumbling, yet so fucking beautiful. His groans tingling with the desire he unleashed with just his mouth alone. Now the feel of his mouth on me was exquisite, like he knew exactly what to do to make me shudder. He rolled his lips in over his teeth, and his afternoon stubble scraped at my sensitive skin, shooting tingles straight to my balls. I groaned, and my lids slammed shut, losing myself to the wet sucking sounds of his mouth sliding up and down, blending with the gagging sound he made each time I pushed harder. His teeth grazing the soft skin had me opening my eyes to find his gaze on me. "Still hate me, baby?" Instead of an answer, he dropped his gaze and began sucking harder. My bottom lip clamped between my teeth. I gripped his hair tight and fucked his mouth. I loved the delicate feel of a woman's mouth on my cock, but there was just something about Raiden's manly grip, piqued by his angry aggression, that had my balls surging with the need to come quickly. When my cock hit the back of his throat, he gagged, teary eyes meeting mine. I pulled back, but he grabbed my ass cheeks to force me back in, his tongue and teeth harsher in its grip. "Raiden," I tried to stop him by pulling on his hair, but he shoved my hand away. Need sprinted down my spine and my legs shook, barely able to stay upright as my orgasm started from somewhere deep inside me, burning at a rapid-fire rate and blasting through my hold on sanity. Unsure what punishment he was inflicting on himself, I gave in, and after that first spurt of cum, I fucked his mouth hard and fast until tears rolled down his cheeks. Cum slid out of his mouth and down his chin. Still, he didn't let up. Didn't release his hold on my cheeks. That vision shot echoes of pleasure through me, stealing my breath in the process. Shaken, I thrust a few more times, relishing the feel of his swollen lips caressing my cock. The way he wrapped his tongue around the head and dipped into the slit. Fuck! I roared. Raiden didn't let go until my body stopped jerking. When he finally did, he wiped his mouth on his sleeve and refused to meet my gaze. Grabbing his arms, I brought him up and into my embrace. He struggled for just a second, then sagged against me. I'm sorry, baby, I whispered into the top of his head, rubbing his back and giving him the silence he wanted. After a while, he leaned back. Fuck me. Please, he whispered. You sure? I asked. He nodded. I pulled him in for a deep kiss, loving the taste of myself on him. Bed, I said when we broke apart. He walked away. Stepping out of my pants and briefs, I unbuttoned my shirt and let it fall off my shoulders before towing off my shoes. Raiden was standing next to the bed as I walked up and stood behind him, sliding my hands around his waist and under the hem of his t-shirt. I pushed up until he slipped it off his head. My fingers dipped into the waistband of his sweats, and slowly I dropped to my haunches, taking it with me to his ankles. I took a minute to admire his beautifully ripped body. Running my hands up his calf muscles and inner thighs, I enjoyed the tickle of the fine hair on his skin. I couldn't pull my eyes away from the hard, muscular ass I'd be spreading in a moment. Gripping those firm cheeks, I dragged the tip of my tongue through the crease, from his perineum up to his opening, using saliva as a lubricant, and when he was nice and slick, I pushed a finger deep inside him. Fuck! He grunted at the abrupt intrusion, but pushed back on my finger. I pulled out and ran my tongue through the crease once again. This time I followed with nipping the skin on his cheeks, and he groaned, tightening his fists at his sides. Jesus, old man, he snapped, and I punished him with another harder lick, this time circling his tight hole until his body spasmed under my mouth. When I straightened, he leaned into me, his back to my chest, and I circled his waist, letting my exploring fingers discover the hard planes and taut abs that made up his body. He hissed air through his teeth as I ran my tongue from his shoulder to his ear before nipping on the lobe. Using spit on my palm, I gripped his cock, stroking lightly. His hips jerked back, grazing my already stiffening cock. Taller and broader than him, I could look over his shoulder and watched as he flexed his hips to fuck my hand. Pre-cum leaked from the slit, which I caught with the pad of my thumb, adding to the friction. Please. He was on the edge of panting. I knew he wanted more pressure, and when I didn't give it to him, he covered my hand, forcing me to squeeze him harder. With my free hand on his throat, I angled his head so I could claim his lips while rubbing my cock in the crease between his cheeks. Our kiss was hard, aggressive, a battle for control again. Fuck! He cursed when I let go of his cock and broke the kiss. Chuckling, I nudged him until he fell onto the bed, his scowl back in place. What's wrong, Raiden? Like you said, fuck me or fuck off, he grunted, rolling into the middle of the bed. There's only one option there, baby. I crawled up his body, and when I hovered above him, he gripped my hips, yanking me down, and pushed his tongue into my mouth. I groaned, aware of his hard chest under mine, the fine leg hair brushing mine, our stiff cocks pressed together as we devoured each other's mouths. Lowering my hand between us, I rubbed, teased, and stroked his hard length until he bit my tongue with a loud groan. Using his precom, I slid a finger past his tight balls and slicked his entrance. His hips jerked up, and he broke the kiss, breathing just as hard as me. "I need you to fuck me. Now," he rasped, then gestured with his chin to the nightstand. "Top drawer." Frowning, I drew back onto my haunches and opened the drawer. I looked at him, surprise lighting my brow. "You came prepared," I grinned. He gave me a sheepish smile. Maybe there was hope after all, that he'd definitely survived the betrayal. I withdrew the sealed bottle of lube. "On your stomach." He shook his head and sat up in front of me. Before I could respond, he reached for the lube. Squirting the liquid onto his hands, he grasped my cock, tugging from hilt to top, one hand over the other, rubbing the liquid into me. He repeated the massage until my cock swelled and I was ready to burst. "Fuck." I gripped his hand to stop him. "If you touch me any more than what you're doing, I won't be fucking you, Raiden." "What's wrong, old man? Can't handle the heat?" He gave me one of his cocky smirks before rolling onto his stomach. Crawling over him, I stayed on all fours above him and pressed my lips to his shoulder, nipping my way from one to the other, alternating with tongue and teeth. He groaned under my touch. When I squirted the lube on his back, his groans grew louder, and his hips moved to accommodate his hard-on pressed under him. In slow circular motions, I worked the liquid over his heated skin, letting my fingers dance between his lower back and the top of his crease. I smiled when his ass clenched in anticipation. "Relax, baby," I whispered against his shoulder, smearing the lube over first one cheek, then the other, deliberately avoiding the one place he wanted me to touch. I kept this up for a few minutes, adding more liquid but not giving him what he needed. He groaned into the pillow, his hips grinding into the mattress. "If you come before I fuck you, I'll stop now," I warned. "Stop fucking teasing me," he growled. "What's wrong, my cocky little shit? Can't handle the heat?" I chuckled, earning a muffled snort. Pulling back onto my knees, I added more lube, and this time, with one hand spreading his ass cheeks, I slowly painted the liquid around his entrance. His hips bucked on the first touch, his groan long and drawn out. "Fuck!" I continued massaging more liquid into him until I slowly slipped a finger inside his tight hole. Both Raiden and I moaned, and goosebumps feathered his skin. "Jesus, you're so fucking tight." I couldn't look away, watching mesmerized as I pushed all the way in and slowly pulled out, repeating the caress until he whimpered. "Please, Lorenzo," he begged, his need making my dick rock hard. "Please what, baby? You want this?" I inserted another finger, my gaze unmoving, fascinated by the way my fingers stretched him. My cock twitched when he thrust back and the muscles in his back flexed. I worked my fingers in and out only until he was gasping for air. "Oh, fuck yes," he grunted. "You like that?" His hips bucked in response. "Fuck, I'm going to come." I knew I'd hit the right spot, the right angle and the perfect pressure. "Not yet, Raiden," I warned again, working the same spot over and over and loving the way his body jerked with each thrust. "Fuck you," he gritted out, and I chuckled. "No," he moaned at the loss of my fingers. "Shh, baby." I moved over him, letting the head of my cock slide through the crease between his cheeks, and he pushed his ass up, trying to gain more friction. "You ready for me?" He nodded. "Condom?" He shook his head, angling his face to look at me. "I'm clean, I promise." I leaned forward and took his mouth in a slow kiss. His vulnerability was so profound, yet he refused to show it, and perhaps what drew me to him. I guided him up onto his knees and elbows, then kneeled behind him, giving my cock a few strokes. I lined up with his puckered hole. With a hand on his ass, I spread his cheeks apart and began inching inside him. Raiden's soft moans resonated around us. His body clenched, trying to stop the intrusion, and he gripped the pillow. I stilled my movements. "Are you okay?" "Don't stop," he growled. Smiling, I kept going. my gaze glued to where we connected. I watched my thick length disappear inside him, inch by inch. "Fuck, you're tight," I groaned, my engorged cock thickening with each slide in. Once I was fully seated, my body trembled, and I gently pulled my hips back, taking in the view, the position, the grasp on my cock, the subtle moans. The entire picture was like a cinematic masterpiece, one of those classics never to be forgotten. I took a second to breathe, letting him adjust to me. Then I slid out and pushed back in a little harder than before. I could hear Raiden panting for breath. I grasped his hips when I pulled out again, and he immediately shoved his ass back, swallowing my cock. "Fuck me," he gasped. Taking my cue from him, I gripped his hips harder and began fucking him faster, my balls rubbing against his with each thrust, sparking tingles down my spine. Our skin slapping together, mixed with our harsh breaths. A beautiful cadence I wanted to remember. His hand disappeared under his body, his arm flexing as he worked his cock. I stilled my movements. The slick sound of him jerking off filled the air. Sliding down over him, I thrust in a few times as I wrapped my hand around his throat and tugged him upright with me. I banded my other hand around his stomach and fucked him even harder. The possibility I might break him crossed my mind, but this boy was like that first glimpse of sunlight after a wicked storm, and I'd weather a fucking hurricane just to catch a hint of him. I couldn't ask for more. "Do you like that, baby boy?" I grunted in his ear, my thrusts relentless. "Do you like the old man's cock in your ass?" "Fuck yes," he rasped as our bodies moved in perfect harmony. No barriers, skin-on-skin contact like a fucking dream. "Oh, fuck," he moaned, his body tensing under my touch. "Don't you fucking come, boy," I warned. "Please," he begged. Gripping his jaw, I turned his face to mine and devoured his mouth while I slammed into him. Long, breathless strokes. My balls tightened, my orgasm close. He bit my lip, his tongue tangling with mine, his hard pants blowing into my mouth. I dropped my hand on his waist and covered his hand on his cock, stilling his movements. His eyes flew open as he broke the kiss. "I need to fucking come!" Annoyance flared his nostrils. I pulled out of him, and he groaned. "On your back." When he did as I asked, heavy-lidded eyes rimmed by flushed cheeks stared at me, pleading. Kneeling between his spread legs, I lined up my cock and pushed in without hesitation. He let out a long hiss. "You want to come, baby?" "Fuck yeah!" He lowered his hand to grab his cock, and I pinned it above his head. "You'll spill your cum when I say so." I lifted a brow, daring him to argue. He merely grunted a response, making me smile. I began to move, slow at first, then finding a steady rhythm before I pistoned into him. Sweat dripped down my temples, my body fighting my restraint not to give in to my orgasm. When he pushed up to kiss me, swallowing my tongue and sucking hard, I gripped his cock hard, jerking him off, and he let out a low growl before his breathing turned ragged. "Come for me, Raiden." His hand shot up to grip my neck, pressing his brow to mine. "I'll spill with you, old man, not for you, so you better fucking come too." His hand closed around my hand that held his cock, pressing down. Loving his smug grin, I gripped his cock hard and fucked him until my vision blurred. My breath hitched, my heart stuttered, and a distinct ringing pinged in my ear. But I fought the delirium and focused, feeling my cum filling Raiden. Watching his cum streak across his abs in thick white spurts, hearing our intermingled groans of pleasure, and sniffing the desirable scent of sex. When the storm finally settled around us, my knees wobbled, and my arms shook as I dropped to my elbows. But when my lips found his in a slow, gentle kiss, he gave me the strength to feel again. Wrapping his arms around me, drawing me tight to him, cognizant of his cum acting like the perfect glue between us. He licked into my mouth, and I breathed a moan when he nipped my lips. As the kiss slowed, my breathing evened out, yet my pulse wouldn't slacken. It kept pace with my chaotic thoughts of the magnetic pull between us, one so profound, I realized that no matter how much control I possessed, Raiden would forever hold me in his beautiful grasp. I was all alpha, but this boy was dominance on my soul that not even the strength of all the alphas in the animal kingdom combined could touch. My brow fell to his, my nose brushing his as we breathed the same air, connected in more ways than one. When I finally rolled off him, I pulled in deep, long breaths, needing no words between us. I glanced at Raiden, taking in his even breathing and closed eyes. My body so fucking sated, I didn't want to move. But I had to. I moved to get up, and Raiden's hand around my wrist stopped me. "Stay the night with me, please." There was no aggression, no anger, just a simple request. Looking at him, the first thing I saw was the euphoria from what we'd just done, but when I looked deeper, it was overshadowed by pain. Not as intense as the night he arrived, but just a hint to show he needed a little more comfort. While I knew we could never have anything permanent, what he was asking of me right now was all I could offer him. I'd given him what he wanted. If only I could give him what he needed. "Okay," I replied. "Shower?" He nodded and followed me. The next evening, Raiden walked into the dining room and, without a word, took the seat on my left. We'd spent the night together, and I'd fucked him once more last night and early this morning before I left for a meeting. I hadn't seen him since then. He was looking a lot better than that evening he arrived on my doorstep, out of the blue, and after 8 years. This time I hoped, or perhaps I wanted him, to stay longer. Alessia sat on my right, with Remo on the opposite end to me. Since Raiden's arrival, Alessia had been away at school. Her current arrangement brought her home every 2 weeks, which meant she hadn't met him yet. I was about to introduce her to him when Raiden looked at her and, with his usual smirk in place, asked, "So, did they kidnap you too?" She gasped, and before I could respond, Remo grunted, "Careful, Raiden. You're speaking to Lorenzo's wife." Raiden's head snapped to Remo, then to me, the blood draining from his face. But it was the look in his eyes that killed the air to my lungs. It wasn't hurt, but inexplicable anguish, more debilitating than when he'd relayed his girlfriend and his father's betrayal. Fuck. "Ray." He was walking away before I could explain. The stiff set of his shoulders, all the confirmation I needed that I'd just added a nail to his torment. I looked at Remo, shaking my head. "What?" he asked. Tact wasn't one of his finest traits. I stood as Alessia asked, "Who was that?" "The boy who has owned Lorenzo's heart for the last 8 years. I wasn't sure who was more shocked, Alessia or me. We both stared at Remo before looking at each other.
"Is he the reason you could never give me your heart, Lorenzo?"
she asked, hesitation lacing her words. Instead of answering her, I searched my brother's stoic face. "How did you know?"
"Fuck, Renz. I told you before. I'm not as fucking dumb as you might think."
"How long?" He grinned, fidgeting with his bourbon glass, his usual pre-dinner drink.
"The day they escaped and you asked me to follow them home to make sure they got there safely."
"Why didn't you say anything?" I was still trying to understand his calm acceptance.
"Say what exactly?" "You were already tormenting yourself."
I didn't need to add to that distress. He scoffed.
"I made sure he was safe until you were ready to accept what your heart wanted."
"I guess he found you first."
"And you don't have an issue with it?"
He frowned.
"Fuck, Renz, you're my brother, and I don't fucking care who you love as long as you're happy. And that kid right there," he jerked a thumb over his shoulder, "has had you by the balls from the get-go."
but you're both arrogant pricks." He shook his head. "E ancora un bambino," I muttered, wondering how at 26, Raiden still made me want to treat him with kid gloves. "Yeah, but he's your baby because you treat him like one," Remo snorted, verbalizing my thoughts. I looked at Alessia, unsure what to tell her when my brother said, "Alessia, my brother doesn't owe you an apology. You already knew he'd never love you, and now you know why. That said, if this leaves this house before my brother is ready to tell the world himself, you'll find yourself on a plane back to Italy." He leaned forward, his threatening stare unmistakable. "Just remember, cargo planes only carry boxes." The widening of her eyes, followed by a loud gasp, indicated she understood his intentions perfectly. Shaking my head, I wondered how Remo could speak about love and death in the same breath without sounding macabre. "Grazie, fratello." I blew out on a frustrated exhale. "For everything." He gave me one of his impassive smirks. "Thank me by putting an end to your pain." We both knew what he was saying without the need for words. When I reached Raiden's room a minute later, my knock was received with a belligerent, "Fuck off!" "You're being childish, Raiden," I muttered. Trying the doorknob, it was locked. "Open the door." "Leave me the fuck alone." Blowing out another frustrated breath, I shook my head. I was a fucking drug lord. I killed people. How the fuck was I still standing here trying to pacify a stubborn kid? Dragging my hands down my face, I walked away. God fucking help me. "You want me to open the gate?" Dario asked me 20 minutes later. I stared at the security monitor, pain carving a hole in my chest as Raiden, his brow furrowed in anger, stared daggers at me from the other side. I could hear the rev of the engine as the car bucked under the pressure of his foot, tapping the gas pedal every few seconds. Yes. A second more, and he floored it. His car lurched through the barely open gate. The squeal of tires against the hot tar as he burned rubber down the road resonated through the intercom for another couple of seconds before silence descended on my home. Yet the kick of my heart rate took over on an insensitive boom, refusing to abate. I had a feeling it would stay that way for a long time to come. "I'm sorry, boss." I glanced at Dario, his face cast in a solemn replica of mine. "You knew?" I asked. He nodded. "How long?" "You sure you want me to answer that?" He clasped his fingers together in front of him, his stance protective. I nodded. "The moment you told me you had no fucking clue what you were doing." At my frown, he added, "The night you made him pizza because he wouldn't eat the cold turkey." My laugh was mirthless. How transparent in my feelings for the boy Ben. I shook my head. "They say the eyes are the windows to our soul, Dario." I hit rewind on the camera footage, silently wishing it could make images reappear in person. I paused Raiden's face on the screen, lips twisted in a scowl. His fuming green eyes stared back at me. "What happens then when you look through glass so divine and so beautiful it makes you want to reach out and touch every single grain? Or when the view on the other side is so breathtaking it defies everything you believed in? When it reaches into your very existence and steals a small piece of you? So small you don't notice at first, yet not so insignificant that you can't forget its impact on you. Make sure it becomes yours forever." I looked at my bodyguard, shaking my head. My forever ceased to exist the moment I forgot to explain Alessia's presence in my life to Raiden. I sighed. I think I just broke the heart I'd managed to mend. Serendipity might be a fucked up notion to some, boss. But if he found you so many years later, then it's only a matter of time before you find him again. Serendipity? I cocked a brow. You believe in that shit? and you should be the last one questioning it. He sniggered, grinning. I walked out of the room, wondering if that was a possibility.
Chapter 46. Present day. Raiden, 27 years. I watched the taillights of my Uber disappear down the driveway, then turned to study the large house in front of me. A mixture of nostalgia and anxiety washed over me, and I let myself enjoy the familiarity of being home. Not wanting my family to come running out the door at the sound of a chopper, I'd asked the pilot to land in a field a couple of miles from the estate, then called us a ride. Whether I liked it or not, the questions would come. This way I could measure my control and decide the next step after their reactions. The door opened as I was about to slot my key into the lock. "Master Raiden, nice to have you back." Raj, our butler, offered me a warm smile before his gaze fell to Jardin. His shock disappeared just as quickly as it appeared. Our staff prided themselves on respect, and I knew he'd never question me. "Raj, this is Nina, Jardin's nanny." I half-turned so she could enter. "Can you please show her to the servants' quarters?" "Yes, sir." He gestured for her to follow him. Jardin stirred, lifted his head from my shoulder, and gazed at me through sleepy eyes. "Hey, buddy. Ready to meet our family?" He rewarded me with a yawn. As I made my way down the hallway, loud voices filled with laughter drifted from the kitchen. My senses were immediately engulfed by the potent smell of Sienna's fettuccine alfredo, a dish I'd grown to love when we were together. Strangely, I felt no hatred toward her, and I figured maybe Lorenzo had a lot more influence on me than I'd cared to give him credit for. I pushed him to the back of my mind. Since Dad married Sienna, the family ate most of the meals at the large pine table. She did that to them, brought a cozy feel to the house with a simple thing like pizza in the kitchen, as opposed to the formal dinner seating that was the norm. Entering the kitchen, my steps slowed until I stood at the threshold. Jardin's curious gaze flitted around while I waited for my family to notice me. Kira was the first to pick up her head. "Hey, Ray, you..." My sister's words trailed off, drawing the rest of my family's gaze to me, one by one. Dad, Sienna, my grandmother, my Aunt Tamra, and finally my grandfather. While each face registered shock, their gaping mouths differed in size. My family had grown accustomed to my months-on-end disappearing act. This time, however, I figured none of them expected to see me arrive unannounced with a baby in my arms. My sister jumped up and came toward me. Her gaze trained on me, she caressed Jardin's cheek. "Who's this handsome boy?" Then she shifted her gaze to him. "What's your name, Pumpkin?" Jardin looked at me, and on my nod, he offered my sister a shy smile. "Jardin. Wow, what a beautiful name. Would you like a cookie, Jardin?" He nodded. She held out her hands, looking at me. "Can I?" As Jardin slipped into her arms and she carried him to the table, my father and aunt approached me. "Hey, Dad. Auntie Tamra." I grinned at her ever-ready scowl when we called her aunt. My father swallowed me in a hug before I could protest, and oddly, I clung to him a moment longer. I knew he noticed when his hold tightened, letting me feel the comfort and strength of his love once more. Should I even ask? Tamra wiggled her brow as soon as my father released his hold on me. My aunt might be 2 years younger than my father, but she was cooler than some of my friends, and our chats often turned mischievous when we were alone. I shrugged. "You're a grandfather," I addressed my father, "and a grandmother," I sniggered at my aunt. "Fuck that," she retorted, then laughed. "Wow, Raiden's a father. Did you see that coming, Drake? You leave home without a word and arrive back here with a baby that looks way older than the time you've been away. Care to fill in the blanks, son?" My father's quiet words filled me with a sudden calm. He might have fucked up just once, but he was the tie that bound my family together, keeping me and Kira grounded, always. Our voice of reason, and a man I could easily turn to when shit went sideways. Even as the thought left my head, I wondered how he'd handle the latest pile of crap if I chose to drop it without warning. But that part of my life was over. I had a son to worry about now. "Rain check?" I asked, and I wasn't sure if it was the fatigue in my body reflecting on my face that had him nodding. "Come join us for lunch, then." He gestured to the table. "Is it okay if I go up and take a shower first?" I caught his quick frown before he nodded. "Hey, Nana. Pops." I waved at my grandparents. Both seemed preoccupied with the sudden addition to the family, as my grandmother brushed Jardin's locks off his brow and kept dropping soft kisses to his cheeks, which he appeared to like. "Siana?" I smiled at her, and she returned the greeting with a wave. "Raj is showing Nina to her room. She's Jardin's nanny if I happen to trip and fall on my bed," I told my father. "It's okay. We've got this," my aunt consoled, her smile telling me she could see I'd been through hell. "A baby! Wow!" I heard my sister chuckle as I turned away. "Can't say I'm not excited to get to know my grandson. I feel old now," my father replied, his tone laced with humor. Grinning, I headed for my room. If only they knew the shit that had gone down. Chapter 47. Raiden, 27 years. 2 days later, I eyed my cousin over the whiskey he'd handed me. He agreed to meet at Incognito for a chat, and I'd just offloaded everything that went down since our last meetup. Zane was also there. While I had the urge to pummel his face into the wall, Trent reassured me that Zane's intentions weren't as debased as I thought. I waited to hear his side of the story, my fists still clenched in anticipation of sucker-punching the man until he apologized. Yet that permanent scowl he seemed to wear told me I'd have a better chance at flicking dust off his jacket than landing a fist to any part of his body. "So Zena fucked you over?" Trent shook his head, a mixture of disgust and shock written all over his face. "That pretty much sums it up." I set my glass down on the coffee table. "Jesus, Ray, I feel for you, man, and I'm glad she didn't fight you on the baby. How's the little guy doing, though?" I shrugged. Between Kira, Siana, Tamra, and Grandma, I don't think he has a moment to miss his mother, and having Nina there helps. She's the one constant in his life. "Yeah, when those women get together, I pity any man, let alone a baby. Don't get me started on when a Shrika visits." Trent grunted. "It's like the fucking carb war on a man's stomach. So many fine dishes and one small intestine. Fuck, now I'm craving food." Laughing, I flicked my gaze to Zane. "You want to tell me your side?" "Shit happens." He lifted his glass to me, that grin annoying the hell out of me. "All in good time, and I know you're impatient as fuck." "What does that mean?" Trent chuckled, watching the two of us. "He's waiting for me." I looked up as Remo, all smirks and fuck you confidence, strode into the office. Stunned, I floundered for just a moment, unsure whether he knew about Lorenzo and me. I hadn't mentioned that part of my soap opera to Trent yet. Gulping down my whiskey in one swift go, I cringed at the abrupt burn down my throat. Like my father said, good alcohol deserved to be savored, not tossed back like cheap tequila on fuck night. "What are you doing here?" I finally found my voice, my words not as inviting as Trent's greeting. "Nice to see you too, pussface," Remo scoffed. I rolled my eyes, glad to see we were back to the name-calling. "You wanted answers according to Trent, so speak now or forever hold your shit." Dragging a hand down my face, I shook my head. "How the fuck do you live with yourself?" "If I tell you, I'd have to kill you." He grinned, further annoying me. Even though I hated to admit it, Remo Rossi was a force to be reckoned with. Serious as fuck when he needed to be, and a real ball of sarcasm for the times he considered himself funny. He and Austin would make quite the pair at a boring party. "So what do you want to know?" He downed his whiskey like a pro and dropped into a seat opposite me. "Let's start with how you two know each other." I pointed to him and Zane. "Not important," Remo shrugged. Expecting that answer, I moved to the next question. "How did Lorenzo know I was on my way to the island?" Zane and Remo shared a quick look before Zane answered. "I was under the impression the D'Angelos kidnapped Zena. Only when I got you to the island and saw the chopper did I figure it belonged to Rossi. I called Remo and asked him what happened. He gave me the rundown I needed, and he asked me to leave you there. Case closed." I straightened, fury painting a stiff path down my spine. "Case not fucking closed." I turned to Remo. "Why did you ask him to leave me there?" His gaze flicked from Zane to Trent, then me. "Does he know about you and Lorenzo?" He gestured to Trent, and my body went up in a cloud of smoke that no fire alarm could signal. "Are you talking about the kidnapping?" Trent asked. "No," Remo replied, his tone straight-laced, and the smoke became a raging fire within seconds as I tried to melt back into the seat, away from my cousin's probing gaze. I looked at Remo, and his expression was clear. "Decide, boy. You want answers, your cousin needs to know the truth." "What's going on, Ray?" Trent's concerned features morphed into a gentle coaxing. "You know you can tell me anything, right?" I stared at my cousin, unsure if I could tell him without coming across like a total ass. "Lorenzo and I trailed off, trying to find the right words. Trent moved to crouch in front of me. "You're in love with Lorenzo, aren't you?" Stunned, I searched his face for signs of contempt, disgust, hate. There was none. When I said nothing, he growled, "What the fuck's wrong with you?" Oh shit. I had a sudden urge to hurl the whiskey lining my stomach as words defeated me. "Jesus, Ray. We've shared some fucked up shit, and I'm pissed you couldn't open up to me about this." "Okay. Didn't see that coming. I just thought—" "What?" He shook his head, his grimace deepening. "That I'd hate you if you were in love with a man? I offered my wife to another man." He darted a glance at Zane, who smiled in response. "I'm the last fucking person to judge you, and even if I didn't do that with Ash, I still wouldn't judge you. You can't direct the heart how to love, Ray. As long as you're true to it, it's all that matters." I swallowed down the ball of emotion wedged in my throat. "Thanks, Trent." Now we got that out of the way. Remo sat forward, resting his forearms on his thighs, and leaned his chin on his linked fingers. "I'll state the facts, and you can stop me when you're confused. Got it?" His matter-of-fact tone had me biting my tongue to tell him fuck off. I needed answers, and he was the only one who could give them to me. "Fine." "Good. Lorenzo has been in love with you for the last 9 years. Trent and I shared a look at that statement. My cousin's "what are you waiting for" message apparent. Remo continued. "When Zena fucked him, he asked me to watch her. He feared she wasn't good for you and didn't want it to look like he was jealous. He didn't know about the baby because—" "What do you mean he didn't know about the baby?" I frowned. Remo sighed. "Okay, let's start from the beginning. The guy you saw Lorenzo killing in the club was a party to our sister, Arabella's rape, but it was only 6 years later that we got the man responsible, Luca D'Angelo. Lorenzo set Bianca up to get the information from her, and that's where your messed-up girlfriend arrived in the picture. She paid Bianca money to sleep with Lorenzo because she wanted a baby with him, hoping to make him fall in love with her and forget about me. I finished for him. Right, but her plan backfired. Lorenzo killed Luca. D'Angelo kidnapped my younger sister as payback, and demanded Lorenzo marry his daughter and give him an heir. My brother agreed just to save my sister. When Zena arrived at the club to tell him about her pregnancy, my mother asked me to kill her so that Lorenzo never found out about the pregnancy. Mother needed him to marry D'Angelo's daughter. "Still with me?" he asked, and at my nod continued. "Instead of killing Zena, I had Dario kidnap her. He left her on the island because I couldn't kill my brother's baby. We drove Zena's car off the cliff with a dead body, burnt beyond recognition, obviously, and in her clothes, added some belongings, got one of our girls to act like she'd been injured in the accident, and staged death success." "You fuckers are sick," I muttered. "You fucked one of us, remember?" Remo scoffed, and I flipped him the bird. "Lorenzo didn't know about Zena's kidnapping?" I asked. Remo shook his head. "That night you came to the bar to save me." I emphasized the words with a grimace, and he grinned. "Why did you ask about Zena if you kidnapped her?" "My brother's welfare is more important to me than anything, Raiden." I smirked at the use of my name, and he merely shrugged. "That first time when you and Zena left, it wasn't an escape like you believed. Lorenzo let you go. He asked me to follow and check that you reached home safely. I've been watching over you ever since." "Fuck, a personal guardian angel, and you want to give up on that?" Trent chuckled, making me smile. "My brother married Alessia, D'Angelo's daughter, to save her from her abusive father, but Lorenzo told her he'd never give his heart because it belonged to someone else. You. She agreed to stay married for her protection from her father. D'Angelo then got antsy after the time was up and wanted the heir Lorenzo promised. That's when I told Lorenzo he had a baby that he could hand over. He flipped, and only now I realized why." He paused, taking his time to run his forefinger over his bottom lip. "Why?" Trent asked, more impatient than I was to hear the rest of my drama. "He knew he couldn't have children, and that Zena not only played him, but Raiden as well," Remo replied. My mind went into a complete meltdown. I dragged a hand through my hair, trying to make sense of what he just told me. "What's up, Ray?" Trent asked. "You look baffled." Slowly, I nodded, then looked at Remo. If Lorenzo didn't know about the kidnapping or the pregnancy, why did he pretend he did? Even when I fought him, he did nothing to stop me. Fuck. He let me hit him until I tired. Why? Remo sat back and crossed an ankle over the other knee. Because he didn't want to break you some more. He knew how broken you'd been over your father's betrayal. Lorenzo hoped that by spending time with him, you'd learn to trust him. So when the truth about Zena and the baby came out, he'd be your shoulder to cry on. Only, you pushed him away. Again. Although steel lined his words, there was no threat there. Just disappointment. I understood his irritation. I broke Lorenzo's heart, and Remo was just expressing his annoyance with that. Another question clicked, and I looked at Zane. You seem like a man who knows your shit, so I find it hard to believe that you thought D'Angelo kidnapped Zena. And when did you have time to make a phone call? As soon as the chopper appeared, you made me swim. So what the fuck am I missing? My gaze shifted between him and Remo. If Lorenzo didn't know about the baby, how did he know I'd be on the island? Remo and Zane shared another look before Zane grinned. You're fucking smart, boy. I glared at him. When Trent came to me about your little problem, I knew it was a Rossi kidnapping because I'd seen them leave the restaurant the day Zena left the message for you. I called Remo, asked him what the fuck was going on, and told him about the message. He tipped his chin up at Remo. The other man shoved a hand through his hair, and the corner of his mouth quirked up. I played Cupid for my brother, Raiden. What do you mean? When Zane called me about the message, I told Lorenzo about the baby. He wanted to go to the island. I then called Zane and asked if he'd help me get you and my brother under the same roof. Told him we had to make it look legit so both you and Lorenzo would believe it. Then, when he got you there, I called Lorenzo and told him you were coming to rescue Xena, and the rest, they say, is a clusterfuck of epic proportions of which only my brother was aware. He was on to Xena from the moment he sat down at the bar and you made him that first drink. Lorenzo is an excellent judge of character, and he saw her manipulation from a mile away. Only he didn't count on falling so hard for you. Now can I say case closed? Zane lifted his drink at me. Well, if my cousin is still sitting here and Lorenzo is wherever he is, I'd say case not closed, Trent piped up. You two smartasses played Cupid once, and you're about to do it again. No, I whispered, and 3 pairs of eyes turned my way. Why not? Trent's brow creased. Rising, I slipped my hands into my pants pockets and moved to the window overlooking the dance floor below. Slowly, I turned and leaned my butt on the ledge. I'm not ready for that, Trent. I don't think I ever will be. Jesus, Ray, you can't be serious. Trent stood and neared me. What are you afraid of? That maybe my feelings are all over the place, and either I'm not emotionally equipped to handle it, or I have no clue how to. I shrugged. At least speak to your father before you make this your final decision. My cousin nudged my shoulder. I'll think about it, I replied as a pretty woman entered the office and zeroed in on Zane before walking toward him. Then she stopped short, her shocked gaze landing on Remo, who looked just as surprised to see her. Isn't she the waitress at a Shrika's restaurant? I asked. Trent nodded. Yeah, she's also the bodyguard that Zane had protecting a Shrika. You're shitting me. She's pretty hot for a bodyguard. She's fucking feisty as shit, too. Trent chuckled as we moved closer. Well, 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 would you look at that? The Serpente finally regurgitated its entrails, along with all the shit it sells. She smirked at Remo, her expression bored annoyance. I gawked, not sure what shocked me more, her use of crass words on Remo or his subtle interest. These two had history. Hello to you too, Katerina. Remo's usually hard smirk was now replaced by a slight twitch to his lips. Came back to suck my cock, tia amore. Yep, they definitely had history. It's Tia Ramon, fucknut. I'm love only to my friends. As for your cock, you'll have to find it first. You know, seeing as your ego tends to swallow the smaller shit, she scoffed. I choked on the drink Trent handed me as my jaw hit the floor and bounced back up. Finally, someone who didn't let Remo get to them and gave as good as he did. Zane and Trent cracked up. I was loving Remo's scowl as Tia tossed her dark hair over her shoulder and neared Zane. As much as I wanted to find out about Remo and Tia's history, I figured he wasn't the sharing kind. The same could definitely be said for the other brother. I rolled my neck to ease the tension as Trent signaled for me to join him and the other 2 men at the bar. Getting drunk seemed like the perfect distraction for my unsettled head.
Chapter 48. Xena, 31 years. I stared at the bagel I'd been trying to eat for the last hour. For just a tiny moment, I wished I could enjoy the taste of the food I'd been trying to consume, and with each bland bite, wishing my bleakness would abate. The bagel was hard now, given the cold December air sweeping across town, and the reason I took an outside seat at the local coffee shop. I wanted to see if the blistering iciness would have an impact on my numb body. It didn't. I felt nothing. No warmth, no cold, no emotion. I was empty. My life was empty. A blank slate waiting to be rewritten. The problem was I didn't know how to, because I'd fucked it up by being a complete and utter bitch. Having returned to Granger Valley almost 2 weeks ago, I went through the typical motions of pacifying my family, having arrived back from the dead and all that, and then grieving for the most part. Devastated by the loss of my child and the heart of the one man who'd been nothing but beautiful to me, and in return, I'd crushed him to pieces, took away his chance at happiness, love, and life. With an insufferable sigh, I dropped my head back and stared up at the sky, blinking repeatedly as the cold stung my eyes, wishing it could wipe away memories.
Zena?
My head snapped sideways, and I internally cringed. Hoping I'd never see anyone was remotely stupid. Granger Valley was a medium-sized town, and still, people knew everyone. I stared at Raiden's father, a mature, taller, and slightly bulkier version of his son, with a tentative smile. I didn't know what Raiden had told his family, but I'd prepared myself for their disgust in the likely event I met any of them. "Hello, Mr. Princeton."
Mind if I sit?
He gestured to the chair opposite me. "Be my guest?" The fact that he was entertaining me left something to be desired. He unbuttoned his coat and lowered his large frame into the metal chair.
Seeing you here has answered a very important question. Maybe you can answer the rest.
"What's that?"
Why my son returned home with a baby and hasn't said a word to anyone yet?
Okay. I could breathe a little, since Raiden hadn't divulged anything.
You're Jordan's mother, I take it?
He asked. A thick ball of emotion slid into my throat, constricting my reply. Yes. Those intelligent grays searched my face, waiting before he said,
"And you want to tell me why he's with Raiden and not you?"
Every inch of me cried out for relief from the exhaustion that had descended over my body. Not because I deserved forgiveness, more because I wanted someone to just say, "You fucked up. Now go to sleep. When you wake, it will be slightly better because another person knows what you did." I don't deserve to mother a child whose father I broke. Mr. Princeton's expression remained unreadable as he waited for me to elaborate. When I said nothing, he inhaled on a slow breath, then leaned forward.
I have no idea what went down between you two, Zena. But when I stand up to leave, I expect to know everything. So whatever you've done to, as you say, break my son, better be redeemable. Because if it isn't, I'd think it wise that you left town. Not just for my son's sake, but for yours as well. Now talk.
His words were calm, yet there was no mistaking the steely threat beneath. If I was expecting remorse from this man, I'd probably grow old and die before that happened. Drake Princeton was known to be a hard man, but he was an even harder father on the people that wronged his children. I opened my mouth to speak, and as soon as the first words slipped out, the rest followed, quickly and easily, and with it came the tears. By the time I finished, I was a slobbering mess of tears and snot. Mr. Princeton sat back in his seat, his chin resting in the cup of his thumb and forefinger, while his brow creased in contemplation. Although I don't agree with what you've done, Jordan needs his mother, he said, his expression stoic. A glimmer of hope pricked the back of my neck, but I refused to let it flow through me just yet. That said, I'm not sure if Raiden will agree that you are part of Jordan's life. I know my son. He's stubborn, but the love he's shown for that little boy over the last 2 weeks tells me he'll have Jordan's best interest at heart. I'll see what I can do. He stood to leave. Why are you being so nice about this? Why would you help me? I broke Raiden. The silence stretched for a moment before he sat down again. Make no mistake. I'm not helping you, girl. I'm helping that little boy you gave no thought to when you decided to unleash your vain attempt at writing an act steeped in jealousy. While he will never be short of love in my home, I don't think it's fair on a child to be separated from his mother if she's capable of taking care of him. You are capable. You are just not able to right now. And to think I was such an idiot for hurting this beautiful family. Thank you. It means a lot. I grew up with coke addicts for parents, so I know what it feels like to be beaten, raped, and starved for days on end. The only man I met who was worth giving a thought to was my mother's father, Jordan. We spent one beautiful week together before he died, and I was on the streets again. When the Sens adopted me, they gave me a life any orphaned child would die for. And I chose to mess it up. I don't disagree with you, Zena, but sometimes it's hard to outlive a past drenched in rage and aggression. Surviving the streets takes guts, and you did. So it's only natural that you'd feel threatened by the slightest show of dominance. Regardless, you hurt my son, and that's unforgivable. But I am a parent, and so are you. That alone puts us on an equal footing, if nothing else. Again, thank you. My voice broke on a sob. Can I ask you one question? I nodded. Do you have any regrets for what you did? I studied my laced fingers for a bit, trying to find the right answer to that question. The answer that would make it all seem right. I lifted my eyes and nodded. My biggest regret is hating two people who loved each other so hard that they don't even understand the level of their affection for each other. Then it's time to make them understand. He drummed his fingers on the tabletop, then asked, I take it you know where to find him? Looking at the man in front of me, I now understood why he was so highly respected in our town. The times I visited with Raiden, I'd often found myself listening when Mr. Princeton shared stories with his kids. The fact that he hadn't batted an eyelid when I mentioned who Raiden was in love with spoke to his fair and objective character. I knew he'd right a wrong I never understood, in more ways than one. Now I wanted to help. I nodded.
Chapter 49. Lorenzo, 40 years. Fury simmered in my blood, and I pressed the knife harder until the tip pierced his skin. Because of you, people I love almost died, and I don't fucking take lightly to that. I dragged the blade down, slicing a thin line across the thick flesh covering his chest, blood oozing out as his screams bounced across the empty room. Please stop! Don't kill me! Save your breath, Tommy. There's only one thing that will make me stop, I sneered. His black eyes wide, he shook his head, already knowing the answer. Your death. I glared at the man responsible for the attack on the island. Tommy, dumbass. I wasn't bothered with details. The security guard I'd shot at my home for punching Raiden. It seemed like that punishment hadn't gone down well with him. The fucker sold information to the D'Angelos. Even planted a bug in my home. It was how D'Angelo knew about the baby and where to find me, and there was no fucking way he'd live to enjoy the money they paid him. Having already flayed both his arms, I didn't intend to stop until he bled to death. I turned as the door to the room opened. We were down in the basement, under the club. Frowning, I glared at Dario, digging in his flushed features and the agitation rippling his brow. What's got you rattled? The only person likely to ruffle my bodyguard's feathers was Remo, and he was miles away. There's a Drake Princeton at reception. Says you'll want to see him, and he won't give me any more details. He's not who I think he is he? Raiden's father. Although I grinned, I wondered what brought him to my club. You're shitting me. Fuck, you're hardcore, but that man's arrogant as shit, Dario snorted, shaking his head. My gun didn't even faze the man. Like father, like son. The words brought an immediate flash of Raiden's last look before he walked out. I looked at my bloodied hands, and then at the sobbing fucker. "It's your lucky fucking day, Tommy," I hissed, and his breath hitched. "You get to die slower." I dropped the knife. "Give me a few minutes, then bring him up," I said to Dario. Upstairs, I washed my hands and face in my private bathroom, dried up, and changed my clothes for a clean dress shirt and pants. With my hands in my pants pockets, I moved to the window and took a moment to breathe, wondering why Raiden's father was here. I'd given Raiden what he wanted. He chose. The last 2 weeks had taken their toll on me. I'd been in a rage, to the extent I'd killed men without thinking. Not that they didn't deserve it. I needed to find the snitch, and I did. Still, Remo believed I was losing it. Cupping my nape, I rolled my neck. One drink. That was all it took for that boy to weave himself into my heart. The knock on my door had me turning. I stared at the man entering my office. He was the same height as me, just as broad-shouldered, same lavish taste in suits, and if I had to guess, as imposing in his field as I was in mine. I grinned to find him conducting an appraisal of his own. His expression clear that his hand was very rarely forced. I took a step forward and held out my hand. "Mr. Princeton." I didn't offer that courtesy to every man I met. This man, however, deserved respect. Not because he was Raiden's father, no, because his commanding posture was a dead giveaway. He feared no one. A man after my own heart. "Please, call me Drake." His grip was firm, telling me just how resolute he was in his decisions. No hesitations. It takes a man with serious balls to walk into the lion's den and demand to see the king without protection. I attempted to break the ice with a small smile. Releasing my hand, he stood back. "Not when he possesses something more powerful." There was no mistaking the authority in that tone. At my raised brow, he added, "The love for his son." I hid my surprise with a quick gesture for him to sit, then poured 2 glasses of whiskey. "So you know who I am, then?" I handed him a glass. He accepted the drink with a nod. "The man who kidnapped my son. Twice." He raised a brow, pouring a lot more into the emphasized word than I cared to examine. I held my irritation in check. "If you're here to ask me to stay away, I'm not. You're not a likely friend I'd want for him, but sometimes a parent knows when to stand back and let his children determine their future." His words were straight-laced, but not insulting. I frowned, and he continued. "I'd be remiss or hurting my son if I did so." He met my gaze head-on. Not many men did that without feeling intimidated. "I'm no fool, Lorenzo. Nor do I take anyone hurting my children lightly. I did, and I regret my action every day. Unfortunately, we have no hold on the implications of falling in love. It makes you do strange things. It knows no bounds, nor does it direct the heart who to love." He paused. Eyes filled with something I couldn't read scrutinized my features. I might be powerful in my world, but this man right here was a powerhouse unto himself. Something told me he didn't get to where he was on family name alone. He worked hard, and like me, he dominated on sheer willpower to succeed and overcome a life of pain and betrayal. All that I read in one look. I could only imagine the wealth of knowledge he'd passed to Raiden with words alone. And then it hit me. "You know?" He nodded. We stared at each other, the air thick with unasked questions. His expression indifferent, but there was a ton of emotions brewing in those eyes, the color of storm clouds, before he unbuttoned his suit jacket with one hand and sat. I took my seat opposite him. "You might have kidnapped him, held devious intentions regarding his well-being then. But you're also the man who loves him more than I could. Drake regarded me carefully while sipping his drink. His words hit me like a gut punch, because I did. Loving Raiden was not only my weakness, but my strength as well. Surviving his decision would take a lot more than surviving my dangerous world required. I sighed, pain gnawing at my insides, making each breath more difficult to inhale. How would you know? I asked. Because you let him walk away. Twice. This time his words slammed my chest, squeezing until I closed my eyes just to reminisce a moment longer with a man close to Raiden if I couldn't be with him. 3 times, I muttered. Says a lot, doesn't it? I rolled my thumb and forefinger over the bridge of my nose, willing my heart to pump oxygen into my body. 3 times. I looked up, catching the curiosity swirling in those gray irises. The second time wasn't a kidnapping. It came to me. I was trying to be as subtle as possible, but realized the truth worked better where Raiden was concerned. Broken, hating you and your new wife. He took a moment to contemplate my words. So you know? His calm expression gave nothing away until his next words. You gave him strength when I gave him pain, Lorenzo. You mended his heart when I broke it. I picked up the underlying sorrow beneath the words. The regret. It was genuine, and I hoped for his sake Raiden knew that. Drake continued speaking. This time the low firmness was back in place. This isn't a pissing contest for the affections of my child. It's my love for him that's asking you to persevere in your love for him. Not to give up. Alpha men love hard, but they can bend to the will of the person they love, and they can beg. Ask me. I did. There's no written law that we have to stand tall, aggressive, and dictate all the time. I stood and moved over to the window. Slipping my hands in my pants pockets, I rocked back on my heels. He's afraid what the world would think of him. Does it matter? He replied, sounding surprised. Frowning, I turned to look at him. If he has your love, and mine, does it matter what the world thinks? You're not upset by his choice. Why should I be? His brow creased. You're Drake Princeton, affluent, a name and status people respect. His juggle was low. I make my title, Lorenzo. It doesn't make me. Just like how the title gay doesn't make my son who he is, nor does it determine his future. Your love for him does. And that's all that matters. He stood. You seem like a man who knows what he wants and goes after it. My son, on the other hand, is young and brash at times. But I've watched him over the last couple of days. He was broken when Xena and Sienna betrayed him. Still, it's got nothing on what he's feeling right now. I think you were a lot of firsts for my son, and nothing in the world will match that. Not even my love for him. Don't allow him to destroy himself by being the stubborn boy he can be. Give him what he doesn't know he needs. Just to breathe. And what's that? I asked. You. While I was too shocked to form an appropriate response, I swallowed against the sudden tears threatening to fall. How the fuck had it come to this? How had that boy reduced me, Lorenzo Rossi, hardcore mafia head, into a mushy lover ready to shed tears at every fucking turn? It's called love, Lorenzo. I frowned and he continued. The questions you're asking yourself. Fuck, if this man could read me just by my expressions, I could only imagine how he handled his business decisions. I'll see you tonight at 7. It was a statement, not a question. I stared at his receding back as he walked out. What the fuck just happened? I barked out a laugh, still floating in a state of shock. I'm guessing he came with good news? I stared at my bodyguard. Now I can understand your surprise at his arrival. He bulldozed his way into my office and ends with ordering me to be at his house tonight. And that's a bad thing. How? Are you seriously questioning me right now, Rio? I asked, my tone laced with humor. Why should I even listen to the fucking man? Because he made you smile. Laugh, actually. Dario's words blew me for a second. What the fuck does that mean? He shrugged. Raiden once asked me if you're always a dickface who never smiles, and a fuckface when you're angry. To answer his question right now, yes, boss. You've always been a dickface. The last 2 weeks, though, you've been a fuckface. Today, you're smiling. And the crux of those 2 last sentences is Raiden. Did I answer your question? I threw back my head in a hard laugh, and Dario grinned like it were an unusual phenomenon. It was. Did he call me that? He nodded. So I guess you're going to his home tonight? I smiled as my phone rang on the desk. Zane Moroni's name flashed across the screen. Dario noticed, and his brow creased. Italy is a go, then? I nodded, and reached for the phone. Does Remo know? My brother was taking care of Alessia when I'd made the decision. Tell him, I replied, then answered. Zane.
Chapter 50. Raiden, 27 years. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Daddy, right? I rolled onto my stomach and smiled at my son. We were playing with his alphabet blocks on the rug in my room. Jardin right. Grabbing him to me, I blew raspberries on his belly, and he fell back onto the shaggy carpet, giggling. Daddy, stop! He pushed at my head, trying to ward me off him. Laughing, I lifted my head to find a smiling Nina waiting to the side. Bath and bedtime, buddy. He waved at Nina, climbed onto my back, snuck his chubby arms around my neck, and attempted to blow raspberries on my cheek, dribbling spit each time he pulled away. I moved one of his hands to my mouth and bit down lightly. Daddy naughty, he squealed, repeating the words I'd used on him when he bit my finger while I tried to feed him a snack. I bit it again, and he giggled, then slipped off my back. Come to sleep? Yes, I'll come say goodnight. Go have your bath now, okay? He nodded and kissed my cheek before walking away with Nina. I stayed on the carpet, moving the blocks around, and only stopped when I realized I'd spelled out a name. Folding my hands under my chin, I stared at the red and blue lettering. Did I get it wrong, Lorenzo? I whispered. I'd been hurt by Xena, by Sienna, my father, yet none of their hurt came close to the current agony my body refused to let go. The tears started to dry up about 2 days ago, not because I no longer felt pain, but because my body was exhausted from heaving. My gaze drifted to the window and the dark sky beyond. Snow fell at a rapid pace, creating icicles from the rafters above the windows. Last Christmas had been a nightmare with the whole Sienna and my father's love triangle. With a few weeks to go, I wished this Christmas would be different. My heart knew better. It wasn't ready to play in the snow or sing carols around the fire. No, all it craved was one man. I glanced at the blocks again, trying to smile. Since leaving the island, I'd questioned myself 1,000 times whether I'd made the right decision, and every time I looked at my child, my family, my mind confirmed it was the right one. Yet the niggle at the back of my head refused to give in. It stayed there like a constant taunt, calling me an idiot, a chicken. Jardin was quickly adapting to his new home, and my family was smitten with him, especially Kira. My sister wouldn't leave him alone, and even though Nina stayed close, Kira snuck into his room every chance she got. The first few days, Jardin had asked for Zena and had woken a night or two looking for her. I'd calmed him, and he'd ended up sleeping in my bed. I hadn't decided if I was ready to have her around. My head wasn't in the right space for important decisions. I let my father handle those for now. The little meet-up with Trent, Zane, and Remo had answered a lot of my burning questions, and despite my cousin pushing me to give in and accept Lorenzo, I couldn't. Although the rest of my family hadn't questioned me about the what and the why behind Jardin's sudden appearance, I had a feeling my father knew. While he didn't pry, he always seemed to be around me, just sitting or playing with Jardin, as though waiting for me to open up to him. I wasn't sure I could bring myself to tell him about my heart, which I'd broken this time because I was selfish, because I was scared, because I wasn't sure I could handle the truth, that I fell in love at the age of 18, one so profound I didn't understand then. Sadly, I still couldn't understand it now. I closed my eyes, wishing that Santa Claus did exist, and he could wave a wand or whatever the fuck he did to make wishes come true and give me mine. Raiden? I opened my eyes and blinked to focus. My father was crouching next to me, his hand on my shoulder. You fell asleep on the carpet, son. Rubbing my eyes, I stretched and rolled onto my back. Here. I squinted at him, waiting for the drowsiness to evaporate. Hot chocolate. He gave me one of his comforting smiles. With 4 marshmallows, cinnamon, and a dash of whipped cream. She made it just the way you like it. He grinned. Shaking my head, I smiled and sat up. He referred to Sienna. Thanks, Dad. I accepted the glass mug and took a sip. He was right. She made it just the way I liked it. I no longer felt any ill feelings toward her and my father. Things hadn't returned to normal just yet, but we'd come a long way from that first week when I learned the truth. I would tell them they had Lorenzo to thank if I could. I was about to stand up when I noticed the block still displaying his name. Scrambling hastily to stand, I moved my feet to disperse the blocks and hoped my father hadn't seen it. Raiden, you know I'm here if you want to talk, right? His deep voice filling the silence between us. I blew air out on a slow exhale. There's nothing to talk about, Dad, I mumbled, immediately pulling down the mask I'd worn since returning. Sipping my drink, I wished he'd walk away. He didn't. It's been 2 weeks since you arrived here with a baby in your arms and no explanation. While I love having a grandson, I also want my son back. His gray eyes met mine, searching for answers I wasn't ready to give yet. Then he gave me that look, and I knew. He was going to talk whether I wanted to know or not. You've been broken for so long, Raiden. Xena, Sienna, me. He drew emphasis around the last word with a deep sigh. We all had a hand at breaking you, piece by piece, and you're strong, I understand. Sometimes, though, we just need to give in and say fuck it. And while no amount of apology can turn back the clock, I desperately wish it could. Dad, no. He held up a hand. Listen to me, son. I have no idea how to fix you. I truly wish I knew how to. But sometimes, what you need is someone to hold you so tight that all your broken pieces will merge once more, make you whole again. One so profound, you'll never break again. He squeezed my shoulder. I laughed. It's okay, Dad. He shook his head. I can't do that, son. even after 1,000 attempts. But he can. I frowned as he gently turned me toward the door. My breath lodged in my throat as my jaw dropped, and my eyes widened when I came face to face with an unexpected sight. My heart pulsing for just a beat. Every single tear I'd shed over the last 2 weeks, no comparison for the heat stinging my eyes right now. Can't be, I breathed, unsure if the vision on the threshold to my room, in my home, on my estate, was real. Then he moved, and I wasn't aware I hiccuped on the air caught in my throat until my father leaned closer. He's all you'll need to make you whole again. Ever. I watched Lorenzo Rossi, the one man who'd only ever given me the happiness I needed, the happiness I deserved. And while he asked for my heart, he hadn't demanded anything from me. Still, I broke his heart. Twice. Yet here he stood, watching me, waiting. I knew for what. He wanted me to decide. He wanted me to take that final step. How? I asked. Then recognition blindsided me, and I turned to look at my father, shock furrowing my brow. You know? I could barely get the words past my constricted throat. Slowly, he nodded. And you have... I broke off, not sure what to ask, how to ask. What have I always told you, son? I stared at him, thinking back to our conversations over the years, and instinctively knew to which one he referred. Live every moment to its fullest, because it might not be there tomorrow. And someone who loves me truly is a rare find, and if I find that person, then that's the one for me. I have to hold on to that hand no matter what, and no matter who it belongs to. He finished for me and turned me again. Because he might not be there tomorrow. He pointed to Lorenzo. Go to him. He's your forever. He gave my shoulders a gentle squeeze. I'll always love you, son. Unconditionally. With that, he nodded to Lorenzo and walked out, taking my hot chocolate he knew I'd forget to drink now with him. I stared after him. Shock crystallized my thoughts, trying to process what just happened. Would you like me to leave? Lorenzo's quiet words pulled my gaze. Do you want to? I scoffed without thinking, angrier with myself for walking away from him. My little cocky shit. His lips twitched. I'm not little, old man, I scowled, yet desperate to put an end to my frustration. He took a step closer, almost closing the space between us. I held my breath and waited, but he didn't say anything, just continued to scan my face. Then he grasped the back of my neck, his touch shocking warm waves of pleasure through my body. I will never change you, Raiden. I love you the way you are, cocky shit and all. He teased my lips with a soft kiss. You feared what your family would say. I get that. But what your father said just now is true. What? I frowned. The last time you walked away, you took my heart with you, and I let you. His warm breath fanned my lips. This time you walk away, you'll take my soul with you, and I'm not sure if I can let you. Take your soul? I asked. No. Walk away. You're my forever, baby boy. If you'll have me. How are you always so fucking calm around me? No matter what I do, what I say. I was foolish to walk away, and I treated your love so recklessly, yet you still want me. I'm aggressive, arrogant, full of fucking shit at times. Why would you want anything with me? Because I can see the person beneath the mask. His words had me lifting a questioning brow. You once told me that I allowed you to be arrogant. I do, and I can, because I can handle your brand of aggression. You might be a ticking time bomb to some, but you're also vulnerable, Raiden. You've been hurt so many times, you're not prepared to take another chance. You're scared, and I understand. but I'm not walking away again." He raked a hand through his hair. "Fuck, baby. Just allow yourself to be vulnerable, to be happy. Repercussions be damned, remember? And I'll hold your fucking hand if I have to." For a moment, I let myself get lost in his warm gaze and his encouraging words. Then I balked. Panic set in once more, and I wondered if he was right, or if it was the fear of the unknown between us that made me ask, "And what if I'm not ready for forever with you?" He took a step back and contemplated my words. "I don't do mushy, Raiden." He ran a thumb over my lip. "But just this once, I want to try. Just for you. And because Dario said he'll kick my ass if I didn't." He chuckled, making me smile, then cupped my face in his warm hands. "I can't promise not to make you cry, baby, but I will kiss away your tears. I can't promise not to make you angry, but I will hold you until you calm down. I can't promise not to leave you, but only if you ask me to go, and I can't promise not to hurt you, but I will try until I die." He gripped my arms. "There are 2 promises I can keep, though. To mend your broken heart, but only if you let me in. To show you what it means to love again, but only if you give me a chance. Forever. That's how long I'll love you, even if you can't." His words filled me with something I couldn't explain, yet I felt my chest explode with the knowledge that with him on one side of me and my father on the other, I could shout out to the whole fucking world that I was with Lorenzo Rossi, a hardcore mafia head who wanted to be mushy, just for me. "Stay the night. Are you asking me or telling me?" He gave me a wicked grin. And even though I had no idea what morning would bring, right now, I just wanted to be with him. I wanted him to conquer the very air that I breathed, to stake his claim on me, to push boundaries I didn't know I had, because for once, that feeling of the unknown I was scared to test didn't matter anymore. All that mattered was being with this man completely. "I'm telling you." His low chuckle teased the fine hairs at my nape. "In that case, I hope your bed springs can handle my weight, and if your room isn't soundproof, you better hope your family wears earbuds to bed." I had no response. Chapter 51. Raiden, 27 years. When I walked into the kitchen the next morning, I could feel everyone's eyes on me, and I stumbled. Strong hands gripped my waist to keep me upright, and I glanced behind me. With his freshly washed hair, eyes bright with morning awareness, Lorenzo gave me a smile I doubt I'd ever seen on him. It hinged between "I've got you" and "I love you," and a warm, fuzzy feeling I couldn't explain rolled over me. While it was all new to me, somehow it felt right, almost natural, like we'd been doing this forever. "You okay?" His large frame filled the entrance, making his appearance seem unreal. "Yeah." I turned as my father approached us. "Dad." For the first time in a long while, I had no idea what to say, how to break this subject with my family. "Lorenzo?" My father nodded a greeting to him, then shifted his gaze to me, his lips wide in an affectionate smile. "We're family, son. Come on." When we moved closer, my family looked up from their breakfast chatter. "Everyone, I'd like you to meet Lorenzo Rossi, my son-in-law." There was no break, no hesitation, no bullshit in my father's voice as he looked at me and winked. As each member of my family introduced themselves, I watched Lorenzo, trying to gauge his expression, trying to establish whether his thoughts were as chaotic as mine. He wasn't the family type of man. He was a cold, brutal killer, and while the idea of him being in my home was still strange, I hoped he'd adapt to my lifestyle as easily as I'd adapted to his. Judging by the rapid Italian conversation between him and my grandparents, it looked like I had nothing to worry about. Jordan ran up to me. "Daddy, baby up." "Hey, buddy." I picked him up and nuzzled his cheek. "What have you been doing?" Since his arrival, between Kira and my grandmother, Jardin hardly saw his bedroom. He alternated sleeping with them, despite me telling them he needed to be in his own room. I had a feeling my son had become their new favorite pastime. "Painting?" he mumbled, preoccupied with scraping red paint off his tiny fingers. Laughing, I tickled his tummy until he squirmed. "Daddy, stop! See?" He held up his hand. "Boo paint." "It's red." He shook his head. "Boo! You want to wash it off?" He shook his head, making me smile. "What did you eat for breakfast?" "Milk, Nana, carrots." He counted on his fingers, trying to pronounce banana and carrots, which I learned were two of his favorites. "See what I got, Jardin?" Nina appeared with a paintbrush and a tube of red paint. He reached out a hand to take it. "Let's go wash your hands first, okay?" He nodded. "See you later, buddy." I kissed his cheek before handing him over to Nina. "Damn, boy, how the hell did you pull this off?" I turned slightly as Tamra grabbed my arms and swung me around to face her and my sister. "My nephew brings home a guy, and he's so fucking hot, even I want in on that piece of ass," she whispered. "I have to agree with her," Kira whispered as well, while both women eye-fucked Lorenzo. I cracked up. "Would you two get your own piece of ass?" "Does he have a brother?" Tamra fanned her face, her eyes still on him. "I'm like literally having hermaphrodite action down south just watching that man." "He has a brother I could hook you up with." I grinned, wondering if any woman would be able to handle Remo's brand of fucked up. After seeing him with Tia, I was inclined to believe she could. "Is he hot?" Kira asked, chewing nail polish off her fingernails. "How the fuck would I know?" I mumbled. Both women looked at me like I'd just stepped off planet shit for brains. Hello, you're fucking a man, so technically you'd know if a man were hot or not." Kira rolled her eyes at me. I gave them a sheepish smile as the reality of her statement dawned. Unsure if I was feeling uncomfortable or not, I dropped my gaze to the floor. "Hey, babe." Tamra tugged my chin upward. "We don't care who you sleep with or who you love, as long as you're happy." She tweaked my nose. "And I haven't seen you this happy in a long time. He's good for you." I have to agree. I half turned as Sienna stopped next to us. "He's wonderful, Raiden, and I'm so glad you found your better half." Her smile was genuine. "Thanks, Mom." I chuckled. "Oh, hell no. You didn't just go there." She scowled, making Kira and Tamra cackle like two wild witches in a coven. "What?" I pushed, my lips twitching. "You are married to my father." "He's right, Mom," Kira teased, and Sienna's cheeks flamed hot pink. "Drake." She stomped her feet, making the three of us hoot with laughter. My father approached us. "What's wrong, Princess?" "Your children suck," she pouted. "They're calling me Mom." I glanced at my father, catching the sudden twitch to his lips. "I've always taught my children to respect their elders, Princess, and you are my wife." Sienna's jaw dropped as she glared at my father, who rolled his lips to keep from laughing. My sister, aunt, and I didn't bother to hide our laughter. As she turned to walk away, I gripped her arm, stalling her movement. "We're just kidding, Sienna." I smiled, and she stuck her tongue out at me. I liked that we could still be friends, and the tension between us had ceased to exist. Yet each time I looked at my father, I could see a glimpse of apprehension others couldn't, and I knew it stemmed from him still feeling bad about the whole situation. His response to Lorenzo, though, kept me mildly surprised. While part of me thought he was just grateful I'd moved on, I sensed it was more a case of him being who he'd always been, a fucking awesome father. Both Kira and I could and would never complain. "You ready to go, baby boy?" Lorenzo came up behind me and placed a hand at my lower back. I balked, feeling the heat creep up my neck into my cheeks as I took in Tamra, Sienna, and Kira's mixture of shocked gasps and dropped jaws. Baby boy. Well, swoon fucking me. Tamra cupped her cheeks, her eyes stuck on Lorenzo. OMG, I have never seen my brother blush this hard. Kira bit her lower lip to hide her chuckle. I've got freaking goosebumps. Sienna rubbed her arms. Next to me, Lorenzo let out a husky laugh, one I'd only heard in the bedroom, and I looked up at him. He leaned in close to my ear. If you want me to stop, forget it. He drew back with a wink. If you ladies are done making my sons squirm, can we at least feed them before they leave? Dad scolded lightly, and I gave him a grateful look, which he returned with a knowing smile. As they all nodded and walked to the table, Lorenzo hung back with his hand on my waist to keep me next to him. Are you okay? You look a little flustered. I looked up at him. I guess I never imagined this. What? You, me, my family, me being... I searched for the right word. Happy, he finished instead. I nodded. Where I was nervous as fuck, Lorenzo was calm, and it gave me a subtle strength I grabbed with every breath. It's only going to get better. You know that, right? I couldn't stop the crease in my brow. How can you tell? Like this. And right there, in front of my entire family, Lorenzo leaned forward and kissed me. Not a brush of his lips over mine, but a deep entanglement of tongue and teeth that I returned. Oh my fucking God. Tamra's long, drawn-out call, followed with, Sorry, Mom, Dad, blending with Kira's whistle, drew us apart, and we both looked at them, me blushing like a fucking girl, and Lorenzo grinning, as if he just didn't give me a hard-on of note. Make me jealous, why don't you, Raiden? My aunt faked a pout. I've never seen two men so masculine, so beautifully strong, kiss, but God almighty, it's the most arousing thing I've ever seen, and that's saying a lot. When we walked to the table and took our seats, my father was smiling from ear to ear. Sienna wiggled her brow at me, and the others were laughing at my aunt. Any man who can make my grandson blush like that is worth his weight in gold. An official welcome to the family, Lorenzo, and stealing our little boy's heart, my grandfather said, surprising us all since, traditionally speaking, he would have been against it. I guess after Dad and Sienna, he was more open to the abnormal than we'd expected. I don't think he's that little anymore, Dad. Tamra's eyes narrowed in on Lorenzo's hand on my jean-covered thigh, and I laughed. I had a feeling we were going to have discussions later around how Lorenzo and I fucked. Smiling, I had just one answer for her. Hard. Look who's back! 5 minutes later, my eyes jerked to the entrance, followed by the turning heads of my family. Austin? Shocked, I shot up from my seat, not sure why I was suddenly feeling so nervous, and Austin being Austin, he picked up on it. Jesus, dude, don't I get a fucking hug or something? He crossed the floor with a few easy strides and swallowed me in an embrace. Barely a year, and it feels like a fucking lifetime since I last saw you. He squeezed me harder while my family laughed. My eyes automatically sought Lorenzo's, and the smile from a second ago did the disappearing act, his expression now unreadable. What's up, Princetons? Austin said when we broke apart, then tugged a lock of my sister's hair. All grown up, sweet cheeks. He chuckled, earning a scowl from her as she shoved at his hand. Over the years, he made it a point of annoying Kira every time he visited. The last time he'd seen all of them was just before we went to Africa together, 3 weeks after Zena's supposed death. I'd seen him again following the shit that went down with my father and Sienna. This surprise visit, though, on any other day, would call for a celebration, but the anxiety flooding my system now said otherwise. Once he did his rounds with the rest of the family, my father introduced him to Sienna, and I didn't miss his telltale smirk. Thankfully, he behaved. When it came to Lorenzo, I hesitated until my father, sensing my rattled state of mind, introduced him. "Lorenzo is a friend of the family, Austin." Lorenzo was having none of that shit. He stood. "Mr. and Mrs. Princeton, Drake, thank you all for your hospitality, but I have to leave." My grandparents and my father nodded their goodbyes before Lorenzo stepped between me and Austin. Without a break in stride, he dropped a longer than normal goodbye kiss right on my lips. "See you later, baby boy." Then he was gone, leaving me gulping for air and a stunned Austin gaping from Lorenzo's disappearing frame to my face. I heard my family's murmured chuckles behind me, and I was grateful they said nothing. "Dude, what the fuck did I miss?" Austin found his voice. "Let's talk." I walked him out, and when we stood in my room, I turned to look at my friend, taking in his impatient expression. "Lorenzo and I are together," I blurted out. I wasn't sure what I expected from him, but a quiet, thoughtfully contemplative Austin wasn't it. While he was as predictable by nature, there were times when my friend's serious side scared me. He'd been my shoulder to cry on when I went back to Africa, and he'd done it in his own special way, either leaving me alone when I cried or drowning me in alcohol until I passed out. Then, a month later, he kicked the shit out of me during a fist fight after we took a bet. The challenge was simple. If I won, he'd leave me the fuck alone, and if he won, I'd pull my shit together and start living again. He won. He was a determined fucker when he wanted to be, and I was grateful for his friendship. Now, looking at him, I wasn't sure what more to say. Then I threw my hands up in the air and barked, "What the fuck, man? Say something at least, because I'm fucking dying here. Are you happy?" I did a double take. "Huh? Are you happy, Raiden?" I wasn't sure which was more shocking, his words or his quiet voice. Of course I'm fucking happy. At least I hope I was, seeing all this was so new to me. Then there's nothing left to say. He shrugged. "You're fucking kidding me, right?" I hugged my arms and paced the room, unsure why I was so worked up. Austin neared me. "Why do I get the feeling it's not just my approval you're seeking?" I stopped pacing and pinched my bottom lip, staring at my friend. Words wouldn't come. "Dude," he sighed, "I've been your friend for years, and I don't fucking care who you screw, as long as you're happy. Shit, Ray, you've been through so much, and I feel like crap that I couldn't get here sooner when all the Xena shit hit the fan, but that man, whoever the fuck he is, has given you a new leash. What you do with it is completely up to you. No one can tell you what to do. Does he make you happy?" "You and I have been friends for ages. I've been around other guys, yet I don't feel anything for them. For you, I never felt attracted to men. Still don't. No thoughts cross my mind about wanting to fuck them or kiss them. Yet with Lorenzo..." I shook my head, trying to understand that swirling sensation in my chest. Weirdly, there's just something about the way he is with me, the way he makes me feel, like it doesn't feel wrong or strange, like he's meant to be. Am I even making sense? Austin nodded. "How long has it been between you two?" "The first time was 9 years ago." I scratched my chin. "Fuck, Ray. If that doesn't say anything, then I don't know what will." "I think I'm in love with him." The words shot out, shocking the fuck out of me. Is that even possible? "So?" Austin lifted his shoulders in another shrug. "Love doesn't judge or criticize, but it sure as fuck lets you feel so alive that you'd breathe in toxic air. Lets you get lost in an otherwise cruel world that will have no impact on your emotions. Lets you want to smile forever, even if your jaws ache. And if he makes you feel that way, embrace it, Raiden." I stared at him for a long moment, not sure if this really was my friend Austin, and grinned at the thought. "Thanks, man. I've been shitting myself about telling you, and I have just one question, though." "Sure. Does cock taste better than pussy?" I slapped a hand to my brow, and he burst out laughing. A second later, I joined him. Even though you're the biggest asshole to walk the planet, I fucking missed you. I shook my head. Yeah. What can I say? I'm lovable that way. He chuckled before he sobered. Jokes aside, I am happy for you, Ray. We came together in another hug before going back downstairs. Chapter 52. 3 weeks later, 1 week to Christmas. Raiden, 27 years. I stood in my bedroom, debating the decision my father and Lorenzo had taken to give Xena visitation rights with Jarden. While I wasn't up to meeting with her yet, these two important men in my life had everything nailed down to the wire. Both weren't taking a chance on me losing my son. Despite my skepticism, I trusted them completely. What if she runs? I finally asked. She won't, son. My father promised. Between Lorenzo and I, we've got it all covered. She'll be stupid to try anything. She signed the agreement, and it's only 1 weekend a month. A lot can happen in a weekend, I muttered. Yes, it can. Like I always say, take a risk, just for the sheer pleasure of it. I finished for him with a cocked brow. He nodded. Or you'll forget how to live, son. He squeezed my shoulder before walking out. I moved to the window overlooking the driveway, my mind split in two about whether handing Jarden to Xena, even for a weekend, was a good or bad thing. I blew out a frustrated breath. Raiden. I turned my head at the sound of Lorenzo's voice. He'd walked Xena out with the baby since I refused to do so. He came up behind me, and with his hands flat against the glass on either side of me, his chest pressed into my back, we watched Xena walk down the stairs and climb into her car with Jarden. Do you regret not being with her? He whispered in my ear. No, came the quick reply. You're everything I need and more right here. Are you sure? He nipped my earlobe and I shuddered, still shocked that a man could elicit these responses from my body. An inexplicable warmth exploded in my chest. All these sensations around Lorenzo were new to me, surprising, and while I was enjoying it, I was stupidly scared it would end. It took a measured amount of effort not to ask him to reinforce his promise. And once more, the man had that uncanny ability to read my body language when he leaned closer. I'm not going anywhere, Raiden. He pressed his body tighter to me, and I could feel the immediate bulge in his pants tight against the crease of my ass. Do you feel that? I nodded without moving. I'm always ready for you, and I'll remind you how I feel about you every day until you're comfortable with this. Okay? Wouldn't your mafia stuff affect that every day? I mocked, not knowing what the fuck he did. You come first, Raiden. Remember that. I'm 100% committed to my life as a mafia head, but... He turned me around to face him. That 100% means nothing if I don't have you. Would you give it all up for me? I kicked myself after those words, and I found myself staring at his lips, avoiding his gaze. My question went unanswered. As I felt his eyes trace every inch of my face, I could feel the intensity of his stare. Look at me, baby. It was strange how that endearment created a rush of heat through my body. I dragged my gaze from his mouth back up to his eyes. The sincerity in there was flagrant, indisputable. Would you want me to? I avoided his question for a beat. Have you never wanted a normal life? You know, wife, kids, house in the Hamptons? He shrugged, leaning back a little. This is who I am, Raiden. My destiny was already determined the day my father married my mother. It's the only life I know. Whether I want it or not makes no difference. It's who I am. For me to try and change now, commit to a normal life, would be like trying to tame a lion that's lived its entire life in the jungle. Strangely, I didn't want him to change. I prefer the wildcat, bloodlust and all. The words were out before I could stop them. If Lorenzo Rossi wanted me to be who I was, then I was willing to accept him for who he was. Mafia head, cold-blooded killer, drug lord if that were the case, and all. "Repercussions be damned," I mumbled. "I'm glad you remembered." He grinned. "Are you okay with this? With us? With Zena being in Jardin's life?" "I guess I am." His warm breath fanned my cheeks. I frowned. "You don't sound very convincing." He stared at me, a million emotions swirling in those deep blues, hypnotizing in their intensity. "She gave you something I'll never be able to give you." "Yeah? What's that?" "A baby." I took a moment to understand whether it was hesitation in his words or insecurity. "That may be so, but you gave me something neither she nor anyone will be able to." "What?" "Unconditional, no strings attached, true love." His thick lips widened in a slow smile. "And you can live with that?" "Are you fucking insane?" I grinned. "A man who takes close on 9 years to stake his claim, allowed me to find myself while he lived in agony, is, like my father would say, a rare gem. And judging by that bulge in your pants, I'd say a hard metal one." Chuckling, he gripped the back of my neck, pulled me close for a kiss, and walked me back toward the bed. And I kissed him back harshly, my body igniting with a shitload of conflicting emotions, most of them completely unfamiliar and fucking insane. When we broke for air, he rolled onto his back, pushed up on an elbow, and looked down at me. "I've decided that Jardin will have the Rossi surname," I said, having given the notion some thought when I watched him play with Jardin earlier. He stared at me, his shock palpable in his stuttered breath. "Why?" "He's my gift to you." "Because I can't have children?" "No." I rolled a finger along his bottom lip. "Because you complete me. And I'm about to complete you in more ways than one." His smile was wicked, one I'd come to love. Although I grinned, I couldn't ignore how my body felt. My muscles tightened, my heart thrummed at a faster pace, my body filled with an overwhelming warmth I knew had nothing to do with room temperature. "Bring it, old man." Grabbing me around the waist, he brought me into his body for another long, drugging kiss until a stupid question jumped out of nowhere, and I pulled away from him. "So, are we a couple, or am I allowed to fuck other people?" "You can fuck whoever you want." He nipped my chin. "Really?" His nonchalance sparking an irritation I didn't understand. He lifted his head to look at me. "I told you, I won't change you." "Yeah, but does that mean you get to fuck who you want to as well?" Jesus, when did I become a jealous fuck? "Do you want me to, Raiden?" His voice dipped, his eyes flitting over my face in that subtle, scrutinizing way he possessed, like he could read minds. Lowering my gaze away from his, I swallowed, trying to compose myself. Everything that had been happening with me lately was so out of character for me. I was aggressive, arrogant but possessive, and jealousy wasn't something I was familiar with. "No," I muttered. "Then I won't." "Is it that easy for you to commit? How can you be sure?" "Raiden," he sighed. "Being with me won't be easy, but I can promise I will be all yours. I love you, and you're the only one for me. You, on the other hand, are young and have your whole life ahead of you to decide if I make you happy or not, and I will always respect your decision. I'm not a boy, I'm a man, and a man knows when he's taken for the rest of his life. And you're happy with just being with me for the rest of your life?" I sat up. He stood and walked away, his shoulders stiff. I suddenly regretted my words, my skepticism. What the fuck was wrong with me? After a moment's silence, he neared me. "Why do you sound so unsure of me? Did I do something to give you a reason to doubt me?" "No." I kept my gaze on the floor, chewing the inside of my cheek, unsure what had come over me. "Hey." He lifted my chin so I could look at him. "I get it. You've had your heart broken so many times. You're scared. I promised you I'll never break you, and I'm a man of my word." He crouched in front of me, resting his hands on my thighs, and looked up at me. "Learn to trust me, Raiden, because I don't have any more of myself to give you. Fuck, you already have every part of me, wholly. When you're ready to walk away because you can't do this anymore, just remember, putting me back together again won't be easy. But I'd rather die than keep you against your will." "That's not fair," I muttered. "What, that you'll break me if you walk away?" he asked. I nodded. "Would you prefer that I lied to you?" I shook my head. "Then accept it for what it is." He chuckled. "Anyway, once I suck your cock, trust me, you'll be ruined for anyone else, man or woman." I couldn't decide if it was arrogance or confidence, but I loved it. "So you're going to suck my cock?" I asked with a cheeky smile. Yes, just the notion of his mouth on me had heat bursting through my spine. Now, I must have come across like an eager beaver. I didn't care. This man did things to me which I found seriously hard to understand. "No." I frowned. "Why not?" His chuckle was low. "You're not ready." "Seriously? I have to be ready for that?" "Trust me, you do, and once I'm done—" "I know, I'll be ruined," I scoffed. "Now, would you just shut up and kiss me?" he demanded. I had no idea how we undressed or how we ended up on the bed, but the feel of Lorenzo curled around the back of me, his arm draped over my waist, hard cock pressed snugly between my ass cheeks, his warm mouth closed around my earlobe, sucking softly, ignited a burn so harsh I doubted I'd be able to withstand the flames it unleashed in my body. My cock twitched in anticipation, and I shifted my hips back. "Fuck, Raiden." His guttural groan rivaled mine as he ground against me, the tip of his cock grazing my entrance. He bit down on my earlobe, shooting tingles down my spine, making me harder, desperate to come. I was still so amazed, how every time this man touched me, kissed me, and fucked me felt so unreal, yet so fucking right. "You ready for me, baby?" His husky words tickled my ear, detonating goosebumps over my skin. "Fuck, yeah." My hand fumbled for the lube on the nightstand, and he took it while sucking hard on my neck. My cock painfully stiff, I lowered a hand and fisted it. "Don't." Lorenzo growled in my ear, and I released my hold, closing my eyes against the need thrumming through my body. My hips bucked when I felt his gentle fingers massage the lube around my entrance before sliding in a finger. "Please," I groaned, not recognizing the pleading voice as mine. I was so turned on, it hurt to breathe. "Please what, baby boy?" He nipped my ear and added another finger. "Fuck me, Lorenzo." My voice cracked with desperation. I reached for my cock again, and he stilled his fingers. "Touch yourself, and I'll leave you hanging," he warned. Grunting my frustration, I pulled my hand away. "Good boy." "Fuck you," I muttered. "Soon." His chuckle annoying, yet so fucking sexy, I was ready to blow my load. He slowly worked his fingers in and out of me, and I shifted my hips again to get more friction. My breathing sped up, an orgasm I couldn't control on its way. "Fuck," I groaned, turning my head into the pillow. "Don't come, Raiden." "Jesus. Fuck. I can't," I mumbled, unconsciously flexing my hips in time to the rhythm of his fingers. And then he pulled out. Startled, I breathed out harshly. "What the fuck?" "Shh, baby," he whispered against my neck, then angled my head before his lips claimed mine. I groaned into his mouth, his tongue and teeth clashing with mine. Greedy for this man, for his touch, his taste, his essence, and he gave me what I needed. He bit my lip, dragging his teeth across the bottom one before slipping his tongue inside and seducing the fuck out of my mouth until I couldn't breathe. When he pulled back, disappointment flooded me as he moved away, but it was only for a second to change position. He settled between my legs and took my mouth again, this time with slow, mind-bending hypnotism. My body burned. I could feel my cock pulse with the need to come, and when he ground his hard dick against mine, I lifted my hips, greedy for more friction. He was having none of that. He raised his body as his tongue traced a delicious path down my chin and neck before swirling over a nipple, hardening it to a peak, then moving across to the other. He sucked and nibbled until I grasped his muscular arms, my fingers biting into the hard skin. His mouth continued to trail down my abs, nipping my quivering skin and flooding it with goosebumps. "Christ," I hissed out. I didn't miss his low chuckle as he moved further down. Then I stilled, lifting my head to look at him. My cock inches from his mouth. If I flexed, the head would kiss his lips. With his eyes on me, he flattened his tongue against the shaft and sucked up from the hilt to the head. Fuck, if that wasn't the hottest thing I'd seen, and I whimpered. Fucking whimpered. My chest heaved. I'd had plenty of blowjobs before. The anticipation of this one, though, left me breathless and my body on edge. But he was intent on baiting me and blew warm air over the wet head. I jerked. "If you don't take me into your fucking mouth now, I'm going to shove my cock down your throat," I growled. Offering me a smug grin, he cocked his head to one side, the challenge unmistakable. "What's wrong, Raiden? Too much for you?" He pressed his mouth to my cock, letting just the head push past those thick lips, his teeth grazing the soft skin there. "Fuck," I yelled, my hips bucking. His firm hold on my pelvis and stomach kept me from slipping further in. He wrapped a hand around my thick girth and stuck his tongue in the slit, licking at the pre-cum. My head dropped back to the pillow. "Damn," I hissed out. He did it again. "You like that?" I lifted my head to look at him. "You've got no fucking idea," I panted, gripping the sheets. "Please," I begged. I had zero control of my emotions right now, and he gave me what I wanted. He swallowed me to the hilt, shocking me, and I reacted instinctively, thrusting up and hitting the back of his throat. "Sorry," I rasped, expecting him to gag. He didn't. Instead, he groaned, the vibrations shooting to my balls, pulling them tight. So I did it again, thrusting up harder and harder, and each time he groaned, I bit down on my need to come. I pushed up onto my elbows to watch him. He winked at me. His eyes, glazed over with desire, held mine steady. Then he withdrew to the tip and sank to the hilt again, the pressure changing each time he swallowed me. When his hand cradled my balls, I shoved a hand into his hair, flexing my hips to match his bobbing head. He fisted my cock, stroking as he sucked my balls into his mouth. Wow. Fuck, this man had me by the balls, literally and figuratively. Since that first kiss, I'd questioned this thing between us 1,000 times, thinking it was a mistake. But this right here, watching this large, beautiful man wrap his lips around me, watching his strong jaw work to take all of me, getting the best damn blowjob of my life and barely holding off my orgasm as I was sucked by one of the most hardcore, masculine men I knew, answered all of those questions. This was what I wanted. He was who I wanted. Lorenzo closed his eyes, hollowed out his cheeks, and locked my cock between his tongue and the roof of his mouth. He began sucking me hard. No more taunting, no more playing. Teeth and tongue alternating as he bit down with one and smoothed with the other. Just watching him had me trying to control my trembling body until I couldn't hold on, and my orgasm burned down my spine. I closed my eyes, widening my legs, my pelvis stiffening in readiness. My chest rose and fell in quick succession. Nostrils flared to keep up with the need for air. "Lorenzo," I panted, shocked by his control of my body, my head, my cock. "Jesus, what the fuck are you doing to me?" I breathed out a laugh, exhaling on a jerky breath. And just when I thought it couldn't get any better, he pushed 2 fingers into my ass. "Holy fuck," I yelled, desperately pushing down on his fingers and up into his mouth, chasing my release. He groaned, sucking harder. My body shuddered in anticipation, my spine tingling, my balls tight and full. "You need to stop," I rasped, gripping his hair tight. "I'm going to blow down your throat if you don't." I didn't recognize my husky voice. Instead of stopping, he fisted the base of my cock, jacking me off while keeping the head in his mouth and his fingers in my ass. Shit! I felt my cock thickening and my body quivered. My breathing began to stutter. "Oh, fuck, fuck, fuck!" I roared, shutting my eyes tight as white spots filled my vision and the first spurt of my cum hit the back of his throat. He didn't let up, sucking me until my body stopped jerking. By the time he kissed his way up my chest, I was just starting to get my breathing under control, his lips finding mine in a kiss that was slow, deep, and magnetic. Tasting myself on him, I expected revulsion or something similar. There was none. I opened my eyes when he drew back. "Wow," I whispered against his lips, my eyes holding his. "Good things happen when you shut the fuck up for a minute or two, don't they?" He nipped my lips. "Ha ha, you're funny, old man," I mocked. He cocked a brow. "Still think I'm too old for you?" Grinning, I shook my head. Then he said, "Although, if I knew you'd taste this sweet, I would have sucked you off sooner." I could feel my cheeks flush, and I wanted to laugh. A month ago, if someone had told me I'd be blushing for a man after the best damned blowjob I ever had, I probably would have sucker punched the bastard. Now, looking up at the face of a man that gave me such pleasure, I realized I wouldn't change him for anything. "Everything okay?" he asked, rolling off me. I was just thinking how I'd never had a blowjob that made me see stars. Again, I felt the sting of another blush, and it turned into excitement when Lorenzo's soft laugh tickled my ears. "Your turn." I moved to get up, and he held me down. "No, I want to hold you." He curled his body around me and dropped a kiss to my ear. I found it weird just how comfortable I felt around him. He tightened the gap between us. "I need to go to Italy for a few days." "Why?" "There's something I need to take care of." Silence hung between us because I wasn't sure I liked the feeling of being without him, even if it were for a little while. I had no idea where this was coming from, but he must have felt it in my tensed body because his next words were, "Would you like to come with me?" "Can I?" "Way to go, Raiden. Any more excited and you'll be winning the fucking jackpot for the jealous freak of the year." "Yes."
Chapter 53. Lorenzo, 40 years. I cut the call I'd been on, pocketed my phone, and glanced at Raiden, lying on the seat opposite me with one hand tucked under his head, his phone in the other. Someone punch me in the nuts, please. This moment felt surreal, something I never thought would be possible. Me in a limo on my way to see the Queen of Condemnation herself, and I was taking Raiden with me. When I put my plan into place, Dario was against me bringing Raiden along until Remo said he'll fuck anyone who touched Raiden. "You okay?" I asked, wanting the sound of his voice to confirm it really was happening. He shifted his gaze to me, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and spreading my lips in a genuine smile I'd come to accept around him. "A little nervous, I guess. Come here." I patted the seat next to me. Stuffing his phone into his jeans pocket, he moved, and without asking, slid down on the seat, placing his head on my lap. I loved that he took liberties with me. It confirmed that he was comfortable with us being a couple. I slid a hand over his stomach, and he covered mine with his. You know I won't let anything happen to you, right? He nodded, opened his mouth to say something, then closed it again. It's okay, you can say it. His pink lips curled at the corners. I love you, he said, stealing the breath from my lungs. This being the first time he'd said the actual words. It caught me by surprise. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. I took a deep breath, slowing down my heart rate. What did you say? I whispered. His face creased into a mischievous smile. Are you hard of hearing, old man? My brow shot up at his cheek. He chuckled. I love you, he repeated, his voice low and husky, dragged out the words, emphasizing his sincerity. The declaration settled in my chest, twisting my insides in a way I couldn't explain. There was just something about this young man who appeared so relaxed and ready to walk into my world that made my heart swell. A notion I never saw coming. Despite him bending every single one of my rules, those emerald greens searched my face, waiting for me to respond. The air grew thick between us. We'd shared Zena and another woman after her, yet the sexual tension between Raiden and me when we were alone ignited arousal like no other. While I'd gone down on him and made him see stars, according to him, he'd never asked if he could fuck me. Given his brash personality, I expected him to demand it. Leaning forward, I pressed my mouth to his, inhaling his spicy scent, pilfering the air he breathed, and slipped my tongue between his lips. I moaned at the taste of him, and he slid a hand up to cup the back of my neck while I assaulted his mouth. Every time I kissed him, it felt like the first. It was hot, heavy, left me reeling and desperate for more. I said it once before, and I'd admit 1,000 times more. Raiden Princeton had me by the fucking balls, and I would do nothing to change that. After slowly pulling myself away, I ran my thumb over his swollen lips. My love for you is infallible, Raiden. Always was and always will be, I whispered, loving the feel of the plump thickness beneath the pad of my thumb. He frowned. Is something wrong? He didn't answer, and while I watched in confusion, he sat up, pulled out his wallet from his back pocket and opened it. He retrieved something and held it out. Was this meant for me? This time I frowned and took the piece of paper. I opened it and immediately recognized the note I'd had someone leave in his locker after he and Zena escaped. You kept it? I asked. He nodded. Did you doubt the words? He nodded again. I thought you were talking about the girlfriend Zena mentioned. Although I didn't understand the heartbreak part, and I figured you referred to the car when you said I must take care of it. Laughing, I raked a slow hand through my hair, not believing the love I held for this boy. I pulled him back down to lie on my lap. Dependable, unfailing, watertight, surefire, perfect. Those are just some of the meanings of infallible, Raiden. The note was only for you, about you. That morning you escaped, I knew I'd never love another, and even though us sleeping together might have been considered wrong, I knew in my heart my love for you would be infallible. And while you broke my heart by leaving, somehow I believed we'd meet again. Daddy-O calls it serendipity. I shook my head with a small laugh. And asking you to take care of what would always be mine wasn't the car, because I knew you'd be mine forever. So many fucking years wasted. He scowled and fingered the leather band on his wrist. I brought his hand to my lips and kissed it. Don't look at it as wasted years. Look at it as the strength of our love. It was never insta-love. It tested time, and at the end of 9 long years, you're still mine. I was beginning to believe Dario's shit about serendipity, and made a mental note to tell him. Raiden smiled, rolling his head around my lap, teasing my hard cock and forcing another groan. Fuck, Raiden, why did you have to choose a moving limo to voice what I've been longing to hear?
You did say it's a full 45-minute drive, didn't you?
I frowned. Then his words registered, and before I could stop him, he dropped to the floor, spread my legs, and slipped between them. When he reached for the zipper on my pants, his knuckles grazing my stiff cock, I groaned. I stilled his roving fingers and inched my head closer to his. Why have you never asked to fuck me? Even when Xena wanted you to, you refused. It was a long, silent moment before he mumbled.
I respect you too much to have you submit to me.
His words took me by surprise. Submission doesn't make you weak, Raiden.
I know.
But... He trailed off. But... I gently pushed. Getting him to open to me had become an enjoyable feat. His green eyes shone against his flushed cheeks as he looked up at me.
I like the way you control me. I liked what you do to me. As fucking crazy as it sounds, I feel empty when I'm not around you. You give me strength, and it's all that matters for me.
I don't need to control you, baby boy. I just have to kiss you to make you do what I want. I rubbed my nose against his.
Is it all so fucking crazy that I like that too?
What?
That you call me baby boy and treat me like one.
But you don't fuck like one, do you? I winked. An easy laugh spilled from his pink lips, and I might have wanted to restrain him from taking my cock in his mouth before. Not anymore. 20 minutes later, we drove through the black gates of my family estate.
Fuck, this is your home?
Raiden was looking through the window, admiring the rolling hills that made up the estate, and overlooked the Amalfi coastline with its blue-green waters and orange roof-tiled houses.
Wow, I'd like to wake up to that view every morning,
he chuckled. Grinning, I watched excitement color his face, a shade I hadn't seen before. While bringing him with me was a good decision, and he wouldn't admit it, I'd noticed how he clung to me. I'd seen it in the way he'd look at me when I had to travel or when I'd drop him off at his home to spend time with his family. Raiden Princeton might be in love with me, yet deep down, I knew, and because he'd been hurt so many times, he was scared I'd break his heart and leave him. And I had every intention of making him grow to trust me, because leaving him wasn't an option, and it would never be a choice, either. We can stay longer than a day, but you'll miss Christmas with your family. He glanced at me.
I'd like to spend Christmas with you and my family, if you're okay with that.
Yes. After today, we'll come back often.
Why? What's happening today?
Looking out the window, I pulled in a deep breath, then shifted my gaze back to him. I've become the boss. The Don. His eyes grew wide with a mixture of excitement and surprise. The car, drawing to a stop, killed his reply.
Lorenzo!
Evelina, my sister, and the youngest sibling, came charging down the hallway as soon as we entered the house and jumped into my arms, curling her legs around my waist.
È passato così tanto tempo,
she whispered against my neck, hugging me tightly. Yes, baby, it's been long, I replied, looking at Raiden. Even though he tried to look away, I didn't miss the jealous flush to his cheeks. I smiled. When I set my sister down, I turned. This is Raiden, Evelina. He stepped forward and accepted her outstretched hand.
È proprio un bel giovanotto.
Blushing, she hid her laugh behind a hand. She says you're handsome, I answered Raiden's unasked question.
Thank you,
he responded, his smile light. I looked at him, letting him read my expression, but he avoided my gaze.
Your friend, yes?
Evelina attempted her English words. Unlike Arabella, who I'd taken to New York with me, my mother kept Evelina locked up, homeschooled, with hardly any visitors. Boyfriend, I said. She gasped at the same time Raiden's eyes jerked back to me. My baby sister, I winked. He gawked embarrassment, making his handsome face even more adorable. My sister's rush of Italian drowned the moment, her face displaying everything from shock to laughter and back to surprise again as she rattled on, finally ending on,
Non vedo l'ora di vedere la faccia di mia madre.
She giggled hysterically. Yes, mia cara. That makes two of us.
I'm assuming she's not happy?
Raiden asked, watching my sister run off after telling me Mother was in a meeting. On the contrary, my sister is very happy for me and can't wait to see my mother's face. He followed me down the hallway toward the meeting room I knew she loved because she got to sit on a pedestal made for a queen and just perfect for what I intended to do. Dethrone the queen.
Is your mother going to be angry?
That's an understatement, I replied, pushing open the double doors without knocking. Good. I didn't miss it yet. I glanced over my shoulder to catch Remo's evil grin, followed closely by Dario, who nodded a greeting. What's up, fuckface? Remo nudged an immediately annoyed Raiden. Fuck off, he replied, making me smile because the two of them got on so well.
What is the meaning of...
Mother broke off, her eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at her two sons. Hello, Mother. My greeting lacked the warmth I'd come to love with the Princetons. Their family affection was unparalleled, and we were supposed to be Italian, where family was important. I glanced around the room, taking in all the staid men from different mafia families, Mother's soldiers, and a few uncles who were probably there to beg her for some leniency or the other. I ignored all of them and greeted Frank. Ciao, zio. Ciao, Renz. Good to see you here. He gave me a knowing smile. When I stood in front of my mother, I gave her the same stiff appraisal she gave me. She leaned forward, expecting me to kiss her cheeks. I didn't. Sassy son of a bitch that he was, Remo sidestepped me and gave her the requisite kisses to both her cheeks. Realizing she wouldn't get me to bend to her will, she huffed.
What are you doing here, Lorenzo? You never come to Italy unless...
She trailed off, her gaze searching behind me before coming back to my face.
Unless Alessia is pregnant, and you are ready to sit at D'Angelo's side?
My expression steel. I ground my molars to rein in my impatience. D'Angelo can dream of a Rossi sitting next to him.
But you agreed,
she began. No, you agreed, I barked, effectively cutting her off. Her two bodyguards standing behind her took a step forward. Remo and Dario did the same. Mother's gaze shifted from my face to their rigid stances. She held up her hand, and her men stepped back. Remo and Dario didn't. I'm going to say this once, Mother, so listen to me very carefully, I sneered, watching her shrink back in her throne. It was subtle, but I noticed, and she knew I noticed. Alessia will never bear my child. D'Angelo will not dictate what this family does, and when I rule, they will all die.
When you rule, she snorted. You'll have to wait a very long time for that. Where is Alessia?
And the queen bitch was back in play. Let's see for how long. I ignored her question. Behind me, Remo sniggered. I didn't turn to look at him, instead gestured for Raiden to approach me. Mother, I'd like you to meet Raiden Princeton. Ray, my mother. He leaned forward and held out his hand, which she accepted. Nice to meet you, ma'am. He did me proud with that straight face. Yet I couldn't stop to smirk when he stepped away from her. She looked at Raiden and then at me, her frown deepening with each second.
Who is this handsome boy? A new soldier, Lorenzo.
Her gaze traveled the length of his body, and I barely kept from ripping out her eyes.
A present for me, perhaps?
No. The word hissed out, and Raiden shot me a quick look as if he sensed my irritation. Meet your new son-in-law. Confusion marred her brow for just a second.
Is he interested in Evelina?
Raiden is my lover, Mother. Her brow reached her hairline. Her mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water. Speechless, she stared from me to Raiden and back, trying to make sense of my words. For just a beat, I thought the woman would keel over from a heart attack. Her jaw dropped, her eyes widened, and all around us, sounds of surprise resonated through the room. Both soldiers, family and elders muttering among themselves in quick chants. I glanced at Raiden to see if he was affected. He merely smiled. Remo stood close to him, and I almost expected my brother to begin a dance of pride, protecting Raiden with the same intensity I would, making my love for my brother unbreakable. Her disbelief shunted into anger, and she glared at me.
What nonsense is this?
Her red lips twisted in a snarl.
Is this some kind of a sick joke you're throwing in my face because of your dead brother?
I wasn't surprised she still chose not to believe me. The woman was vain as they came. Shaking my head, I blew out a slow breath. For all of you sitting here that don't know, my brother, I gave her a pointed look. It was time his name was mentioned in our house again. Matteo was gay and in love with his bodyguard, Fabiano. Both of them—
How dare you, Lorenzo!
She screamed, her eyes sharp daggers of filthy glares. Her berating words became inaudible as I blocked her out.
I will have your head for this!
Her last words had me shaking my head. Before she could lift her hand, I leaned closer until only she could hear my words. I'd sit perfectly still, Mother, because right now there's a gun trained on you. If you so much as glare at Raiden, they will kill you, whether I give them the signal or not. With each word I uttered, her eyes grew rounder until I was sure they'd pop right out of her sockets. Not that it would be a bad thing if they did. You will step down today, Mother. Her head snapped up. Her lips pursed in a line so stiff it would probably slice through paper. I've arranged a little show and tell for you if you don't believe me. I watched her throat work several swallows, yet the deep frown on her brow indicated doubt still existed. Take a look at your precious diamond pendant that you wear like a dutiful wife mourning her dead husband years later. She dropped her gaze. Zane's red dot laser glinted off the jewel. Remember, that little light isn't an indication of where the sniper's bullet will end, so if you think moving will save you, don't. Gulping, she sank deeper into the seat. Her frigid gaze darted all over before flicking to the open windows, trying to determine Zane's perch. I stepped back and surveyed the room. Frank raised a brow at me before his lips curled into a slow smile, telling me he knew, but made no move to alert anyone. My gaze, hard and unrelenting, drifted over each man. Some dropped their gazes while others chanced to look at me. Now, as I was saying, Matteo and Fabiano were not killed in battle as Mother would have liked you to believe. Once more murmurs floated through the air, quickly dissipating when I cleared my voice. Matteo took his life after Mother had Fabiano killed, stripped off his skin, and fed to the sharks that infest the mainland. If you'd like to judge my brother for his cowardice, understand that love can make you as much as it can break you. And that's what Fabiano did to Matteo. He made Matteo love life, and then took it away on his death, even if it were unintentional. I get that all you people sitting here are hardcore mafiosi, and loving another man is unheard of in our family circles, but there is nothing demeaning in loving a man. Brow raised. I turned to my mother, waiting for her to say something. When she didn't, I walked around the room and slowly touched each man on his shoulder. They murmured among themselves, but no one flinched or moved until one idiot opened his mouth after I passed him.
What is the meaning of this?
He yelled. All eyes focused on him. No one saw my gun slip into my hand until it went off and the fucker fell forward, his head hitting the wooden table with a hard thump. Rapid Italian sang through the room as the remaining men looked toward my mother for guidance. She said nothing, and all eyes shifted back to me. Avete altro da dire? I asked if anyone else wanted to try questioning me. When no one said anything, I wasted my gun, then flicked a gaze to Raiden, hands in his pants pockets. He leaned against a pillar, his face calm like he hadn't just witnessed a man die. So, I have just touched every one of you on the shoulder. Does anyone feel gay yet? Do you feel gay, Uncle Frank? Has your cock suddenly decided it wants to fuck a man? My uncle sniggered. What about you, Alfonso? I addressed one of the other family heads. Does your cock want to fuck the man sitting next to you? I moved to the head of the table, next to my mother, taking in the 22 men seated around her. Being gay is not a disease you contract. It's the choice your heart makes, not your cock, to love another man. I moved to stand behind my mother's chair. Donna Sofia qualcosa da dire, I said, telling them my mother had something to say. She angled her head to look up at me, and the settled shake of my head was all the confirmation she needed that I would go ahead with my threat. Her gaze roamed around the room, taking in each man as though appealing for their assistance. Compari, I have decided to step down. My son, Lorenzo, will take over. The room burst into a vibrant uproar of English and Italian. Mother deflated back into her seat, her head in her hand. Dario escorted about 30 of my mother's soldiers into the room, making them line up against the wall. Next, he brought in my soldiers and lined them up against the other wall. Remo stepped closer. You fucking did it. I glanced over at Raiden. He was on his phone, looking bored. Did you ever doubt me? My brother chuckled. No. What do you plan on doing with her? What I've been waiting to do since Matteo's death. Basement? I nodded. Does she still use that room? Again, I nodded. Who? He asked. Evelina was the last, and now Mother will become a ghost that haunts that room. My mother's loud gasp told me she'd heard, and I grinned. Fitting, wouldn't you say, Mother? You get to die in the one room you'd used to teach your children how to live. You wouldn't, she cried. Take her away, I nodded to Dario. Her screams went unheard as she tried to protest right up until she disappeared out the door. The fact that no one made a move to help her must have killed her spirit. Then again, nothing would hurt that woman. Not even the person she was going to spend eternity with. Herself. Remo released a slow breath. Father would be proud of you. It's finally over. I'm just getting started, brother. My lips twitched. Stai zitto e ascolta. I barked for them to shut up and listen. The room fell silent. Now hear me very closely when I say this, because I won't repeat it. If I do, it will be to your dead carcass. Another round of shocked murmurs had Remo snorting out a laugh. I looked to the others. What goes on in my fucking house, who I fuck or who I fucking love, has fuck all to do with anyone. I'm your fucking boss. That's it. You don't have to lick my fucking cock to work for me. He already does a perfect fucking job no one will match. I pointed to Raiden, who lavished me with one of his usual cocky smirks and moved to my side. My gaze, threatening at the same challenging, drifted across the room, sizing up each man. If you don't like the way I run things, there's the fucking door, but remember this. I might fuck a man in bed, but screw me over and I will fuck you like a man with a fucking 45 to your shit for brains, or a boot up your fucking ass instead of my cock. And when he's done shoving his boot up your ass, I'll kill every one of you motherfuckers. Remo roared, his glare just as deadly. And I'll help him bury the fucking bodies. Both Remo and my head snapped to Raiden. What? He held out his hands. I love you enough to kill for you. He shrugged like it was the most normal thing for him to be doing, standing in a room full of mafiosi who wouldn't hesitate to put a bullet in him and declare his love for me. Remo cracked up and I smiled. Il bambino è cresciuto, boss. The baby is all grown up, Dario called across the room.
What did he say?
Raiden asked. I winked at him and leaned closer. He said, "You've got me by the balls." He laughed.
He's right, old man.
My cocky little shit. Thank you for listening to Infallible, Book 3 of the Serendipity series. Written by Charlene Namdari. Narrated by Connor Hayes, Simone Lewis, and Jay Tipstone. Simone Lewis and Jay Tipstone are members of SAG-AFTRA. Produced by Blue Nose Audio. Production coordination by Abby Gillick. Post-production by Michael Kinsey. Follow Charlene Namdari on Instagram at Charlene Namdari, or go to www.charlenenamdari.co.za to find out more and stay informed about upcoming titles. Copyright 2021 by Charlene Namdari. All rights reserved.